Humanity is drawn into a war at the cost of the fate of an entire race. The army that invaded the Earth was led by a dragon. At the same time, people with super abilities called psychers appeared. The courageous death of a countless number of psychers seemed to continue the people's path to victory. However, they will return after 15 years. In accordance with the prophecy of the bearer of the gift of foresight, the organization for training Arc Psychers was founded. Gifted children were brought together from birth to prepare for the decisive battle for humanity. There are 3 years left before the prophecy begins to be fulfilled. An unknown man woke up from a nightmare. He was unhappy that he had this dream again. At this moment, he remembered that today was the day the last recruits arrived. The man examined the child's profile. The boy's name was Han. He was 10 years old. The man said that even though he is such a baby, he is already the leader of a gang of orphans, and this is impressive. The man told the guy not to worry because they wouldn't send him to prison. He asked him if he had heard about ARC. Li Han asked the man if he meant the Psycher Training Center. Does he really want to say that he is one of them? The man answered the guy that he was very smart. He told him that, however, he would not be an ordinary Psycher. He said that the guy will save humanity in the future. He said that when he comes, he can forget about hunger and life in the slums. He will be provided with food and shelter with absolutely everything. Li Han became angry and interrupted the man. He asked if only he would be fed, and his younger brothers and sisters continue to die there. He told the man that if they wanted to send him to ARC, they would have to take care of them too. He said food, clothing, home, education. They must give them everything. The man replied that he agreed. He said that he would take the responsibility of the people dear to him. He said that, however, this would only be so as long as the guy was in ARC as a seeker, and asked the guy if he understood this. Li Han said that it goes without saying. Later, the boy got off the plane that had just landed. He remembered how the man told him that people with psycho abilities were assigned ranks. He told the guy that he wasn't that tall. Therefore, he asked to try to survive if they were really dear to him. The unknown guy said that he was already a trained psycher. The other children were surprised because this was the first time they had seen someone who used their abilities. The unknown guy told the boy he was bullying that he was wondering if he broke down he would be sent home. He said that such people would not survive here. He said that later he would thank him. At that moment he shot a stone at the poor boy. But suddenly Khan stopped the stone with his bare hand. It seemed to him that the stone was somehow too slow. He became interested. It would not be more effective to simply throw it with his hand. An unknown guy asked Hana who he was. Li Han said that he is the one who will teach him manners. An unknown man approached a crowd of children who were crowded around the fight. When he approached, he told the unknown person and Li Khan that they both take a step forward. He told the guys to identify themselves. The unknown guy stood up straight and said that his name was Del Simon. The man told Simon that he had already started training and asked if his trait had manifested itself. Simon said that he still has psychokinesis. The man asked if he was serious and hit him in the stomach. Did he really do so much amateur work because of such a small thing and called the guy trash? At this moment, the man turned to Li Khan. He said that he approved of his desire to help the weak. At that moment, the man hit the boy in the stomach with the same force and said that without an ability comparable in power to psychokinesis, he is even more trash. The man told the children to listen to him carefully. He said that in 3 weeks, their first year of study would begin. He said that if by this moment they do not have psychokinesis, they will fly out. At that moment, the man said that he forgot to introduce himself. His name is John Red. He is an instructor who will make them, in his words, not half-baked creatures, which are worse than trash, but warriors with exceptional abilities who will face the dragon in the future in battle. The man told the children that this was the end of the opening speech and they would begin training immediately. He told them to keep going in circles until he, their instructor, said stop. Afterwards, the jogging began. The instructor said that if they stop, they will immediately fly out. Li Han was used to this attitude. Some children stopped and said that they couldn't do it anymore, but John shouted at them and said that they were useless trash. He said that they should stop getting in the way and let them go back to where they came from. He told the 2 guys who stopped to go out. The main character is able to withstand such stress. Psycho abilities are what he really worries about. The guy didn't know if he could use the ability as well as Simon. He didn't know if he had it at all. At that moment, one of the guys gave up and fell to the ground. The instructor told him that he was lousy trash and to go home to bed. The guy was lying on the ground and said that he didn't think he could continue. But at that moment, Li Khan took him on his shoulders and said that he could still continue, and he did not give up. Afterwards, they started running together. Later in the evening, the instructor whistled and told everyone to stop. They stopped and all the children fell to the ground. Of the 73 candidates, 40 remained. John said that was all for today, and tomorrow they would start the real training. He said that during the preparation period, every morning they would run the same distance as today. All the children were shocked by what they heard. The next day, their preparations for ARC began. 5 a.m. morning jog, 8 a.m. breakfast, 9 a.m. morning class. John stood in front of a crowd of children and told them to imagine that there was an area within them within which psychoenergy was formed. He said that it could be located in the head or heart, or even in the lower abdomen, as in Chinese wuxia. He said that an integral part of their learning is imagination. Li Han decided that he would choose the heart. Half past lunch, Li Han sat down with the guy he helped while jogging. His name was Kuro. The main character suggested having lunch together. This guy became the main character's first friend not only in ARC, but also in life. Kuro told Han that he heard that this guy, Simon, was studying at a school for gifted children in the UK. The main character said that he was not surprised because it was not for nothing that he had such a big nose. But he said that no matter how sad it may sound, he already has the ability. Li Han said that she hopes they will also be able to master psychokinesis in these 3 weeks. At this moment, Kuro awkwardly admitted that he could already use it. Li Han was completely surprised. He told the guy that it turns out he is not so simple. The main character realized that it would be nice to stop worrying about others. Next, it's time to schedule evening classes, combat practice, and jogging. And after a shower, dinner, inspection of things, roll call, 22 o'clock sleep. After the battle, the main character was lying in bed. He couldn't sleep. Shower, food, pillow, and blanket. Living conditions are much better. All this cannot be compared with what happened before, but he wanted to return home. But the guy realized that he couldn't. He understood that he had no right to be weak. 2 weeks later, more and more children mastered psychokinesis. But Li Khan was unable to master them. He didn't understand what to do and whether he wasn't talented enough. When he asked what Kuro's secret was, he said that he didn't know any secret ways to master the ability and apologized. There was only one person you could turn to for advice. Simon said to see who they have here. He asked the main character what he needed. Li Han told the guy that he had already guessed it himself. Simon asked if he really wanted to know what the secret was. Simon told the guy that, however, he seemed to have forgotten. He asked who had recently said something about manners. At this moment, Li Han knelt down, which greatly surprised the guy. He asked to help him. Simon told the guy to get up because he would teach him. But he said that the main character asked for it himself, so he shouldn't complain later. Simon took a pencil and stuck it straight at the guy. Li Han didn't understand what the hell he was doing. John leaned out the window and smoked a cigarette. He realized that 3 whole weeks had already passed. He understood that time flies very quickly. At that moment, an unknown man burst into his room. He said he didn't know he would find John here. John said that they had not seen each other for a long time and called the man Octo. Octo said that it stinks in here and reminded John that smoking is not allowed here. But John asked why he forgot here. Octo sat down on the chair and said that it didn't matter, but he said that since he had come, maybe they would go down together. He asked John what he thought of the new recruits. John replied that they were complete idiots, but he said there are at least 2 that might be useful. He said that Del Simon is not bad, but the only thing he doesn't like is his character. He said that at the moment, Simon is already stronger than anyone who has completed the first level of training. Octo suddenly asked, "This is the last genius from the Center for Training Psychers in the UK. He said he has high hopes for him." John said that the second guy is very faithful. He said that spiritually he is the most resilient of all the recruits. John understood that he would make an ideal soldier, but ARC needs unusual soldiers, not superhumans. Without psycho abilities, Li Khan has nothing to do here. On the street, John told the children that today marks the beginning of their first year of preparation. But he said that, however, this only applies to those of them who have mastered the skills required to be a psyker. John said that a mandatory basic skill is external manifestation. He said that when using it, the eyes should light up. He told the children that they had forgotten about psychokinesis. He said that in order to remain in service, they must be able to at least do this. John pointed to the Octo and said that those who had mastered external manifestation should go there and line up in front of the specialist, and the rest are in the other direction. He said that agents would take them home in helicopters. John told the kids to stop slowing down and move their legs. The main character stood motionless and did not understand what to do. On that occasion, when Simon hit him in the chest with a pencil, Han asked him what his methods were. He asked if he was trying to kill him. Simon told him not to worry because it was shallow early. He said that through this pain it would be easier to concentrate. He said that the wound would become his psychochannels. He told the guy to imagine himself drawing psychic energy through her. He said that simply holding his hand on his chest for several days will not achieve what he wants. Li Han realized that it turned out that Simon knew that his center was in the heart. From that very day, The main character is sure that he began to feel energy that seemed to be lost long ago, but he didn't understand what he needed to do to let her out. John began to shout to the main character that he was left alone. He said that he stopped standing there and moved. Lee Han understood that he needed to think. He understood that he had to do this and he couldn't go back. John approached the boy and said that a soldier always obeys the orders of his superiors, without exception. John swung his arm to hit the guy and the main character began to think that he needed to do at least something. At that moment, he noticed a pen in John's breast pocket. After the impact, Lee Han flew several meters away. He realized that nothing else came to mind anyway. Then he raised the handle above his head and swung it. Then he thought that if nothing came out because the channel was closed, then he would open it as wide as possible. A second later, Lee Han stuck a pen into his chest. John pounced on him and asked what he was doing. He asked if the guy had decided to die. At this moment, the eyes did not light up. John let go of him, and I turned around. As he left, he said that in his entire life, he had never met such mediocrities. He congratulated the guys and said that he passed. Lee Han did it. Now, like everyone else, he can begin training. Kuro asked the main character if he was okay. Lee Han said that he was completely fine and was not in pain at all. Octo threw something to the guy and said that this was a sign of his success. It was a bracelet. The man explained to the guy that this is the latest development of ARC. The device is in the form of a bracelet. At this point, the bracelet began confirming identity and registration was successful. Lee Han was very surprised. Octo told him to wait and said that he would tell him what it could do. But at that moment, John interrupted him with a shout and said that the distribution process was almost completed. He said that once they were marked on the list, they should be grouped into classes. The man said that there are only 4 classes in ARC, from A to D. He said that in order to be assigned to each of them, you need to master certain abilities. John said that today, they will see the results of their 3 weeks of training. He said to keep in mind that if they want to move to the next level, they must improve their skills. John congratulated the 25 test takers on their acceptance. He said that all this time they probably thought that he was still a son of a bitch. But he said that he was not just a son of a bitch, but a real devil in the flesh. There was one person in a class and that was Simon. There are 4 in Class B including Kuro. John said that he was taking these 5. There are 5 people in C class, 15 people in D class. Lee Han ended up in D class. He thought that this was already good and very soon he would raise his rank. John said that the rest of the family will remain in the care of instructor Wei Chen. All the children thought that he was huge and looked older than John. Wei Chen introduced himself and said that he was a weapons instructor. He said it would be hard, but if they worked together, they would succeed. The children realized that he was a good-natured person, and most likely everything was not so bad. Afterwards, the children began to disperse. Simon walked past the main character. Lee Han told Kuro not to worry, and very soon he would catch up with him. Wei Chen said that the children should now run to the training room. In the hall, Wei Chen showed the children various martial art movements. Afterwards, he said that he thought the children were wondering why people learn to use spears and swords to fight dragons. He explained that the point is that they are psychic equipment that they will use in battle. He said that nothing on Earth is capable of absorbing psychoenergy. The man said that, however, the skin and bones of dragons not only contain, but also transmit this energy. He said that therefore weapons created from these materials can seriously slay a dragon. Lee Han asked him how they killed dragons before the appearance of such swords and spears. The man replied that it was usually hand-to-hand combat. He said that back then, one single dragon killed hundreds of psychers. He said that some of them attacked and supported their allies from a distance, but it was only possible to finally kill the dragon with melee weapons. Wei Chen said that for this it is necessary to hit a vital organ and release psychoenergy. He said that the seekers who are entrusted with this task are called strikers. The kids thought this name was very cool. The instructor asked the children to choose a weapon for each of them. Lee Han decided to choose a spear. The instructor asked him if he preferred spears. Lee Han replied that the wind blowing and the sound of the man swinging his spear that he felt earlier had a promising aura. Wei Chen was impressed by how decisively and courageously the guy stood up to Sergeant John. He was sure that his character had been strengthened by past extremely difficult living conditions. The instructor thought that it was unfortunate. This kid had already had to fight for what was dear to him. The man told the main character to give it his all, and he, in turn, will do everything possible to help him. 2 weeks later, the main character was training in combat with another guy. This guy's name is Jose. Lee Han told the guy to just give up because he was already exhausted. Jose asked him what he just said. He asked if it was by chance that the Khan was holding on with all his strength and being brave. After these words, Jose struck, but the main character managed to dodge. Then he attacked and knocked the weapon out of the guy's hands. It's the second week of the first year of training. Lee Han is second only to class president Jose. Who defeated all the students in the class in a duel with weapons? Jose gave up and said that the main character won him. Lee Han told the guy that he had a lot to learn from him. Jose told the guy that next week he would be transferred to Class C. He said that the main character is already aware. He said that someone would have to become class president instead of him. Jose told the guy that he thought it should be Khan. The main character replied that his desire alone would not be enough. But Jose said that it is not only his, but other children also think so. He said that they had already discussed this point. The main character felt embarrassed and thanked them. The position of class president is one step towards the next rank. The two men swayed. The first one asked him if he knew Sergeant John. The second one said yes. He said that he had a very bad character and had gotten it from him before. He said it couldn't be worse. The second asked who he would fight with. Will Khan actually fight Sergeant? The guy shouted for the main character to get a good beating. The second guy said that actually the sergeant would hear him. The third guy asked, and so what? He still won't know who it was. Before the fight, John asked the class if no one else wanted to become class president. He said that the main character, even with psychokinesis, doesn't happen once in a while. He asked if they really wanted to trust the whole group to this break. But the whole class remained silent. The sergeant said that they were idiots and asked why they believed in him so much. At that moment, John broke the mop. He threw a sharp stick to the main character. The man told the guy that he heard that he was the best in the class in martial arts. He told him to prove it and they would have a duel. Lee Han asked if he would fight this. He said the stick was too sharp. John asked if he really thought that some newbie could get him, but the main character said that this is not so. On the field, John threw off his jacket and stood ready. The main character asked him if he was really going to fight with his bare hands. John replied that naturally, in a fight with a child, there is no need for a weapon. He said the rules are simple. Any part of his body, like his knees, touches the ground, and the guy wins. The main character asked, what if he loses? The sergeant told him to just get over it. The guy replied that this option did not suit him. Other children watched the fight. One of the guys said that the main character is not bad, but the instructor is hardly up to the task. At that moment, Simon came to the window and said that the guy was crazy. At this moment, Lee Khan began to attack, but the instructor skillfully dodged the blows. The main character jumped from above trying to attack, but the instructor easily grabbed him and kneed him in the stomach. Then the guy fell and the instructor's leg hung over him. Lee Han quickly avoided the blow. He realized that the instructor had just nearly finished him off. At this point, John said that the guy had it all written all over his face. He said that dragons and their minions would kill him without hesitation. He said that the main character is weak, but they don't care about that, including him. He said that the main character, when meeting them, learns true fear. At that moment, the guy stood up and asked the instructor if his weapon was his tongue. The instructor quickly grabbed the guy and threw him. At that moment, blood began to flow from his cheek. The instructor didn't understand when the guy made it. At this moment, the rest of the children began to encourage the main character and asked him to bring the instructor down from heaven. Lee Khan continued to attack, and John decided that he needed to analyze the attacks. He realized that the guy was accelerating his body turns. He thought that it was not in vain that Wei praised the boy. John was excited. He decided that he would not dodge the final blow. Afterwards, the main character cut the instructor's chest but broke his stick. John grabbed the guy by the throat and said that this was the end. He told the guy to give up. He told the guy to give up or die, but Lee Khan said that he would not give up for anything. At that moment, Wei Chen started running towards them and asked the instructor if he seriously wanted to finish the guy off. John rejected the main character and said that none of them lost. Wei Chen told the instructor that Ark's methods were starting to get on his nerves. John yelled at the kids to shut up. He said that since the main character has not given up, victory is his. When leaving, John told Wei Chen that all this lisping will not lead to good. He said that the boy fought with dignity and showed what he was capable of. He said that the main character should be transferred to B class when he gets back on his feet. At the hospital, John told the nurse that the main character was moving to B class. The nurse said that he rarely jumps over an entire level. She asked how the students of Class B would react to this. John said that he could easily assign it to a class, but his level of psychoability is still not high enough. The nurse said that this is exactly what the high-level privates worry about most. John said they were deeply mistaken. He said that in the battle with dragons, it is not so much the notorious psycho abilities that are important, but the enormous willpower to, facing fear, plunge a spear or sword into the weak point of the enemy. John said that the main character has it, which is why he will become the best striker. He said that he would not allow such a talented candidate to be dismissed just because of the slow development of psycho abilities. John said that perhaps in the future, this kid will become the savior of the world. The nurse was surprised and said that this was the first time she had heard John talk about someone with such admiration. She said that it seemed to her that he had nothing but hatred for him. John was surprised and said that he liked the guy on the contrary. The nurse told Surjan that he is a sadist. Hospital a week later. The nurse asked the way instructor if he would come in. The instructor brought the hotels. The nurse asked why he didn't come in. The instructor said that he just didn't want to disturb the guy and pointed to his door. In the room, the main character was training with his abilities. At that moment, he managed to lift the ball. Wei Chen nurse clapped their hands. After that, they felt awkward, and the instructor said that the guy was simply a master of concentration. The nurse gave instructions for him to go already. Entering the room, the instructor greeted the guy. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked how he felt. The main character replied that everything was fine thanks to him. The instructor said that he brought some snacks. Wei Chen said that tomorrow is the guy's first day in class. He said that he was very glad that he spent his time usefully and developed psychokinesis. Li Han replied that his mental level was still below average, so he thought it would be a good idea to practice this ability a little before being discharged. The instructor began to peel the apple and said that this was a wise decision. He said that the psyker must not only fight artificially but also master psychokinesis well. He said that most battles are fought in the air, and if a guy loses his weapon, he needs to return it. At this point, the instructor had an idea. Later, the main character asked the instructor why they came to the training room. Wei Chen replied that based on the slow development of the main character's abilities, he concluded that the likelihood of inducing the trait was negligible. Others are able to start a fire or teleport, but the guy better forget about it. He said that probably the main character will ask how to fight then. Wei Chen said that everything is simple. He said to concentrate on training psychokinesis. He said that psychokinesis will become a trait of the guy. The instructor said that psycho abilities are like muscles. The more you engage and train, the stronger it becomes. He said that the initial level of possession of psycho abilities is just an illusion. He told the guy that their generation has great potential compared to theirs. The instructor told the guy not to dare to give up and to continue training hard. The first day of 6th grade has arrived. When the main character tried to enter the classroom, he accidentally collided with a guy. The guy recognized the main character and Li Kan asked her if he really knew him. The guy asked if he was kidding me. He said that everyone in their class knows about him. At that moment, the guy extended his hand to the main character and said that he was glad to meet him. He is the B-class president, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov. Li Han asked if there was a shorter name option. The guy replied that the main character should simply call him Dmitry. He said she wouldn't get along. At this moment, Dmitry said that it was just in time, because now is the time for combat duels. He told the main character to follow him. Afterwards, they came to the hall. Martial arts is the best type of training for the main character. Choking in the exercises of constant worry about the low level of psycho abilities and anxiety that he could be kicked out at any moment in an armed duel, he can finally breathe easy. At this moment, the main character took a spear and ran forward. He beat up the guys and asked if they had fun. He said that Kuro's trait is psycho ability. He asked if it was really that much fun to humiliate someone who wasn't as strong as him physically. The main character said that if it were possible to use psycho abilities in fights, there would be no wet place left for them. At that moment, Dmitry thought that he was not mistaken. He wanted to fight the main character. An unknown guy stood over Kuro. He told the guy to attack. But at that moment, another guy came up and said that it was his turn. Kuro lay on the ground and begged for help. At that moment, the main character appeared and beat up all the offenders. Kuro didn't understand whether the guy really didn't seem to be here. At this moment, Li Kan turned to Dmitry. He asked what kind of training matches there are in this class. Dmitry answered that what are the methods of ARC? Enemies will not spare the weak. He told the main character that he's superfluous here. He said that by constantly getting the guy out of trouble, he dooms him to death. The main character had nothing to object to. Dmitry said that even though there are 3 of us, mocking one weakling is stupid. So he suggested that the main character show them what a real fight is. Li Han took a stronger copy and asked if he really wanted to try it. Then the battle began. Dmitry Beal with a spear. The main character understood that one more block and the spear would break. He decided to repel the attack so that Dmitry lost his balance. After Dmitry began to fall, and the main character tried to strike and thought that that was all. But Dmitry managed to dodge. Dmitry jumped on the guy and bumped heads with him. The main character asked why he hit his head because they were having an armed duel. Dmitry said that the guy should watch not only his ball, he said that he started practicing samba as soon as he could walk. He said that if he catches the guy, he will break all his bones. Li Han began to get up and asked the dragon if he was also going to break bones. Dmitry laughed and said that he would try to strangle him if he smelled something fried. The children began to encourage Dmitri and told him to tear it up and called Dmitri the Siberian tiger cub. Dmitri got angry and told them to shove their diminutive far away and said that it was dumb. One of the guys told Dmitri that he was still just a baby because he was 12, so Dmitri said that they were next. The main character realized that they were insulting each other, but it didn't hurt anyone. He realized that their friendship was strong and Dmitri was the main link of the company. At that moment, Dmitri jumped on Lee Khan and told him not to dare turn away from his enemy. The main character thought that there was no point in continuing. He decided to leave it at that. At that moment, the main character hit with a spear so that their weapons broke. Lee Khan realized that Dmitri was trying to break the spear from the very beginning. But I didn't understand why. But before the guy had time to turn around, Dmitri took him and threw him over himself. Dmitri took the main character into his grip. He told him to give up. He said that he had nothing else to do if he wanted to walk with his hand intact. The main character told him to try to do it if he was not weak. After that, Dmitri broke his bathing, which greatly frightened the children. Dmitri said that he offered to surrender. He said that now he is somehow even ashamed. Dmitri started to leave and said that you need to give the guy his due, because he's not whining because of his broken arm. He said he recognized his resilience. Afterwards, he told the guy to be taken to a doctor. The main character hit him and said that it turns out that all his rivals before him were whiners. He said that they were crying because of one fracture. The main character told the guy to get up because they weren't finished yet. After some time, Dmitri woke up in the hospital. He didn't understand what happened. At that moment, he saw the main character sitting on the side with a bandaged hand. A video played on the main character's bracelet. The man said there that the main character fulfilled all his expectations. He said that as promised, and his family is in good health, and he need not worry. The man in the video said that next time he would send him a video as proof. The main character even cried a little because of this. In the photo, the man stood with the guy's family. Lee Han was very happy. He thought that everything was fine with them, and they had even gained a little weight. At that moment, he noticed that Dmitri had woken up and asked him to flip through the photo. Dmitri agreed but asked why he was even asking him about this. The guy reminded him of his broken arm and said that it was his own fault. Dmitri got angry and said that he had a crack in the back of his head. He said that the guy hit him from behind like a coward. But the main character said that he himself was to blame because there was no point in turning his back on the enemy. He asked what he said there about arc methods. At that moment, the main character told the guy that he wanted him to know that he was not in good spirits then, but in general, he had nothing against him. Dmitri said that it's similar for him. He suggested that next time we fight properly. Lee Han said that he thinks he did wrong to Kuro. He understood that it was enough just to be near him, not to fight with his offenders. Dmitri said that he understands, but he said that it was possible that they would not survive the second year. The main character was surprised and asked what he was talking about. Later, Dmitri introduced the main character somewhere. Lee Han asked where they were going. Dmitri said that it was better for him to see it himself. Then they came to the emergency room. Dmitri said that this is a place where you are considered alive as long as you breathe. At that moment, doctors were transporting a seriously wounded guy. The main character was as surprised as possible and did not understand what was happening. Dmitri asked the guy how difficult he thought his training program was. Lee Khan pointed in the direction where the guy was being taken away and asked if he and he were not the same age. But he said that the guy was more like an instructor. Dmitri said that upon entering the second year, privates are given a drug that accelerates growth and physically turns children into adults. He said that in 3 years they would have to kill dragons. He said that no one would wait for them to grow naturally. The main character said it was great. He said that he always wanted to grow up faster. He went to great lengths to survive, and every time he had to fight with adults. The main character said that to hell with a happy childhood, surviving is what is important. Dmitri exhaled and said that compared to others in ARC, the guy has an iron character. After some time in training, the instructor said that their airborne training begins today. He said that they would remember everything they learned here. He said that they were leaving in an hour and a half. He told the children to carefully check their equipment. Dmitri said that they had just returned and were already training in the air. Dmitri asked the main character if he missed his hospital bed. At this moment, Khan asked Dmitri if he noticed that their bags were filled from top to bottom with rations. He said that it felt like more than just an ordinary workout. Looking around, Dmitri said that some had already begun to eat their food and called them idiots. At that moment, Dmitri noticed someone and told the main character that that idiot was also here. Dmitri said that he is the last genius from Great Britain. He said that he wanted to give him a hard time. He, the main character, said that there is no time for that now. At that moment, Simon noticed Dmitri's gaze and did not understand what he wanted. At this moment, the instructor told the children to stop sitting, get up, and start recruiting. The children quickly began to run on board the plane. Later, when all the children took off, the instructor said that it was time for them too. He said that this is the last time they will babysit these suckers. Kuro thought that the main character was just an image at first. And then he came in reality. Kuro thought that now, no matter how long he waited, he was gone. He thought that this time he would not save him. An hour earlier, the children did not understand how long they still had to fly. Looking out the window, one of the guys said that from here, Ark is very tiny. At this moment, the bracelets began to say that the children were now above a desert island. He said that after the landing, survival skills training would begin. This is John. He said that the food in each of the bags would be enough for 2 days and then they should deal with it as they wish. The children did not understand why survival training suddenly began. They thought that 2 whole days on an uninhabited island was a huge amount. Then Dmitri told them that it was fun. He said it was like going on a hike. At this point, John said that they would return for them in 7 days. In the water, instructors caught children who did not make it to the island. John asked the man if he was the last loser. The man replied that so did everyone else on the island. John asked if everyone was acting alone. The man replied that at first it was so, but 7 of them had already been grouped for joint activities. John replied that they are not innocent children, but just like adults. He said that when restrictions are lifted, everything is decided by force. Why starve altogether when you can take food away from the weak? An unknown guy beat up another guy and thanked him for the food. He said that he would eat and think about him. When they opened his bag, they saw that all the food in it was intact. The guy told the other guys from his team not to forget to leave it to the leader. Their leader said they were idiots. He said that they were ordered to take as much pleasure as they could before sunset. He asked if they really thought that he arranged all this, only to then deal with the famous division. He said that they would continue to rob, and then no one would dare to turn up their noses anymore. The guys from his team began to rejoice. They said that if only Dmitri or the main character tried to contradict them, they would anger even Simon. At that moment, the team leader heard a cry for help. He said that the prey was calling them. The main character went ashore. He was unlucky to get into the water. But I realized that I had lost too much time. Looking around, the Khan realized that he was easy to spot here. He decided that he needed to find shelter. Trouble in the forest, the guy understood that for those who had never known hunger, a 2-day ration would not be enough. He understood that in a critical situation, they could start robbing. The main character became interested in whether people like Simon ever went hungry. Simon asked Dmitri why he was following him. Dmitri asked if he was the genius Del Simon. He told him to fight him. Simon turned around and said that he didn't want to strain himself in vain. Dmitri asked him to stop and said that he didn't mean anything bad. He said he just wanted to compare their abilities. Dmitri put on his backpack and said that he knew it. He said that everything happened somehow quickly. He said that they would get to know each other better, and then they would fight. Simon thought that Dmitri was like a dog's 5th leg. A group of thieves came to the place where Kuro was hanging. The leader told the guys to see how gracefully the guy hung. They took the bag of food and thanked him. The guys started to leave and Kuro asked them to stop. He said that since they took his bag, maybe they would at least take him out of here. The team leader said that if the guy were hanging on a tree, he would not only be robbed, but also beaten. So he told the guy to think it was spring. He told him to hang quietly and wait for help from the instructor. When leaving, they told the guy not to worry because he probably wouldn't die of hunger in a week. They said that it would rain soon, so he would also throw up from thirst. The guy was hanging on a tree and didn't understand what to do. He remembered Simon telling him to stop whining because it was disgusting. Kuro didn't understand if he really deserved all this. He didn't understand what was wrong with the tears. When Kuro got tired of crying, he began to see the ghost of the main character. Kuro fell asleep thinking it was just a dream. After this, the main character appeared. The main character made a tent. At that moment, Kuro woke up. Afterwards, Li Han went into the tent and gave food to the guy. He said there was no way to get his supplies back, so they would split it up. Kuro understood that they were hardly enough for one person, and he did not want to be a burden. That's what he wanted to say, but he was simply dying of hunger. Kuro started eating and thought that he was a pathetic idiot. He told the guy that he was very grateful. The main character said that after breakfast, they will go looking for water. The instructor watched the children. At that moment, someone entered the room and told John that smoking was not allowed here. He said it was atmospheric and asked if anyone was interesting. John pointed at the screen and said that one was crazy. The unknown guy didn't understand who in their right mind would sit on a desert island for a week. He understood that the essence of buildings is to survive. Keen at Norway, returned to Ark on a raft. The main character found water and said that it was drinkable. He said that they would quench their thirst and take some with them. Later, when the sun rose, Li Han said that it would be difficult to move during the day and suggested returning to the shelter. He understood that if they wanted to survive, they needed to find more food. He didn't understand what there was on this island because he didn't even see coconut palms. He realized that this was probably why everyone started stealing. At this moment, Kuro stopped the main character. There was a trap in front of the guy. The main character said that maybe he wouldn't get hurt, but it would take a lot of time to get out. Li Han asked the guy how he found out. Kuro said what he foresaw. He explained that he saw a smoking image, or rather boiling. Li Han realized that it was not his style to speak in metaphors, so he thinks everything is literal. The main character realized that the guy's trait had emerged. He realized that Kuro seemed to see the future a few seconds ahead. This is one of the strongest and rarest abilities. Li Han suggested that her awakening was provoked by the extreme conditions on the island. He understood that this training was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate the guy's abilities. At the same time, the leader of a gang of thieves approached the protagonist's tent. He looked inside and said that there was no backpack and he thought they were carrying it with them. One of the guys asked if they would raise this tent to the ground, but the leader replied that they were not coming back yet, and most likely they were simply leaving with supplies. He said that they would visit them later and take them by surprise. Kuro was glad that they were finally back. He said that he wanted to lie down and rest. The main character said that he absolutely agrees with him. At this point, he told the guy to stop. He said that someone was here. He said that the stone he left on the tent fabric now lies on the ground, and also footprints. He said that two came very close. He said that the others were waiting at a distance. Li Han said that if all these guys are together, there is a high chance that all their things will be taken away from them. He said that they were rolling up the tarpaulin and leaving. In the evening, the main character told his friend that he needed to find a place to stay for the night because it would be completely dark very soon. He asked the guy if he foresaw anything. Kuro felt strange, his eyes closed. At this moment, the guy's ability activated. He saw the main character being attacked by a panther. After that, Kuro pushed Li Han. A panther appeared, and the main character realized that things were bad because he dropped his weapon. At that moment, someone attacked the panther and it ran away. It was Jose. He asked the guys how they were. At that moment, the main character noticed a wound on the guy's leg. Jose explained that some freak had set traps and now he couldn't even stand normally. At this moment, the guy fell to the ground and said that it was very good that he came across them. Kuro said that they also saw one trap. Li Han said that perhaps this was the case of the same person. Jose said that he heard there were thieves here. He said that at least he had nothing to steal from. The main character was surprised and asked how it happened. Jose said that in order not to steal anything from him, he ate everything immediately after he injured his leg. Li Han wondered if the guy had always been so stupid. He said that first they need to find shelter. The leader of a gang of thieves sat and looked at the night sky. He remembered his father telling him that the sensors at the airport were activated as soon as he entered. He said that the guy has psycho abilities. His father told Carl that this was his opportunity to get into ARC. Carl replied that he was in the midst of filming. But his father told him that when he gets to ARC and finally becomes a psyker, he will finally stop toiling around with such nonsense, and he will gain incomparable fame and wealth. The father told the guy that when the war is over, the psykers will become soldiers of the nation. He told his son that he would be a Superman, outperforming everyone in the country. Dmitri was doing push-ups on one arm and Simon was watching. Simon asked why waste energy. He said that they had little food left. He asked Dmitri how he planned to survive the remaining 5 days. Dmitri replied that this is his structure. He said that to become an elite striker, he must stay in shape. Simon called him an idiot and said that psykers rely on psychic abilities in battle. At this moment, Dmitri said that he misses the main character. He said that he seemed to be the only one capable of defeating him in a weapon fight. Simon got angry and asked if they had already fought. Dmitri was happy. He thought that thanks to the main character, perhaps he would be able to fight Simon. The main character wished good morning to the guys. He suggested sticking together until the end of training. He said that he and Kuro would get firewood and food. And Jose, since he cannot walk, will guard the shelter. Jose agreed and apologized. The main character told him that there was nothing wrong with it. He said that his fire ability would give them an advantage. The main character stood by the lake with Kuro. He said that with the fire, the supply problem doesn't seem as serious anymore. Kuro was surprised and asked how they would fish since they didn't even have a fishing rod. At this moment, Li Han thanked the guy. Kuro was surprised and asked why. The main character replied that yesterday he saved him and found him shelter. He said that at first it seemed to him that helping him was the only right decision. But then he realized that this was not so and got confused. The main character said that, however, over the last few days on the island, he became convinced that Kuro is a psycho genius. Therefore, he is strong enough to save not only him, but also himself. He said that from now on until the end they will not protect each other, because they are friends. In the orphanage in Japan, Kuro was just a child who didn't even have a name. He was named Kuro only because of his dark skin tone. The guy realized that now he has a friend who believes in him. The main character said that it was even cooler than he thought. He said that now all he needed was for the guy to keep an eye on the fish. Kuro used the ability and saw where the fish were swimming. Lee Khan understood that Kuro was a genius who had mastered psychokinesis even before entering Arc. He thought that they could easily catch fish without any equipment if they combined his powers of foresight and psychokinesis. After that, the guys began to be able to catch fish. Survival skills, training day 3. The main character praised the guy and said that today he caught as many as 8 pieces. Kuro smiled and said that he thinks it's all a matter of practice. He said that Jose would be happy. The main character said that this asshole's stomach has definitely become wider. As they approached the shelter, the main character saw something terrifying. Lee Han shouted to the guy to wait for him on the spot. Utah. When the main character ran to the cave, he saw Jose lying on the floor. Dmitri threw the sword to Simon. Simon said that Dmitri had guessed that this would not be an easy airborne training. He asked otherwise, why take a sword with you? Dmitri said that he wants to learn how to fight with weapons in both hands. He asked Simon why he agreed to fight. He said that of course he was happy. Simon said that if the guy really fought with the main character on equal terms, then his name is Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov, the president of B class. Simon said that he heard he was being transferred to them. He said that he would see if the guy was worthy. After that, they began to fight. Simon stopped abruptly, surprising Dmitri. Dmitri realized that if the guy stopped, he would not be missing his sword. After this, Simon struck directly. Dmitri asked, and that's all. He said that the guy probably thought exactly that. Afterwards, Simon began to jump away, which was good for Dmitri. He thought that it was better for him. Then Simon went behind Dmitri. Dmitri barely dodged and realized that he needed to be more careful. Then Simon attacked with a direct blow and Dmitri dodged. And then Dmitri knocked the sword out of Simon's hand. Dmitri said that's all. But Simon used his ability and hit the guy on the back of the head with his sword. He said that in a fair-armed duel Dmitri would have won, but they are sackers and he already said that. Simon didn't understand whether the main character was really stronger than this guy. The main character tried to wake up Jose. At that moment, Jose woke up and said that he was alive and asked the guy not to yell like that. Later I asked the guy who it was. Jose said that it was Carl. He told her that there were 7 people in his gang and they took all the supplies. He said that they would come back, so it was better to just leave and find another shelter. But the main character refused. He said that he would never run away and would not let the freaks get away with the fact that they mocked his friends. They left the cave and the main character said that while there was still time, they would find a new shelter. He said that they should stay and think that victory is theirs. Lee Han said that they would set up an ambush and attack after sunset. At night, Lee Han and Kuro watched the cave. The main character said that he knew that they would take refuge in their cave. Lee Han told Kuro that they would start as soon as he was ready. He said that he couldn't do it alone, but together they have every chance of being beyond assholes. Kuro thought that the main character was his only friend who believed in him, and he will never disappoint him. After that, they launched an attack and the guys did not understand what was happening. Someone from the squad shouted into the cave that they were trapped. Carl told everyone to quickly come out. When the others came out, one of the guys who was guarding the cave said that the guys were throwing stones and said to dodge. But Kuro saw every step and shot right at the target. After this, the main character joined and also began to attack. Carl came out and realized that the main character was standing in front of him. He realized that he could not put down 6 alone. Carl told the guy that he was not alone and asked who else was here. Lee Han told Kuro to come out. He said that it was up to him to do the rest. Carl didn't understand whether they were really defeated by some 2 losers, including Kuro. The main character said that they came to avenge Jose. He said that this was not a training match, and there would be no mercy. Carl took the stick and said that's enough chatter. He told the guy that he would crush him. Then the battle began. The main character successfully attacked and dodged. He asked Carl if he was in pain. He told him to be patient because this was just the beginning. Carl told the guy to stop showing off. But then the main character began to beat the guy mercilessly. Carl thought it was impossible. He didn't understand how much of a main character he was. Lee Han said that Jose was injured and asked why they beat him. Carl didn't want the guy to look at him like he was worthless. He didn't understand how dare he. In Germany, he was a genius and a well-known actor. His father successfully used his popularity for political purposes for his own benefit. However, it was not enough for him. Carl began to get up and said that he had already come so far, and some pathetic freak like a guy couldn't stop him. Carl threw sand in the eyes of the main character and rushed to attack. Kuro saw this and started running towards the guys trying to stop them. but Carl told him not to take another step. Carl beat the main character and said that he would no longer allow anyone to look down on him. But Kuro used his ability and began to attack the guy. Carl approached him and asked if he would now try to belittle him. He took him by the collar and said that he never liked him. So useless, he asked why he hadn't been kicked out yet. Carl said that such a piece of crap had no place here, but the main character stood behind him. He hit the guy with such force that he flew several meters away. He asked who did he really think that he himself was worth something. He said that the guy can only cling and hide behind the numbers. The main character said that Simon, Dimitri, Jose, and Kuro, they are all many times stronger than him. Li Han asked what he would do if he found out that he himself was not perfect, and before he could climb even further, he would have to get rid of a lot. He said that Carl is a non-entity. The main character began to leave and said that everyone has the right to climb to the top, but he told Carl to find another way to do it. He said that if Carl touches his friends next time, there will be nothing left of him. Carl came to terms with this because he never wanted to be a psyker anyway. Later, the children learned that Carl had decided to leave Ark. The training on the desert island is over. The guys stood and watched as the helicopters flew after them. Jose said that he would not want to experience this again, and the main character agreed with him. Other guys from their class thanked the guys for helping them survive. They said that they could survive only because they shared food with them. At this moment, Jose said that who they should be grateful to was the Khan. He said that if it weren't for him. Well, at that moment, the bracelet interrupted him. John said that the survival skills training was completed and congratulated the guys. He told them to come on board only when called. Li Han didn't understand why not everyone was together. On the plane, John told the children that all this time the instructors had been monitoring their movements. In accordance with the unanimous decision, only 4 of them were chosen from all the candidates. He said that they were not just undergoing survival skills training, but a test, according to the results of which they selected the best of the best, ready to become defenders of humanity. John said it was time to move on to the second year. Jose went to the main character and said that since they were on vacation, maybe they could play football while they had free time. Jose asked the main character if he could play. The guy replied that he knew the rules. Vacations in Ark are a rare occurrence. Before the game, Jose said that there are enough people in each team, and they are starting. Dimitri asked Simon if they were using abilities. Simon said yes. Vacations in Ark are arranged only on special occasions. For example, now all first-year instructors are participating in a meeting where they discuss the issue of moving to the second year. Alexander Recor, Chief of Staff of Ark, he suggested we start. Another woman said that they had 4 candidates and asked what they knew. This is Sasha Grace, Chief Researcher of Department 2. Alexander said that Simon and Dimitri, he sees no reason to prevent these 2 from moving on to the next course. He said they were more than worthy. He said that next, first of all, it is worth mentioning the main character. He said that his level wanted better from the very first day. Alexander said that John proposed the boy as a candidate, and if it weren't for the sergeant's special attitude towards him, the main character would still be listed in the DI class. Alexander asked why they should transfer him to the second year. He told the others to share their reasons. Wei Chen said what to think. Based on the results of the duel between the sergeant and the main character, it is obvious that the candidate, in addition to excellent weapon skills, has patience and incredible fortitude. He said that all these qualities are inherent in a soldier. Alexander said that he was surprised. He said that it's not every day that you hear praise from her. John understood that without such speeches, Alexander would not allow the main character to move on to the second year. At this moment, John said that despite the fact that the guy has low mental potential, the guy found an unusual way to use psychokinesis. John said that it seems that in that fight he increased his body rotation due to it, which intensified his attacks. But the most amazing thing about him is his thinking, thanks to which such brilliant ideas come to his head. He said that this cannot be taught. Alexander remained silent and suggested discussing the next candidate. On the field where the children were playing, Jose told the main character that he was an asshole. He said that the guy said that he only knew the rules and had never played, but he was pretty good. The main character said that it happened so. Dimitri asked Simon if he wasn't a master at kicking football because he was from the UK. Simon asked how this is even connected. In the discussion room, the nurse said that Kuro is overly sensitive. She said that the transition to the second year is followed by interference in the physical development of the body, and this puts extreme pressure on the psyche. She said that now men are literally telling her to kill the child. John sighed and said that Kuro is the strongest in terms of abilities. In this, he excels everyone else. He also sees the future, but a few seconds ahead, which is strategically important. Alexander noticed that he was emotionally weak. John said that this is why there should be a main character next to him who has a positive influence on the guy mentally. He said that they are now like brothers to each other. Alexander said that again it all comes down to this guy. He asked if the two of them really wanted him to go. When the game was over, John came and said that the meeting was over and the results would be announced publicly later. But he said that since they were all here, he would say everything now. He said that 4 candidates are moving on to the second year. Jose approached the main character. He asked if he was not happy. He congratulated the main character, and he asked to take a place there for him. Li-Han smiled and said that they would definitely meet again. At this point, John told everyone to go back to their rooms. He said that he ordered the future sophomores to pack their things and wait for further instructions. When the main character left, he thanked the instructor. He said that for the opportunity to go to the second year and for that fight for the right to be president of the class too. He said that it seemed to him that John played a huge role in everything that happened. John said he wasn't sure it was worth thanking for that. He said that now there is no turning back. He said that they would see more if the guy transferred to the third year. Later, 4 guys, along with their things, gathered together. The main character asked them to go to the second medical department. At that moment, Li-Han noticed how Kuro was shaking. He said that everything would be fine because he was nearby. Kuro said that he was very scared because they would do something to them and they would become adults. But Dmitri asked what was so scary about it. He said that they would become much stronger. Department number 2. Sasha told the children to go ahead. She said that they would be under her control for the next 5 weeks. The main character was surprised and asked again. The nurse replied that everything was correct. She explained that the body needs so much time to transform. She said that the children will spend the first 2 weeks in an incubator. She said that the remaining 3 weeks are allocated for rehabilitation. The children realized that they would have to sit in this car for 14 days. At this moment, the main character said goodbye to the guys and said that they would see each other in 2 weeks. Sasha thought it was attentive. She thought that the instructor must have praised this boy so much. She thought, what does it mean? Is he the Khan? 7 days ago, Sasha said that they would begin administering the culture fluid. Liquid began to pour into the incubator where the children were. Dmitri thought it was disgusting. Sasha understood that the children began to feel claustrophobic. She understood that this was a natural reaction of a child's body. Well, at this stage, she asked the children to forgive her and be patient a little longer, because very soon they wouldn't fall asleep after the sedation procedure begins. A week has already passed and there have been no deviations yet. But the nurse thought that what was planned for today could destabilize the children. She didn't understand why she had to go so far just to survive. At this moment, the nurse told Sasha that she looked tired. She asked if she should rest. Afterwards, Sasha came into the room where John was sitting. She said John said he didn't care about these kids at all. She asked why he continued to come to her at the department every day. John replied that he wanted to make sure the doctor didn't damage his investment or kill him. Sasha got angry, but said that the children were fine. She said that they have started administering the second dose. It contains the fluid of the dragon's psychocore, characterized by a highly concentrated composition of heart particles. John understood that forced interaction with the core would provide children with a more stable use of psychosis in the future. At that moment, Sasha received a notification on her bracelet that scared her. When she came running, she asked what happened. Another nurse told her that the main character was conscious and would have to endure hellish pain. Sasha said that we need to get him out and stop this. Well, at this moment, John stopped her. He said that the process should not be interrupted. He said that his guy had to finish the transformation so that this wouldn't happen. Over time, the nurse asked the main character how he was feeling. Li-Han said that thanks to her, it's just wonderful. The nurse told the guy that his case was the first in her experience. She said that she had never seen a psyker with a suit for psychic abilities before. Then John told the nurse that the psycho's abilities were the last. Well, what did Han rely on his way to this stage? He said that he did not need psycho resonance and let them continue without him. John said that knowing this asshole, he could tell that the guy would not give up so easily. The nurse told the main character that he was only physically divorced, and this was the first time in their entire history. She asked if the guy was watered somewhere or if he felt any discomfort. Li-Han said that he felt rested. He said that at least now he doesn't have to worry about his psycho abilities and that he will be kicked out due to low grades. Sasha was surprised by the guy's mood. She thought that it was not for nothing that the sergeant noted him as the most emotionally stable of all the candidates. Psycho abilities directly related to the psyche. The nurse did not understand why, with such a powerful base, the guy did not succeed in any of his abilities. She thought that it would be necessary to better investigate his resistance to psychic abilities. Sasha said that Dad can go. When the main character left the room, he saw Dmitri and he told him that he had come to congratulate her. He said that they were now sophomores. The main character replied that 5 weeks flew by unnoticed. He said that everyone has changed a lot, and especially Kuro. The main character said about NM that he was very glad to see them. Simon turned around and asked what to be happy about. He said that it could not be otherwise. He told the main character not to turn up his nose and stop pretending to be a leader. Sophomore core. At first glance, the second year's training is no different from the guy's previous training, but in reality there is a difference. Here the soldiers are formed into squads. Each of them has from 4 to 10 people. There are now only 12 squads of sophomores. The main character realized that he now has a separate room. It was difficult for him to even get used to this. He and Kuro ended up in the 7th squad. An unknown guy greeted Han and Kuro and said that his name was Kato Soki. He's the leader of the 7th squad. Suki told the guys that training in the second year is divided into several types, but 3 of them are the main ones: hugging and airborne training, as well as training battles. Soki asked the guys, they know why it is necessary to be able to shoot a weapon from it or give them a hint. Lee Han said that they were told that modern weapons are also quite effective against minions. Suki replied that the guy was telling the truth. He said that as far as they know, minions are creatures with low intelligence, such as games, foot soldiers, werewolves. He didn't say that among the enemy troops there was also a creature with a high level of intelligence. They are called Elos, mid-level commanders. They, like people, have psychic abilities. Lee Han asked if it turns out that the Psycho's weapon does not work against them. Suki replied that this was definitely noticed. He said that such attacks would not cause them any harm. But he said that, however, their psycho energy is unlike dragons, of course. When it runs out, Elo is easy to kill. Suki said that all 3 types of core training are equally important. He said that in the end, all the acquired skills would be useful in fights against other units. And he said that training battles are held in artificial forests in a small arena. The point is to capture the enemy's flag at his base. Pointer said that they are required to develop a strategy based on the individual skills of each member of the triad. He said that this type of training is extremely dangerous. After all, although the weapon lacks a blade, it can still seriously injure. Airborne training is safer because the participants have a pleasant platform, and all you need to do to win is throw your opponent off them. She said that, however, here you will need an assistant who will control the platformers and move you from one place to another. Sometimes these platforms are also used as weapons. Soki said that until now there were no Sakers in their ranks capable of such support. He said that they are very glad that they now have Kuro. Suki said that they are hoping for a guy. Kuro tried to say something, but another guy interrupted him and told him to stop mumbling. He said that no one is interested in his opinion and he must do what is beneficial to the squad. At this moment, the main character said that Kuro would definitely cope. However, he will do much better if no one puts pressure on him. At that moment, the guy approached the main character and told him to shut up. He said that he didn't know anything at all. Suki calmed the guy down and said that they understood. He said that the guys had just arrived and they had a lot to learn. Suki told the main character that they are now sophomores, but everyone here is older and much more experienced than them, and this needs to be understood. Well, this moment Soki said that he only wanted Kuro for his squad, and the guy was just a free application that came with the kit. He laughed and said that he had nothing to expect from a loser who had mastered psychic abilities the worst of all. He asked just not to get tangled under the eyes. The main character extended his hand to him and said that he heard him. He said that he would not dare to stand in his way. Afterwards, the guys shook hands. Suki thought that the main character was very arrogant and they would see how long he could last. But Lee Khan thought that he would be happy to show what he was capable of. The main character underwent combat training at a shooting range. He fired bursts without closing his eyes. Lee Han thought that this was not bad, and the juices weren't even anything to complain about. At that moment, the guy who was following the main character asked Kuro what he was doing. Kuro couldn't answer. After this, Soki left dissatisfied. The main character was taking a shower. He stood there and didn't understand whether Kuro wasn't doing everything possible. He did not understand when he would be appreciated. Suki told the main character that he would be in reserve. He said that the more people in the squad, the more difficult it is to correctly distribute roles. He said that there are too many of them in general, and soldiers like the main character are a dime a dozen in close combat. Suki told the main character not to worry, because all second-year students have access to the training center, so he can at least take a look. The main character looked at the photo of his family and thought that there was no need to worry and everything would be fine. Later, sophomores gathered in the training room to watch the fight. Suki said that there was a new guy in the 3rd squad and told him to carefully monitor him and analyze his actions. Lee Han realized that by new he meant Simon. When the others saw Simon, they said that he was that same psycho genius. Some of them said that the guy just looks arrogant. On the field, the leader of the blue team asked if they were completely out of their minds. He said that it was unwise to go on the offensive altogether. But the leader of the red team said that they had an invincible psyker with them, and they would kick their ass and easily take the flag. The blue leader told the guy to stop talking nonsense. He said that they will neutralize Simon before he uses the ability. At that moment, everyone from the blue squad lost their weapons. Simon used the ability with the blue team's weapons and beat them up. Afterwards, the leader of the red team took the flag and said that there was nothing more to see here and the blue ones were broken. Suki told his squad that as they see it, people with powerful psychic abilities are an integral part of the team. He said his strategy was similar to that of the Reds. He said that with Kuro, they would be able to implement it. At this moment, the main character said that he had another proposal. Lee Han said that the 9th Division did not take advantage of the terrain, and they did not even have a specific strategy. He said that they decided to simply push forward, relying on the individual abilities of the team members. At this moment, the main character said that if only, but stopped at half the phrase. Suki told him to continue. He asked if he was the leader of the squad. That's what he wanted to say. Lee Han realized that it was now clear why the guy hated him. At this moment, another guy called the main character to move away. Afterwards, the guy told the main character that he was a very capable guy. And they and the Sox admit it. But he said that he had no place in their squad. He said that's exactly what everyone thinks. Lee Han realized that Soki was watching him after all. He asked why he thought so. The guy replied that the main character has his own opinion, different from the opinion of Sokka, and he is not afraid to express it. He said that sometimes it's really worth listening to him. The guy said that the 7th squad can only have one leader. He said that if they begin to doubt even a little about the correctness of Soki's actions, the team will fall apart. The guy said that especially as long as Soki leads them, the main character will not be able to participate in training battles. Therefore, he told the guy to choose the right time and request a transfer to another squad. Lee Han said that's how it is. He realized that the leader's decision should not be challenged by anyone. He realized that he had compromised his authority. Later in the evening, Wei Chen asked the main character if he was serious about transferring to another squad. Lee Han replied yes. The instructor agreed, but said that they just needed to discuss this with all the second-year instructors, so they would have to wait. The main character was sitting in his room. He thought that this was great and even benefited him because he would be able to think everything over. Lee Han thought that since he was no longer able to participate in training battles, he would focus on improving his skills. Will analyze squad fights and develop his own strategy while waiting for the instructor's decision. At that moment, Kuro entered the guy's room. He sat down on the bed and asked the main character what he was talking about with the deputy leader. Lee Han said nothing important. He asked the guy if he was ready for tomorrow's airborne training. Kuro said that for now he can only control 4 platforms at a time. Lee Han asked without people, but Kuro said no with them. Lee Han was very surprised and told the guy that his abilities were developing at incredible speed. He said that you think now he can be considered one of the strongest among the sophomores. Lee Han told Kuro to keep his nose up. He said that he would root for him. The next day, the sophomores gathered to watch airborne training. They said that in the 7th squad, there is also some kind of genius and his name is Kuro. They were interested to see what he could do. The fight had almost started, and Soki told Kuro that they were counting on him. Squad number 1 versus squad number 7, a type of dogfight training. The goal of the battle is to learn how to work with airboards. Dragons fight mainly in the air because almost all of them can fly. At present, the main equipment along with the jetpack and hook cable is the airboard. This electronic board for moving through the air. Nikki is a hybrid of a snowboard board and a robot drone. Some of them are specially modified into a combat version and have firearms. In aerial combat, one person can control 2 airboards. That is, using one board for support and movement, and the other for causing damage to the enemy. There is also a support position in the team. This is the most important fighter in training. He only works with the boards of other team members and takes control of as many pieces as his strength allows. Support makes life much easier for partners by being in the rear and controlling equipment using telekinesis. This allows the rest of the fighters to concentrate on the battle. The main character understood that this position was ideal for Kuro. After all, he is able to control 4 airboards at the same time. Suki told the squad that they were performing. He said that if they stick to the plan, they will win. Then the vanguard of the 7th detachment went on the attack. The 1st detachment did not lag behind and also went on the attack. Soki's protector understood that if they carefully moved forward, as Soki said. And then they will disperse in different directions. Before the fight, Soki discussed the battle plan with the team. He said that in this battle, Kuro got the main role. He said that the 1st detachment does not have a strong Sapota. Each fighter will manage his own airboard. Suki asked Kuro if he could take control of 4 boards at once. He said that then he would definitely take him and his deputy. Suki told the guy to use his future ability to find out about the enemy's movements. Deputy Soka said that they are both good in close combat. He said that they would scatter these guys from the first one like kittens. The main character understood that Soki's plan had every chance of success, at least in theory. Kuro understood that he couldn't make a single mistake, because if he screwed up, the team would lose, and it would be his fault. At that moment, the first guy from the first squad told the second that the seventh squad was very strong. He asked if they were always so strong. Only 2 of them remained from the first detachment. The guy understood that if they didn't deal with the support, they would definitely be finished. The first guy told the second that they were acting according to Plan A. At that moment, 2 guys rushed forward. Suki didn't understand if they were just going to go head-on like that. After one of the first squad was stopped, the second one ran forward. One of the guys from the 7th squad wanted to chase the first guy, but Soki told him to help them because this crazy guy wants to throw them off. The main character understood that this guy had to protect the support. After all, if Kuro is cut off from the rest of the team. Before the fight, Soki told Kuro to remember that the 4th and 8th airboards should always be near him. A guy was flying towards Kuro and he wanted to stop him with boards. At that moment, Soki defeated the second guy from the first squad. But when Soki turned around, he saw that Kuro was passed out. Suki and his deputy began to fall. Suki realized that the support had passed out. The sophomores who watched the match did not understand what was happening. They said that now this is a one-on-one battle. People realized that Kuro seemed to be controlling 2 airboards. Lee Han knew that this would all end. He thought that Soki relied entirely on Kuro's telekinesis, and the entire plan was built around him. When Kuro wanted to stop the attacker, he accidentally broke 2 boards against each other. The main character realized that the guy seemed to be under enormous pressure and ultimately made a mistake. It was announced that the first squad had won. The main character thought that if he had accepted his juices into the team, Kuro would not have been left alone. He thought that he would be the commander of the detachment. 3 weeks have passed. Wei Chen told Khan that he had a conversation regarding his request. He said that it was reviewed and approved. He told the main character that his application for the position of head of the new detachment had been accepted. Wei Chen said that in the first year the guy showed himself to be a real commander, and the instructors unanimously decided to give him a chance. He said that this would be a test of his reputation and charisma. At this moment, the instructor gave the main character a piece of paper with the... Lee Han realized that if he followed this point, he would become an enemy to the heads of all squads as soon as he began to act. He understood that he had to prepare well so as not to miss out on the most talented guys. The main character told the instructor that if he says that he will succeed, then so be it. When the main character thought about his team, these 2 came to mind. He thought that it would be great if Kuro and Jose joined him, but Jose is not here. He decided to talk to Kuro first. At that moment, the main character remembered that there was another person. Later, the main character came to Dmitri and he asked him what happened. Suki and his deputy were talking. Suki said that because of Kuro, they always lose. The deputy told him that he said that he should take Simon. Suki agreed and said that this guy showed himself in all his glory, single-handedly dealt with several opponents. Suki said that his skills in hand-to-hand combat and telekinesis are impeccable, and Kuro is useless under the same conditions. He said that his ability is complete garbage. Suki said that if they don't find a replacement, they will have to constantly put him in support. Dmitri asked the main character. He says that he is gathering his squad. He asked who else he was going to call. Lee Han said that she wanted to chat with Kuro from the very beginning. Dmitri said that it seemed to him that not a single commander would agree to give up his soldier. At this moment, the main character told the guy that he never responded to his proposal. Dmitri thanked him but said that his leaving would be a betrayal. He said that he was the head of the 5th squad. He said he couldn't leave his guys. Dmitri said that since they started talking, it would be better for them if they remained rivals and did not play boss and subordinate. The main character told him not to cry when they meet on the battlefield. Dmitri told the guy to get ready because next time he would break both his arms. The sophomores whispered that the main character wanted power. The guy thought that it would be better if they spoke loudly instead of whispering. The news that he was assembling a squad quickly spread among the second-year students. And it was not surprising that the heads began to follow him, especially Juices. Suki told the main character that he didn't expect him to stab him in the back. He told him to create a detachment, or better yet leave altogether. He said that they would not give him the Kuro. The main character said that under his leadership, Kuro will reveal his talent. Suki asked Khan if he really thought he was the smartest. He said that over time, Kuro will become the best fighter in the squads. Lee Han asked if he was going to ask the enemy to wait until the war began. He said that he knew that with him Kuro would develop much faster. He said that the task of the head of the detachment is to win even with limited forces. He said that nothing will change if you blame someone else for the defeat. Suki grabbed the main character and told him to shut up. He said that he would not get Kuro. The main character told the guy that it's not up to him to decide, and he must make his own choice. At that moment, Suki turned to Kuro and said that if he left, he would kill him. Li-Han asked, really? He said that he could just scratch the juices with his tongue. He said that even if he was drowning, he still continued to chat. At that moment, Suki hit the main character. Li-Han began to get up and told the guy that he didn't even want to get his hands dirty on him. The main character passed by Kuro. He told him that he would be waiting for him. People said that the main character was completely crazy. They didn't understand who was leaving the team for another that didn't yet exist. Li-Han understood that if he did not assemble a detachment, he would pay dearly for it. Now he talked to everyone he wanted. He didn't understand what to do now if things went on like this. At that moment, the main character ran into another guy and apologized, saying that he was lost in thought. But when he returned, he saw that the guy had already moved several meters away, although only a second had passed. Li-Han wondered if it was possible to dress like this here. At that moment, a notification arrived on the guy's bracelet. It said that the heads of all detachments were ordered to gather in front of Medical Building Number 2. On the spot, the nurse said that these 6 newcomers should be distributed into groups. She said that this time the first to choose a new head would be Li-Han. The main character understood that this was his chance to get at least one new person. Li-Han walked to the middle and introduced himself. He said that he is the head of the 13th detachment, and he does not have enough people. He said that he would be glad to each of them. Suki laughed at the guy and said that he had no one on his team except him. At that moment, Jose came forward and said that he wanted to join. In the main character's room, Jose said that it was sad. He said that it would be great if one more person came to their squad. The main character replied that some newcomers still haven't decided. At this moment, Li-Han said thank you to the guy for trusting and joining. He said that he always wanted to be on the same team with him. Jose replied that those who refused to come to him were idiots. He said that they simply don't know what the guy is capable of. Otherwise, they would already be standing in line. At that moment, Jose stood up and said that they would start working hard tomorrow. He said that it was time for him to go to his room. At that moment, there was a knock on the room. When the main character opened the door, he saw Kuro there. The guy had a beaten face, and the main character asked what happened. Kuro replied that Suki was talking about the consequences if he decided to leave. Li-Han asked if this was exactly the Kuro he knew. Kuro replied that he was not sure. Jose was happy and said that the team from the desert island was together again. He said that now they will cope with everything. At that moment, an unknown guy appeared. He said that they seemed to have fun here and asked if he could join. The guy told the main character that everyone here calls him the chairman and asked if he would know about it. He said that it seemed that the 13th squad would be the most interesting. Jose asked the Khan if they knew each other. He said that in the first year the guy was in Class B. The main character said of course. He said that their squad simply needed such talent. It was Meyer's whip. He told the guys and asked if it was possible to get to them this way. Li-Han agreed and said that they were just not on good terms with other units. He said that if something goes wrong they could be disbanded. He asked the guys if they knew what would happen next. The main character understood that this was a great responsibility. However, he was confident that they would cope. Li-Han said that this is great and then the 13th and the squad will see you tomorrow. The next day the man said that he was glad to see the 13th squad. He's a second-year senior instructor. His name is Grossman. Grossman asked Kuro what was wrong with his face. The guy replied that he fell down the stairs. The man told the guys that they were given extra time, since the detachment was formed later than the others, so from today they begin the preparatory period. He said that they have 3 weeks at their disposal. After that, they will compete equally with everyone else, so they must prepare well. Grossman said that all competitions and opponents will be chosen at random. The main character thought that Grossman underestimated them. Competition is the way of survival. The enemy is the 9th squad. The 9th squad consists of strong shooters and has the highest number of victories in the survival path. Knut said that he didn't like it and it wasn't his thing at all. He asked if he didn't get in, could he just go to the bench? But the main character hit him on the head and asked if he really wanted to die. He said that he did not think of giving up under any circumstances. The main character did not want to allow the death of one of his guys under any circumstances. He said they were working on a mobile bunker plan. He said that he came up with the name a second ago, so don't let the guys laugh. The leader of the 9th squad said that they would finish this quickly. Li-Han said that victory would be theirs. The sophomores watched the practice. They shouted that this could not be missed. They shouted for the 9th squad to smash the 13th. Simon watched this and thought that there were no winners in this fight. He became interested to see what the main character would do. The 9th detachment moved forward. One of the guys said that he doesn't see anyone and thinks, and they are in the starting position. The other guy replied that there were no other options. He said that they were going that way. The whip was watching them. He realized that these guys were faster than he thought. At that moment, he transmitted on the bracelet that he saw the enemy, and there were 200 M left. The main character realized that they were already coming here. Jose looked tired. He said that they didn't even give them a break. He said that at least they had time to prepare, but there still wouldn't be enough time to regroup. The main character said that if he were in the place of the whip, he would have already figured out the situation. He thought that he could instead catch up with them. That's when shots were heard. Knut got his leg shot. The 9th squad began to run towards the guy. At that moment, the whip began to shoot in different directions, thinking that it would shoot at least one. A guy from the 9th squad asked his friends who would pick up the guy. Knut managed to hide behind a tree. He thought that if everything went according to plan, he would join the squad. He thought that the leg injury was just a minor obstacle and he needed to buy time. One of the guys in the 9th squad asked why there was only one guy. Another answered him that since there were only 4 of them, was there any point in sending a scout? He said that in any case, this battle would end in a shootout. Lee Han gathered himself and said that they were moving forward and it was time to start. He said that the whip helped them buy enough time. The main character said that perhaps the guy was wounded. He said what he thought. The 9th squad decided not to unite and act, but to wait. Jose said that thanks to the guy they managed to gain strength. He said that the group is stronger than ever, and this is just before the battle. Kuro said that they also felled the tree using fire and telekinesis. The guys got together and said that it was time to show what they were capable of. All the second-year students were surprised and did not understand what the 13th squad was doing. After all, they cut down the tree and covered it with it. Dmitri and Simon simultaneously said that this was for Kuro. The whip fired back blindly. At that moment, he ran out of cartridges in the magazine and realized that he needed to reload. But one of the riflemen of the 9th squad approached the guy. He said that the guy is really alone. He said he thought they were setting a trap for them, but they were just improvising as they went along. Dmitri said that one of the 13th squad dropped out. He said the guy lasted a long time. He said that now they only have this wooden shield and asked if they could win. Simon said there was a weakness in their tactics. He said that he thinks if Khan knows about it. The shooters from the 9th detachment did not understand what kind of tree was approaching them. In the 9th squad, they are all good shooters, but among them there are no people with telekinesis of such strength to respond. At that moment, they started shooting at the 9th detachment. The commander told them to take their time because Kuro would soon run out of steam. The main character thought that this was true. He knows about their weaknesses. However, a wooden shield will help them buy time once again. For Jose to use his power. At this moment, the 9th squad was covered in smoke and it became difficult for them to breathe. The second-year students watched this and did not understand whether this was really possible. Jose told the main character that there was enough smoke. He said he didn't think the 9th squad could see anything. Lee Han told him to take care of those who managed to get out. Then they started shooting the guys one by one, and there were 2 left in the 9th detachment. The first guy said they were knocked out. The second one told him not to worry because the enemy couldn't see anything anyway. But the main character and Kuro said that they see everything. In the hall where the second-year students were watching, they announced that the 9th squad had dropped out. The 13th detachment won. The sophomores didn't understand what it was. They realized that Kuro used the stones as a radar to navigate in space. The guys decided to drink because of the victory. It was a special dinner for the winners. Knut said it was worth it. Jose said that given the fact that he was shot, but the whip replied that he would not understand until he experienced it himself. Jose said that now they would like to hear a few words from the head of the detachment, Lee Khan, who led them to victory. The main character thanked the guys. He said that he knew that his tactics were very aggressive and also knew that they were able to win because they acted together. Kuro told the guy that his plan was not aggressive, but incredibly cool. The main character replied that they were lucky. He said that since they have such physical strength, their tactics are obvious. He said that it was clear who in the 9th detachment would take what position. Knut said it was amazing. The way the main character reads his opponents, he said he definitely made the right choice. At that moment, the guy's body began to ache. Jose asked if he could go to bed and rest. But the whip replied that everything was great. He said that he would not miss such a feast even if he died. Grossman was surprised that only the 13th squad defeated the 9th squad, one of the strongest. He said that he had to crush it, and before Han and everyone else thought too much about themselves. He was looking for who would be best suited for this purpose. Grossman thought that the 7th squad would definitely do everything so that there would be no place left from the 13th and wet. He wondered if the 7th squad would lose, but he decided that he would do everything to prevent this from happening. The main character was lying in bed and could not sleep. Previously, insomnia was due to the fear of exclusion from the Ark, but now he has the best partners, so he thought that he had nothing to fear. The main character thought that it didn't matter who their opponent was, they will still win. Squad number 1 versus squad number 13, Battle of the Captains. The guy from the first squad asked if everyone remembered the plan. He said that they were watching Jose and Kuro. He said that among the sophomores, their abilities are among the strongest. He said that they would deal with them. He said that their telekinesis may be strong, but a good thrashing will make them forget about it. He said that he didn't know what the other fighters had in terms of abilities, but there shouldn't be any problems with them. Their captain is the most powerful on the team. Dmitri watched the fight. He asked how much they must hate the instructors now. He said that immediately after training against the 9th squad, the captains had to go to the battle with the 1st squad. In the battle, you need to defeat the team captain, a fighter with a bandage on his head. However, even 2 or 3 people are unlikely to put down this monster from the 1st squad. It was this big guy who was chosen for the role of captain, so now the squad will be able to hold back long-range attacks and destroy the enemy. The 1st squad's tactic is called charging tank. Dmitri said that he was wondering what Khan would do. But Simon asked him if he could shut up. When the 9th detachment approached the 13th, the commander of the 1st detachment did not understand. He didn't understand why the bandage was on Kuro's head. The team leader asked what they should do. He said that he didn't see Khan anywhere. At that moment, the whip told Kuro not to worry. He said that they would protect him at all costs. Jose said that he and the whip will do everything possible. The head of the 1st squad said that they had to act. Even if one team member was hiding somewhere, they still couldn't defeat them. At this moment, the 1st detachment ran into the attack with its entire composition. The main character watched all this from above from a tree. In the Battle of Captains, it is not at all necessary to destroy the entire team. It is enough to defeat the captain with the bandage. The 1st detachment attacked, but the 13th defended. The main character watched all this and realized that they were almost at the goal and mentally asked Kuro if he was ready. The main character mentally told the guy not to worry and that everything would work out because they were well prepared. At this moment, the team captain captured 2 guys. Another guy from the 1st squad said that everything was fine and said to hold the guys tight. They started running towards Kuro and thought that victory was in their hands. At that moment, the guy realized that something was wrong because Kuro was looking somewhere up. At that moment, a rumble was heard behind them and dust rose. The guys realized that it was a trap. At that moment, Lee Khan stood up with a bandage in his hands and said that he thought this was the end and their victory. The observation room announced that the battle was over and squad number 13 had won. The sophomores didn't understand whether the guy really jumped from the top of that tree. They understood that there were at least 5 floors there. They thought that they understood that they need to devote themselves more to training, but after this... But they all thought the main character was damn cool. Dmitri laughed and said that a couple of seconds ago, these guys were throwing shit at him. He said that understanding that every time he shows such a result is worth a lot. The guys wondered who the main character was. Someone said that it was Khan and that before that he was in the 7th squad but left. They did not understand why the guy had not participated in competitions before, but they realized that the leader of the 7th squad clearly did not understand what the main character was capable of. The day before the battle with the 1st detachment, the main character trained together with Kuro to fall. Lee Han said that he did not think that in a real battle they would have any problems now. He said Kuro was amazing. Kuro to the guy that he is much better. At that moment he asked if he was not afraid. The main character replied that if they screw up now, he will only get away with a broken nose, but tomorrow he will have to risk his life. The main character said that it is very difficult to control a person using telekinesis. He said that if it were simple, all the fighters would have already flown. The main character told the guy that he would hide in a secluded place and wait for the moment to jump. He told Kuro to make sure that neither he nor the other team would be harmed during his fall. After the fight, Kuro apologized to the main character for breaking his arm. Lee Han said that everything is fine and don't let the guy worry because no one died. He said that everything was difficult for me, but he did a great job. Knut told Kuro not to blame himself. He said that without him they would hardly have been able to win. Jose said that until Khan's hand heals, they won't have any team training, right? At that moment, a notification arrived on the guy's bracelets. It talked about a new training session. Air battle in 2 days, squad number 7 versus squad number 13. Suki came to Grossman. Grossman said he didn't think the guy would come. The protagonist's friends thought it was some kind of mistake. Jose didn't understand why they immediately started the battle because their fighter broke his arm. He said that this was an automatic loss. Knut said that the battle would be with the 7th squad and he was sure that they would be delighted. Jose said that it was dishonest. We should go and explain everything to the management. He asked if they even knew what they were doing. Grossman told Soki that this is a chance for his squad to win. He asked the guy if he was not confident enough in his abilities. Suki replied that even if Han hadn't broken his arm, they would still have won. Grossman told the guy to do everything to win as the leader of the team. When the bitch left the room, he realized that Grossman was not listening to him at all. Lee Han told his friends to stop wailing, seeing that it won't change anything. He said all you have to do is win. The guy admitted that, to be honest, he doesn't have a strategy or even an approximate plan, but he promised that he would figure out how to win. At that moment, Suki approached the guys and told the main character that he hoped this was unusual chatter. He asked the main character if he was sure that he could cope with his broken arm. Lee Han said that this causes some inconvenience, but he thinks that even one hand is enough for him to kick the squad's ass. Suki told the guy that it's not that easy to kick ass in a dogfight. He asked such a thought had not occurred to him. Lee Han replied that he would prepare something special for them. He said that they would be embarrassed if they did not give it their all. At that moment, Soki began to threaten the main character and said that he would kill him and Kuro. At that moment, Lee Han got angry and told the guy that he had never killed anyone in his life, so it was better not to throw around such words. Suki started running away and told the guy to just wait and see for himself. Jose said he was just a pathetic idiot. But the main character said that it would definitely not be easy with them and suggested going to the gym. In the gym, the entire squad trained with airboard controls. Lee Han thought it was a failure. Even with a healthy hand, he can control a maximum of 2 airboards. Now he can barely handle one. Lee Han understood that this was not an easy task for Jose either. Control 2 airboards and a flame at the same time. The main character understood that they could only count on Kuro. The 7th squad did the same, but he did not want to overload it. The main character understood that even without strong support, the 7th squad was well balanced in terms of physical strength and telekinesis. Having Sox as a leader, their work together makes the team much stronger. Lee Han understood that they could not win by attacking head-on. At this moment, Jose approached the Lee Han. He said they had a problem. At that moment, the guy demonstrated his strength and said that there was nothing in the air that could be set on fire. So his fire is of little use. He said that given the speed of movement, it would be very difficult to aim. Their training was observed by Soki and his deputy. The deputy asked if they talked so much at this level of training. He said he didn't think they should worry. The main character thought that there was no way to win, and Soki thought that there was no reason to lose. The sophomores watched the battle begin. They whispered among themselves that the 13th detachment had another battle, despite the fact that their leader had a broken arm. They didn't think that the 13th Division had even participated in such training. Dmitri watched this. He said that everything here hints that they will lose. He said that Instructor Grossman was just a freak. Simon asked Dmitri what he was doing. Dmitri replied that the guy complained that he always stood next to him. Simon replied that it was disgusting. He told him to get the hell out of here. Dmitri began to leave. Simon said that Grossman tries to give each team a 50 chance of winning. He said that training and the squads participating in it are determined through analysis of information. Simon understood that this time it would not be easy. At the training ground, Soki told his squad that they would tear them to shreds. He said that they would show everyone what happens to traitors. Lee Han asked Jose how he was feeling. The guy replied that it couldn't be better. He said that he was ready to rock out, so don't worry about him. Lee Han told Jose to take care of them. He said that today he again their strategy. Afterwards, the battle began and the squad was ordered to launch airboards. At this moment, surprised screams were heard in the observation room. All the second-year students were surprised how many airboards the 13th team had. Suki was shaking in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. At that moment, he began to count. He remembered that second-year fighters on average control 2 airboards, Supportus 4. Some of them can't hold even these 2, but the 13th team has 16 of them. He thought that even if each of them holds 2 boards, there are still 10 left. Soki thought that Kuro couldn't control. At this moment, the main character told Soki that he was definitely confused. He told the guy to let him explain something. The guys from the 7th squad couldn't believe that the 13th was controlling 16 airboards. But Soki told them not to worry ahead of time. He said that they would stick to the plan and destroy them one by one. The 13th detachment did not pause for rest during training. The main character understood that although his telekinesis abilities were below average, he learned to concentrate his powers at the desired point of the body. He knew that if he could develop this skill beyond just controlling objects with telekinesis, he would be able to control them much faster. At that moment, the main character launched the airboard directly at the 7th squad. Suki thought this was crazy. He didn't understand if they would really use airboards like that. He thought it was too fast, but as long as he didn't reach his goal, he could react. Before the battle, the main character understood that if during an air battle there were not many flammable things, Jose's ability would not be of much use. But before the fight, the main character told the guy that something could still be set on fire. These are the airboards themselves. At that moment, the airboard that the 7th team had exploded. All the sophomores were delighted. They discussed that these boards cost more than the instructor's salary, but they didn't care about that. They wanted the 13th squad to blow them all up. The main character, together with Jose, blew up the boards one after another, destroying the squad. Suki told his deputy to block the boards because this way the guy would blow up all their airboards, but the deputy said that if they get close, they might be hit too. At that moment, Grossman ran into the observation room. He told them to stop immediately. Lee Han was in Grossman's room. The main character didn't understand whether they really called him in order to stare for 10 minutes. He thought that it would be easier with Sergeant John. He would just swear and let him go. At this point, Grossman started talking. He said that he knows that it all starts awkwardly like this. He asked the main character if he had any idea how much one airboard costs. The main character replied that he knows, which is a lot. Grossman told the guy that if he had not been a member of the ARC, he would have been in debt for the rest of his life. Lee Han asked the man if he wanted to discuss his strategy with him. Grossman told the guy that technically he didn't break the rules, but he asked if he didn't realize that this would cause a lot of controversy. He said that some instructors might even praise him for this way out of the situation. However, not him. He said that next time the guy should warn in advance if he plans something like that. The main character said that he understood. At that moment, he asked if he could ask a question. At this moment, the main character said that if they fought with dragons, no one would have any questions, and they would not ask him about the cost of airboards. He said that they must win at any cost. He asked if this was not the purpose of their training. At this point, Grossman stood up and laughed. He said that the guy caught him. He said that the main character looked like one of his friends. Grossman told Khan that his reasoning was correct. He said that he was happy to watch him after the fight, and then released him. After the main character left the office, he was greeted by Juices. He said that even though the guy won the battle thanks to his worthless strategy, no one would praise him for it. Lee Han said that they would look at this later. He asked if the guy had been standing at the door all this time to tell him this. Suki got angry and said that he was just passing by. He asked who would wait for such an idiot like him. When leaving, Suki told the guy that he would finish him off at any cost. He said that he should not dare to lose to anyone before that. When Lee Khan arrived in the room, he was met by friends from the team. Kuro was glad that they won. Jose said that he was afraid that they would be disqualified for breaking the rules, but the whip said that they didn't violate anything, but it was still a little scary. At that moment, Kuro asked Jose what it was. Jose replied that every time during their celebrations, the bracelet beeps. At that moment, a notification arrived on the guy's bracelets. It was written there that in 7 days there would be a capture the flag battle and you were number 5 against squad number 13. Lee Han said that after one battle, immediately setting up another, also with the strongest opponent in this format, is very much in the style of Grossman. Dmitri came out after training. He said that he wanted to take a shower as soon as possible. At that moment, Dmitri walked past the guy and I stopped. Dmitri said that this was the former leader of the detachment and greeted him. He asked why he would ignore him since he moved to the 3rd year. Dmitri told the guy that everything was great with their squad because he was the leader now. Well, the guy told Dmitri to fuck off before he kills him. At that moment, Dmitri got angry and told the guy to tell him all the details after their battle. The main character stood wounded. He didn't understand who this guy was. He had incredible strength. After that, the guy hit the main character and he fell to his knees. 6 days ago. Grossman told Khan that Dmitri was wounded. He said he couldn't reveal all the details, but he said that Dmitri was seriously injured and would not be able to participate in the next competition. But he said that it would still take place as planned. The main character thought that without Dmitri, the squad would be like a chicken without a head. He thought that victory could be said to be in their pocket. At this point, Grossman said that there was another reason why he called the guy. The main character took the piece of paper and asked what it was. Grossman said that this was an application for transfer between units. She said that they wanted to see the main character. He said that he is known for being able to use the strengths of his fighters. He said that the head of the 7th squad only receives negative feedback. Lee Han knew this would happen. He thought that most second years wanted to fight on equal terms. Grossman told the guy that he had time to think, but Lee Khan said that it is not necessary and he takes everyone. He said they were in no position to choose. Later, the main character greeted all the guys. Their names were Domingo, Quasim, Andy, and also John Kijo. Li Han said that preparations for the competition will begin tomorrow. He said that everyone now wants to look at their superpowers and determine positions. He asked if there were any objections. At this point, Kijo turned to Li Han. The main character asked if there were any questions, but the guy said that he just wanted to ask him to take care of his fellow Korean. Li Han said that in ARC, nationality does not matter. He said that if a guy wants to be taken care of, let him prove himself and show what he is capable of. Kijo agreed and asked him to take care of him. The main character returned and said that the guy was suspended for today. Kijo thought that the main character was boring. Hour ago. Squad 5 versus Squad 13. Capture the flag. The guys from the 13th squad did not understand what was happening and why the roof of the stadium was closing. They wondered if they were imitating the night. Jose said that they are trying to reduce their chances of winning. But the main character said that they should not relax. He said that they were all in the same conditions and suggested waiting until their eyes got used to the darkness. The main character said that the whip team would go first, and Jose's team will be behind. Li Han said that Kijo, Kuro, and he would attack from the flank. He said that without Dimitri, the 5th squad is still their easiest opponent of all. He said that we still shouldn't let our guard down and suggested that we try and win. 10 minutes ago, the first team moved forward. Afterwards, Jose's team also moved forward. The main character told the guys from his squad that they were now moving forward. 5 minutes ago, the whip team beat up their opponents. Knut said that victory was almost in their hands. The main character approached them and asked if all 5 of them had been killed. But the whip said that no, because there was another guy next to the flag. Kijo was surprised that the guy was the last one left. They began to wonder if he was just watching his partners being beaten. But then the unknown guy started beating the 13th squad. The main character didn't understand what was going on. At that moment, Kuroli pushed Khan away and told him to be careful. Afterwards, Kuro flew away from a strong blow. The main character realized that this was teleportation. He realized that there was no time to even be surprised. But when he tried to attack, the guy jumped back. Kijo got angry and said that they would not be able to approach him at all. He started running towards the guy trying to hit him. But the unknown simply jumped over him. And then he delivered a deafening blow. Now only the main character and this guy are left. The sophomores discussed who was hiding behind the skull mask. Someone said that there are a lot of rumors about this guy and his name is Silence. When Simon heard about the Silence, he thought, what if it really was him? During training, his central nervous system was damaged, causing him to lose the ability to speak. Well, immediately after that, his abilities began to develop at a saving speed, so they began to conduct experiments on him. Simon remembered that he was from the 3rd year. The 2nd-year students did not understand whether the 3rd-year students were so much stronger. They wondered if they could participate in 2nd-year competitions. At this moment, the main character began to get up. Li Han told the guy that he doesn't know who he is, but he's not going to lose. After this, the main character used the ability. Their battle has begun. Simon realized that this was that very Silence. He understood that this guy was much stronger than all the 2nd-year students. Simon understood that the main character would not be able to defeat him, and he became interested in what he would do. Li Han understood that if he did not block the attack, he would be finished, but he couldn't just lose. Afterwards, the guy began to think. He understood that this skull travels about 15 m per second, and he's unlikely to save energy, so most likely he'll move faster now. But the goal of the competition is not to defeat everyone, including this guy, but to capture the flag. The main character understood that if he could stop him, they would win. Li Han thought that this could be done when he used his ability. The main character thought that this could be seen from the blurred space around him. Afterwards, the main character dodged the skull's attack. Silence was surprised by this. Afterwards, the main character counterattacked. Silence was able to dodge a blow to the head. Then he pinned the main character to the ground with his foot. A sword hangs over the main character. But at that moment, the protagonist's sword, which he had thrown, flew into the back of the Silence's head. The main character was already standing at the flag. He said that after the blow, the guy came to his senses in 3 seconds, and it was amazing. He said that this is enough to grab the flag. He said that they won. Kuro was feeding the cat outside. He said that there was also a cat next to his orphanage, and they were very similar. He said that he had no friends, no outstanding talents either, and he didn't look like everyone else. But the guy told the cat that now there was something he was good at. He said that he also has friends. Kijo stood behind the guy. He didn't understand if Kuro was talking to the cat. He thought that his ability was definitely cooler. At this moment, he asked the guy what he was doing. Kuro was surprised by the guy's appearance. Kijo said he thought they could discuss something on the weekend. The guy said that now, as far as he knows, there is no deputy head. He said that he wanted to take this position and it would be good if he supported him. At that moment, Kidjo kicked the cat and told him to stop dirtying his things. Kidjo started to speak, but Kuro stopped him and told him to move. At that moment, Kuro used his ability and squeezed the trash can that was standing behind him into a small ball, which greatly surprised Kidjo. Kuro told the guy to never do that again. Afterwards, Kuro ran towards the cat. Dimitri told the main character that he did not think that the guy came here just like that. He asked what he wanted. The main character said that this was just his guess. He said that he thought that Ark was not telling something. But he said that after seeing the guy, everything became clear. The main character asked the guy that a third-year student had attacked him. Dimitri said that this was so, and this was the former head of his squad. He said that third-year students are completely different. Dimitri said that they are not just different. He said that he didn't even have time to move and he was already smeared. It was the first time the main character had seen a guy so upset. Dimitri said that the guy was also not himself, as if he had gone off the rails. The main character said that if he was not like this from the very beginning, then it could be due to training in the third year. He said that if you think about it, there is almost no equipment for third-year students in ARC, and it is not at all easy to meet them here. Li Han said that switching to the second year is not that difficult. This means that a real battle awaits them before release. Dimitri said it looked like that. He asked what would happen to them during the transition. An unknown guy in an armored suit began to come out. At that moment, Kuro found the cat and began to run towards him. He took him in his arms and said that he was very sorry. He offered to go back and give him more goodies. At that moment, the armored guy came out of the building and asked Kuro who he was. Kuro realized that this man had a familiar voice. At that moment, the robot took off his mask and there was Sergeant John. John told Kuro that he had changed a lot, but he said that he barely recognized him. In the development center of ARC, John asked Kuro if he was really lost because he had climbed too far. John told the guy that they would come for him soon and take him to the hostel, but for now, he gave him something to drink while he waited. Kuro asked the sergeant if he wasn't angry. John was surprised and said that the second-generation telearmor that the guy had seen was still at the testing stage, but there would be an announcement soon. He said that there was nothing wrong with the fact that he saw her a little earlier. He said that as sophomores, they still won't be able to leave ARC of their own free will. Kuro said that this is true. After strengthening, they will not be able to leave ARC, unless they completely lose their combat effectiveness, of course. He said that they are a resource for ARC. John said he was right, and he also said that those who dream for no reason are just bags of shit. He said that they are complete morons, right? Kuro didn't understand whether the sergeant really didn't understand what he was talking about. At that moment, a man appeared and asked John how the test went. John replied that he expected such a question. He said that the armor's response to telekinesis was excellent. But he said that he thought it would be worth reducing the amount of dragon flesh material for the internal system. He said that it was important to increase her power, but if she was so sensitive, it would be more difficult to control. John said that unlike the first generation, these guys would be as easy to calibrate their telekinesis as taking a breath. At that moment, the man extended his hand to Kuro and said that he was pleased to meet you. He is the head of the first group, Charles Smith. Kuro shook the man's hand and said it was nice to meet him. John told the guy that this old man created telearmor. At this point, Smith said that the first generation telearmor was assembled in a hurry, so it had certain shortcomings. He said that the second generation is much better. He said that this would certainly be the most advanced weapon. John said that she was specially prepared for them and he could barely control her. At that moment, Kuro realized that he would have to put on this armor in which he saw the sergeant and participate in a real battle. Later in the evening, John said goodbye to Kuro. After the guy left, John asked Smith what would happen to the armor he was testing today. Smith replied that they would take it apart and work on each one separately. He said that they didn't have that many dragon materials. John suggested we wait a little and hold on to the armor sample. He said that it is unknown who and at what moment may need this armor. The day in ARC begins at 5 a.m. The main character gets up at 4 to record strategies for battles, a squad member's outstanding traits, or other features. Of course, he always prescribes and evaluates his abilities on an equal basis with others. He thought that his telekinesis was still below average. In other words, it was of little use. He can't even use the absolute telekinesis ability that Wei's instructor told him about. However, the guy managed to discover in himself an ability that only he, among the second-year students, possesses. This is absolute precision when using telekinesis. Li Han knew that Kuro and Simon were able to use telekinesis to turn a pencil into a powerful weapon, but they could not write with it. When it comes to control, he excels. The main character thought that he should train a lot more to improve his accuracy. Afterwards, the main character went for a run. At this moment, Dimitri caught up with the main character. Li Han asked him how he liked yesterday's spatial crack. Dimitri said that overall it was nothing special. He said that she was very bright indeed. He said it was perfect for a date. The spatial crack is a trace left after the Battle of the Dragon Troops and the closing of the gate. By order of Grossman, the sophomores were divided into 2 groups and sent to inspect the crack. Grossman said that spatial cracks are places where the Earth and another world intersect. It is believed that it was because of them that people with telekinetic abilities appeared in their world. Grossman said it would be helpful for the sophomores to see the crack. He said that she did not pose a danger, so they should not worry. He said that this crack formed more than 10 years ago, and until that time it had not shown activity. Li Han told Dmitri that he had heard that telekinetics experience strange sensations when approaching a crack. Dmitri said that he was starting to feel a little dizzy. He said that it was difficult to describe, and the guy would see everything himself today. After the run, the main character told his team that they were going to the helipad at 10 a.m. He said that after breakfast and a shower, they have free time, so let them decide what to do. Jose said that he and his class were going on an excursion. After the 13th squad dispersed, a guy approached the main character. He said that if the main character doesn't mind, he would like to have breakfast with him. Li Han said that his name is John, and he is the head of the 10th Division. The guy grinned and said that he was pleased that he was remembered. After a victory, there should be silence. Grossman did not want the protagonist's team to lose to someone, especially not easily. However, they did suffer several defeats. The 10th Division was one of those who were able to defeat them. Li Han told John that he always takes his strategies into account, so he wanted to chat with him about it. John said that he could not compare with the main character in this. Afterwards, on the plane, the instructor told the guys that they were heading to Sinaju, one of the 6 places that opened due to interdimensional cracks during the first invasion. He said that the dragon troops sent there split into 2 groups and headed to Korea and China. He said that North Korea hit the enemy with nuclear weapons, but to no avail, and the northern region of South Korea was practically wiped out. The man said that the government of North Korea was liquidated, and citizens began to cross the demilitarized zone. The instructor said that the Republic of Korea accepted refugees while protecting them from invasion. However, the country has still not recovered from the social and financial crisis of that time. Afterwards, the helicopters arrived in Sinaju. The bracelet said that they were approaching a crack and ordered to open the rear hatch of the plane. When the main character looked down, he felt enormous pressure. Li Khan had the feeling that the abyss would swallow them up at any moment. When the guys left, they felt disgusting. Jose said that he wanted to go home to wash and go to bed. The main character looked out the window. He saw another plane there. He thought that if this was the 4th unit of their course, then there should be a 10th unit there. He realized that they were flying very close to each other. At this moment, John, the head of the squad, gave the guy a big thumbs up. The main character smiled back at him. But the plane of the 10th detachment exploded. The main character did not understand what kind of light it was. He realized that the 10th squad no longer existed. He thought that this morning was the first time he had said hello to him. At that moment, the instructor pulled the guy out of his thoughts and said that this was an emergency and everyone needed to leave the plane. He said that the plane would fall and he would be the last to leave, so he had to hurry. Afterwards, everyone jumped out and only the main character and the instructor remained. The instructor said that as soon as they land, they must gather a squad and wait for them to come for them. He said that if the main instructor does not come, the main character must take command. After this, the plane exploded and the instructor did not have time to jump out. The main character was hanging from a tree by a parachute. He realized that he had to calm down. He understood that this is what they trained for. He knew that someone was probably injured, panicking, or unable to move at all. He understood that he had to find the guys. The main character decided to go for the smoke and fire. He understood that there would be either helicopter wreckage or a signal from Jose. When Li Khan came down, he saw a figure, and he wanted to attack. But it was Kidjo. The main character asked what he was doing here. Kidjo said that he watched their helicopter while it was landing. He said that he thought that the main character would most likely jump out last. He said that in such situations, first of all, you need to find the head of the detachment. Li Han realized that the guy came to a conclusion under extreme conditions. He realized that he had underestimated him. He said that they were coming because they needed to find the others. The main character was breaking branches. He explained that they would do this to leave marks and not get lost. When the main character came to the plane with Kidjo, the main character said that the 8th squad must have been in this helicopter. When the guys looked inside, they saw corpses. Kidjo vomited. He understood that he could be in their place. When the guy turned around to face Li Khan, he was surprised that he had nerves of steel. He asked if this really didn't bother him at all. Li Han said that this is not the first corpse he has seen. He said that in Ark, people die from time to time. Kidjo said it was too much. The main character told him to go faster because he needed to find survivors. At that moment, a werewolf appeared. The main character told the guy to find something useful in the helicopter while he distracts the monster. Kidjo suggested just running away. But Lee Khan said that the monster is much faster than them, and if they turn their backs on it, they are dead. He said that they would finish him here and now. After this, the monster began to attack the main character. Lee Han told the guy to move faster. The main character distracted the monster, and Kidjo ran to the plane. Kidjo just wanted to escape. The main character cut off the monster's tentacles and told the guy to run inside the plane. Kidjo stood in front of the plane. He didn't want to go there. He thought that if they fought, they would die. But he thought that he could escape while the monster was busy with the main character. At that moment, the guy hit himself and said that he was a freak. The guy ran inside the plane and said that he was not a fucking coward who would leave his partner. The guy was looking for something inside but couldn't find anything. He took something and decided that it would be useful. The main character understood that the monster was regenerating. He thought that he was finished. Well, at that moment, a plate flew into the monster and distracted him. Kidjo used telekinesis. He mentally apologized to the main character for taking so long. But he knew that the main character would understand his idea and react correctly. After all, he is a smart guy. Kidjo threw a spear to the main character. Afterwards, the werewolf attacked Kidjo and was ready to bite his head off. But at that moment, a spear pierced his head, which killed him. Kidjo asked if the werewolf really died. The main character gave him his hand and said yes. Kidjo complained that he felt like he was falling apart. Lee Han told Kidjo that help from Ark would arrive soon and told him to hold on. Jose said that the main character will definitely see and come to the rescue. Kuro said that if he is nearby, then everything will be fine. He said that it would be so. He said that their leader always understands better decisions. Two unknown guys were talking. The first one said that it seems that the 13th squad really trusts its leader. The second guy said that remembering his behavior at competitions, he understands why this is so. At that moment, guys came out from behind the bushes and Kuro thought that it was Han. But this was the 9th squad. Knut said that there were 6 of them and asked if their plane also crashed. But one of the guys said that they were attacked and their instructor and leader died. He said that they carried away their legs and miraculously survived. At this moment, the main character appeared from behind the bushes along with Kidjo and asked if they had seen a werewolf. The guys from the 9th squad said that there were 3 monsters from the Ella tribe. They controlled the werewolf as if he were their lapdog. The guys started to panic and asked what they should do because they didn't have weapons. They thought they were going to die. But at this moment, the main character would tell everyone quietly. He said that he had a plan and asked to trust him. He said that even though help was on the way, it would take them about 5 hours to get there. He said that they would make a shelter and defend themselves until help arrived. 2 hours later, all preparations are completed. If the guys were ordinary people, they would not have succeeded without equipment. But since everyone has telekinesis, the impossible has become possible. Knut asked the main character if it was okay that the light was so bright. Lee Han said that werewolves still see perfectly well in the dark, and they have a developed sense of smell. The main character understood that all he could do was wait. At this moment, the whip told the main character that he was asking him about this now only because no one was around. He said that even if help arrives, what will they do if this helicopter also crashes? He asked Ark if he was aware of the situation at all. Lee Han replied that they would think about it if this happened. Now their task is to survive. He said that we need to concentrate on strategy. Knut thought that, as he thought, the guy had calculated everything. At this moment, he began to wonder if real battles were as exhausting. He thought that those competitions in Ark were not even close to reality. At that moment, monsters were heard. Kuro used his power and enveloped them in a protective barrier. Everyone was surprised how strong the guy was. Kuro told the guys where the enemy would appear in a few seconds. The main character told the guys to prepare a copy. Before the fight, he told them to throw the spear using telekinesis and think only about the throw. He said that they wouldn't be able to throw them well if they were thinking about defense. After this, the copy pierced the werewolf. The main character told the whip that he needed to attack now. After that, the guys pierced the werewolf from both sides. But at that moment, the werewolf struck the whip. The guy flew away but said that everything was fine. Afterwards, the werewolf was finished off with spears. The main character asked Kuro where the next ones were. Kuro said that at 12 o'clock there are 2. The main character ordered Jose to quickly set fire to the barricades. Then the werewolves stopped. Lee Han ordered the guys to kill the one who climbed over the fence first. Afterwards, the guys shot spears at the werewolf. The last werewolf left. But when the guys threw spears at him, he closed himself. Some guy said that he was probably waiting until they ran out of spears. But the main character grabbed the spear from this guy and said that he couldn't think. He told Kidjo to follow him. Afterwards, the main character pierced the creature's paw. This caused him to open up and Kijo stabbed him in the head. At that moment, Kuro shouted that it was dangerous. The main character pulled the guy away, which is why he protected him from the werewolf's blow. At that moment, a shell flew into the guy's side. Kuro apologized and said that this could not be avoided. He said it was better than falling into the hands of a werewolf. Lee Han said that these are Ella's hunters. He asked Kuro where they were. He shouted that it was time for the reserve group. The reserve is an ace in the hole that Khan has prepared. Secret squad of 3 people. Before the battle, the main character explained that when they decide that it's all over, Ella's hunters will appear. He told the guys that they climb onto the boards and use telekinesis to move. He told them to pretend that these were air boards. He said that when Kuro finds out where the hunters are, they will send them there. He said they wouldn't put up a barrier until they were seen. He told them to kill them first. At this moment, Kuro stopped using the ability and said that he could no longer. Lee Han understood that their strength was running out. He knew that if there were still enemies nearby, they would have to flee. At that moment, the main character heard the terrifying cry of the werewolves. There were dozens of monsters in the forest. The main character told the guys that they were trying to surround them and there must be a leader somewhere. At that moment, he noticed a white werewolf. This is a werewolf who has consciousness. Lee Khan began to feel despair. He didn't understand what to do. At that moment, the main character noticed lights in the sky. He realized that they could survive. Lee Han shouted for everyone to get a copy. He said that they needed to hold out a little longer. Kuro uses his ability and his last strength. At this moment, containers with armed soldiers began to fall on the monsters. Sergeant John emerged from one of the containers. He said it was amazing that the guys were still alive. Afterwards, Jose and the whip sat on the bench. Jose said it was amazing. Knut said that it was true. He said that half of their guys died that day and did not survive. Jose said it was amazing. He talked about the shield they created. Knut said that the whole pack of werewolves tried to kill them, and they were cut like a hot knife cuts butter. Knut said that even though they were all damn scared at that moment, then everyone was happy and celebrated that they had won that fight. Although Khan has been gloomy since his return and is constantly thinking about something, from the moment they returned, all the quarrels between the squads and any competitions became meaningless. After returning, Soki approached the main character and said that before he could not stand him, but now he is glad to meet them. Suki said that as the main character said, he was not ready to kill someone, nor was he ready to watch someone be killed. Only now did he understand who their real enemy was. The main character thought that it was even stupid to compare their powers. He thought that they should become much stronger. At that moment, the wall in the room broke through. Silence called the main character to the meeting. Lee Han, of course, covered the hole in the wall, but he did not understand why it was necessary to break it at all. He thought that this guy was clearly gone. At this moment, the main character asked the guy if he could tell who scheduled the meeting. Tashina wrote that Sergeant Ed did it and asked not to pester him. The main character agreed. He thought that he didn't like the silence because he won during the capture of the flag. Later, when the main character came, he asked John if he had called. John asked why they were standing like idols. He said that they were sitting down because they were here for a long time. When the instructors discussed what happened, Alexander said that a quarter of the entire second year died during this incident. He said that it was only training and not war. He said that they must interrogate the commander and find out the whole truth about what is hidden behind this unprecedented incident that caused serious damage to the ARC asset. The man said that this was the final decision of the Supreme Council, so a huge responsibility fell on the shoulders of Chief Instructor Grossman. Alexander said that they would discuss what happened. He said that judging by the camera footage from the helicopter, the attack was organized by Ella magicians. But he wanted to hear the opinion of each of the instructors. He said that in battle they only fought werewolves and weak monsters, such as Ella's hunters. The first instructor said that they attacked and struck first. He said that this was the first time since the war that they had come to them so calmly. The second instructor said that Ella's magicians can open the gates as far as he knows. Alexander said that the war could start much earlier than predicted. He asked if they should awaken the Oracle. John told the guys that the only free letter left for the name of the new team was C. He said to choose white or whiskey. The main character and Simon realized that this was a temporary special operations unit. They were surprised that they had such a composition. At this moment, Silence wrote that he was choosing white and the others supported him. John said that was great. He said that then the name of their team would be Whiskey. He said that now they will go through the points of the task. Alexander said that he knew that it would be useful to turn to the Oracle now, but there may come a time when in the future his help will be indispensable. But he asked what John thought about this. John replied that there was no need to contact the Oracle if they gave him permission to create a new team. John told the guys that they would take them prisoner and torture them. He said that this is the easiest method to find out everything about the enemy. He said that they would catch the magicians of Ella in Sinidju. Later, the guys came to the chief engineer Siegfried Schumacher. His nickname is Octo. The man told the guys and told them to start by choosing one basic dragon weapon. He said that they were numbered, so he advised returning them. The main character picked up the spear and realized what a dragon's weapon it was. At that moment, the spear began to glow. The doctor explained that the dragon alloy remembers the energy of the fighter's telekinesis. Simon asked if there were any more weapons, for example, a slightly narrower and longer blade. Octo got angry and said that he would order a personal weapon in his 3rd year. He asked, or does he think that he does them here in one day? The man suggested moving on to the next element and gave the guys balls. The main character asked if these were air boards. The man told him that this is a lighter and more compact option. He said that he removed all functions except personal control. The team gathered and went on a mission. Interdimensional crack in Shiniju. John told the guys that so that the planes would not be shot down, they would go on foot. He said that the operation is called to catch the magician. The task is to catch Ella's magician alive and return to base. Before the operation, the main character asked Sergeant John why take him on the operation if there are 3rd-year students who are much stronger. John replied that if you evaluate general fighting skills, he would agree. But he said that from a strategic point of view, the situation is different. He said that the group under the control of the couples survived without any equipment at all, and also managed to pull out the monsters. This is not his only strong point. He said that most of the guys who survived that training suffered greatly psychologically. He said that when people find themselves in such a dangerous environment as combat, at some point they break. John told the guy that from this point of view on the battlefield, he was one of the monsters. He said that he even thought that he was a real psycho. The only thing the main character lacks now is combat experience. That's why Sergeant John chose him and Simon. Simon thought that he would show the main character and Silence who is the best fighter here. At this moment, John motioned for the team to stop. He said that they would take turns on duty. He said that they are divided into 2 teams, Silence and the main character, he and Simon. Afterwards, the team split up. The main character took off his helmet and looked. He realized that the same forest was right in front of them. Lee Han remembered that the guys from his squad who had not yet returned were probably somewhere there. He knew that the chances were very small, but still he thought that they could be out there somewhere. At this moment, Silence wanted to take off his helmet, but she put it back on. The main character told him that he would turn away so that he could take off his helmet. But Silence wrote and found that he was not hot. A second later, John told the guys that all means of communication, starting from now, will not work on the usual frequencies. He said that they use the local network. At this moment, Silence noticed 2 of Ella's henchmen in front and reported it. John stopped the guys and told them not to make noise. He ordered Silence to deal with the monsters. After that, Silence pressed the button and sent a message that he was finished. John realized that the guy had all his messages prepared in advance. He thought he was another crazy person. The main character thought it was amazing. He thought that the guy looked like a cheater in real life. At this moment, Silence saw 2 more monsters. He wanted to kill them, but he was stopped. The main character said that it was better to follow them. John asked and how. The main character replied that they were heading towards the crack and were acting calmly. He said that they were very similar, that they were on reconnaissance. John told Khan that he was doing well. He motioned for the Silence to keep an eye on them, and for now they would keep their distance. Simon realized that he only wanted to kill them. He thought that even if not now, he and the main character would find out who was better here. Afterwards, the scouts approached the rift. At the very break-in stood Magella. John asked the guys if they saw the crystal on the rod. He said it was a telekinetic crystal. He said that he was sure that he had heard about them during his training. At that moment, the main character and Simon realized that if it was him, the crystal allows you to store a huge amount of energy for telekinesis. Magicians probably use them to shoot down helicopters. John said that the crystal might be charging now. He said that judging by the brightness, there was probably more than one charge in it. John said that there is 1 magician and 6 fighters. There are 7 opponents in total. He said it was good that there were no werewolves nearby. John announced the regrouping with Silence. He ordered the operation to begin to catch the magician. He said that Ella's magicians can teleport. He said that they needed to catch him before he noticed them. John said that Silence would go first and grab the object, and they would destroy the remaining fighters. He said that they have no room for error. The main character looked at the enemies. He thought it was as bright as day here. At that moment, he noticed something that was lying next to the altar. The main character realized that these were the guys from his team. John realized that the telekinesis was coming from the guy. He didn't understand what was happening. John knew that if things went on like this, they would all be in danger, because Ella's magicians can find the source of telekinesis. John thought that they were powerless here. He ordered the squad to retreat. John thought that he needed to keep an eye on the main character. John knew that there was not enough energy for them to be found, but he had to make sure that no more appeared. It was at this moment that the main character began to release even more energy. John rushed to defend the main character. He pushed him away, but he himself came under attack. John asked the main character if he had finally woken up. He said that when he can't fight, let the guy take command and now run. The main character understood that this was a complete failure. The magician ordered the warriors to attack. Silence began the battle and successfully repelled the attacks. Simon was attacked and began using telekinesis. At that moment, one of the warriors rushed to the guy and Simon realized that it was already too late. He thought that this was the end, but the silence cut off the hunter's head. Simon didn't understand how Khan defeated this guy. At that moment, Ella's magician said something and the warriors began to walk back. Simon thought they had lost interest in her. When the guys approached the main character, Li Han said that it was his mistake and because of him the plan. But at that moment the silence began to hit him. Simon told him enough was enough. He said that he would have to abandon the plan and improvise. He said that now they are being followed and they must retreat. But the main character said no. He said that they would work according to a new plan. After these words, silence hit the guy again. At that moment, Simon stopped the silence and said that he knows that he is angry now, but now their commander is Li Han. He said that if he gets in the way, he won't just watch. Afterwards, Simon turned to the main character and asked if he understands that it's all because of him. He said that if he does anything else, he will get rid of him on the first day before they return to Ark. Simon told the guy to now tell him what he came up with. He said that he doesn't want to admit it, but among the second-year students, he is the best at strategy and tactics. The main character said to the silence that won't start and to listen to him. He said that overall things weren't as bad as they could have been. Simon asked him why he was so sure of this. But Li Khan asked why they wanted to attack immediately without delay. He said that because of the telekinetic attack of the magicians and the possibility of their escape using a teleport. But he said that now you don't have to worry about it. Simon told the main character that he was right, because not so long ago the crystals used their last charge. But he asked why the guy thought that the magician would not teleport from here. Li Han said that for more than 10 years, these bastards hid and hid, but did not leave. He said that now their lives are under threat, but they are still here. He said that the magician tried to kill them with the remaining energy from the crystal. He said that he forced his subordinates to return to him and did not send them in pursuit, because he needs protection. Li Han said that this means that there is simply no way to teleport. He said that there must be a reason why he cannot leave this place. Li Han said that he would catch Ella's magician. He said that he would set up an ambush from the side of the crack. He told the guys that the two of them were distracting the enemies in front. He said that the magician feels their telekinetic energy, but if it comes from the side of the crack, merging with its flow, then it will be difficult to determine the source. He said that the light from the crack would blind the magician. Simon told the main character that he would also be blinded. He said that in addition, the guy felt the pressure exerted by the crack. He asked if he could control airboards in such conditions. Simon told the guy that the mistake would cost him his life, but Li Khan said that he is confident in his control. He said that he decided to catch the magician himself, not because he felt guilty, but because he had the best chance of success. Simon said that Khan probably saw members of his squad on that mountain of corpses. He said that sometimes a guy is like a machine, just as cold. She said that if after everything he saw he felt nothing, it would be difficult to call him a human being at all. But Simon said that even in a situation where everything did not go according to plan because of him, he managed not to lose his composure and make a plan for the next attack. He said it was simply amazing. Simon said that it is now clear why the 13th Squad unconditionally trusts the main character. Li Han was glad that he got there on time. The main character looked at the crevices. He understood that his mistake would cost him his life. Then a notification arrived on Simon's bracelet. He realized that the 15-minute timer had ended and they needed to go. Li Han launched the airboards into the crevice. Simon and the silence began to attack. At that moment, Simon saw that more warriors had appeared. He thought that all the guards had passed. Simon had hope for the protagonist. He didn't want to screw up his first mission. When Li Khan flew into the fissure, he experienced this feeling again. He realized that this was the fear of the dragon. The main character reassured himself by saying that it was just an illusion. The main character still couldn't make up his mind. But at that moment, he bit his finger. After Li Han began to fly into the dragon's mouth, Simon realized that there were still 2 guards left. He understood that they would protect the magician, so they shouldn't attack. Simon took aim and wanted to shoot. But the magician of Ella used the shield in wars in those places where Simon was aiming. Simon said it was the perfect defense, but he said that they only see those who are in front of them. At that moment, the main character jumped on the magician and grabbed him. Lee Han stuck the syringe into the monster's neck. He was in a hurry to inject the liquid because in the worst case, the magician would teleport. At that moment, the monster began to disappear. Afterwards, the main character held the unconscious body in his hands. He realized that they had done it. Later in the hospital, the main character stood over John's bed. At that moment, John told the guy not to stand over his soul like a dog that needs to be taken to the bushes. The woman said that no one canceled the dentures. He said that he would receive disability benefits. He said that this is the right thing for dismissal. And he asked the guy not to apologize anymore. Lee Han agreed. At this point, Sergeant John said that sticking to the plan was the right decision. He said that if the guy backed down, his leg would get upset and cry. He said that thanks to the main character, he completed the operation report. He said that now, all that remains is to find out the details from the captured magician. The main character asked if they could interrogate an alien from another world. John told the guy that there is a telepathy specialist in the Arches. He said that he is the only one in the world. The doors to the room opened. There was silence there. Silence began to close the doors, but John told him that they were finished and he could come in. Silence came in and asked John how he was feeling. John said that he was thinking about going on a diet. But now there is no need. He has already lost well. At this moment, Silence laughed, which greatly surprised Lee Khan. The main character couldn't believe it. He was surprised by the very idea that Sergeant John could just chat in silence like that, one of many. Later in the evening, John told the guys to leave. He said he was going to mourn his lost leg and think about a lot of things. At this moment, Silence apologized to the main character for hitting him. He said that he would have done the same if he were in his place. But the main character said that he deserved it. He said that because of him, they were all in danger. But Silence said that only thanks to the guy they managed. He said that it was now clear why the sergeant had high hopes for him. Later, when they went outside, the main character said to the Silence that he did not think that Sergeant John would say that he liked someone. Lee Han told the Silence that John always insults everyone. This made the Silence laugh. Afterwards, the guys said goodbye and began to leave. But Silence wrote to the main character so that he would study well and be a good boy. He said that the main character should move to the 3rd year. People began to leave the plane. The instructor reported that the Higher Inspection Commission had arrived. Alexander told him to make sure they reached the main conference room safely. When people approached the instructors, they thanked them for sharing the before and the way. They said they would take them to the main conference room. So that the Inspection Commission would not get lost, they gave them the device. The instructor said that they would provide communication over short distances, and they had a local map built into them. After Inspector James began to leave, he thought that this was enough for him. The instructor stopped him and asked permission to escort the man to the car. James said that everything was fine and he would get there himself. He said that he had the right to do this. The instructor agreed. He thought that the man was still a pain in the ass. James thought that anyway, the men would not tell anything useful and would just chat to entertain them. At that moment, James stopped and asked where this con was. James later handed out sweets to the 13th squad. He said he was glad to meet you. James told the guys not to worry and eat calmly because he had more. He said they looked like his nephew. At this moment, the main character changed in front of the man, but said that they also need to continue training. James replied that he would not interfere with them. At this moment, the main character ordered the guys to line up because they were going to the training ground. James thought that he must be this, and whether there is con. As James remembered, judging by the information from his first year, the guy was nothing special. He remembered that they started talking about him after the team battles and that massacre near the crack. James stood at the training ground. He remembered that after the events in the crack, there were no competitions, all squads relaxed, but he was surprised that the 13th squad continued to train. At that moment, the guys left the training ground and James thought that they were finished. At this moment, the main character told the guys that they were going to the weapons complex. James was hungover and thought that the guys' tenacity could only be envied. Later at the weapons complex, Jace watched the guys train. The main character told Kuro that today he will train with him. Lee Khan told Kuro to attack here. Kuro didn't understand why the main character chose him as a mate. He understood that their training today was not like usual. That battle at the spatial crack taught the main character something important. But in a real battle, telekinesis alone is not enough. The main character understood that Kuro must learn all fighting techniques. Lee Han knew that the guy was weak in his first year, but now their body is in great shape. They are like made of metal. After that, Lee Khan started running to the guy and said that they had started. Kuro used the ability and predicted where to hit. Kuro from 10 blows. He thought that he was going to die. Afterwards, the main character presented a spear to Kuro's neck. He said that even if a guy sees the future, he can't win just by defending himself. Lee Han stood up and told Kuro to try to attack him. Kuro closed his eyes and lunged. But Lee Han knocked the spear out of his hands. He told the guy not to close his eyes when he hit and to hold the spear tighter. At that moment, the main character told the guy to attack him with all his might. The other guys were shocked by what they heard. Lee Han told the guy that he would use his abilities to the maximum. He told Kuro to do the same. Jose and the whip looked forward to the fight in surprise. Jose said that if you judge by the way they hold their weapons, victory belongs to Lee Han. But the whip said that if you take into account telekinesis, then the chances are equalized. Lee Han asked Kuro what it was with a smile. He asked if he was afraid of scratching him. Kuro lowered his head and said that he didn't know why the guy was behaving this way and apologized. He said he was sure he had a reason for this. He said he knew because he knew him. Kuro said that he would do everything as the main character told him. Because she believes him. Lee Han came to the instructor. Wei Chen asked the guy what brought him here. Wei Chen gave the guy tea and said that it was oolong tea and asked him to try it. The main character said that it was very tasty and thanked her. Wei Chen thought it was funny that they could already pretend at their age. At that moment, Khan said that he came because he was afraid for Kuro. Lee Han said that because of fear, he lacks pressure and aggression in battle, and he is afraid that one day it will cost him his life. Wei Chen replied that people change their psychological distance, depending on what kind of weapon they are working with. The main character did not know what psychological distance is. Wei Chen told him that it is internal resistance when you need to harm another. He said that it can be difficult for a soldier to kill an enemy with his bare hands. But he will do it with a bomb. Wei Chen said that Kuro is hard to beat and kill when ordered. He thinks he needs a better reason than just someone's words. He said that, for example, like that time on the island, when he completely believed in the main character. Whip. He said that Kuro seemed to have gone off the rails. Jose asked if they could stop them. James watched this. He thought it was amazing. He became interested in this, the power of the class. Lee Han thought it was amazing. He didn't know what to do and whether it would be too much for Kuro. Jose said that Kuro could anticipate Lee Khan's attack and return, but the whip said that it is impossible to dodge and approach at the same time. Afterwards, Kuro threw a spear at the main character, but he caught it. Lee Han realized that the level of strength was the same with which he threw a spear with simple hands. Canute was surprised that the main character was not going to dodge but to catch the spear. Jose said that not everyone can do this. The main character told Kuro that he threw only one spear and asked if he was really afraid of attacking normally. He said that by the evening he might throw a second one. Lee Han told the guy that he would have to attack him eventually, exactly with the spear that he holds. After that, Lee Khan said that he would attack. The main character told the guy that he had few copies left. After this, Kuro formed the spears into one pile and attacked the main character. Lee Han took off his jacket and defended himself. The guys were surprised by what the main character did. Kuro tried to attack Lee Khan with a spear, but he smashed it. Afterwards, the main character gave the guy a slap. Lee Han praised Kuro for not closing his eyes. Canute said that this was a very brutal battle without tears or blood. Lee Han told Kuro that he was too soft. At this moment, the main character asked Kuro when he threw spears at him why he was aiming only at the body. He said that if he had sent them scattered, it would have been harder for him to dodge, and some would have hit him in the arm or leg. Kuro replied with a smile that he could not endanger the guy. He said he didn't think he was using the jacket as a shield. James thought that the rumors were lies. He thought that the main character in reality was cooler than he was sure that he would be able to tell what the ARC management was silent about. James went downstairs to the guys and asked Lee Han if he would give him a minute. Later on the street, the main character asks James if he really means the event at the spatial crack. He said that he had already told me, and everything was in the report. James said that he was interested to hear from him personally what happened there, and how he acted. James sat down on the bench and told the main character to sit down too and not be shy. James's superpower, which helps support his interlocutor, is called super reaction. If he agrees with the person at the right moment or supports his actions, then he will relax and begin to tell what he did not intend to. James praised the guy and thought that he was almost there. After that, he asked the main character what happened next. Lee Han asked meaning. James said that the main character only told what was in the report. He asked if there was anything else. Lee Han said nothing. He said that he could read a few small details in the report. James realized that the guy's expression hadn't even changed. He wondered if he was crazy for an hour. After some time, the main character stood up and said that it was time for him to train. Lee Han understood that he was forbidden to talk about the Whiskey Squad regardless of the conditions. He thought that James's efforts to influence him were useless. At that moment, James called someone and told them to check whether Han was in ARC from the moment the crack formed until today. The next day I went for a run. Dmitri ran up to the main character. Li Han told the guy that he was full of energy as always. Dmitri said that we need to keep you in shape. Dmitri asked the Khan if he saw that man nearby. He said that this is an inspector from Russia. Dmitri said that he had been following them for days. He said it got on his nerves. He said that the man said that they should fight for the sake of their homeland and all that. Li Han asked after the war with the dragon and other monsters. He asked who to fight against. He said that ARC will be disbanded when they win. Dmitri told the guy that the leadership was going to start a war after defeating the dragon. He said that all this was to gain power over the whole world. Li Han watched his friends train. It was difficult for him to accept that even after defeating the most terrible enemy of humanity, peace would never come. At that moment, James entered the hall. He finally found out that the main character was not in ARC after the incident in Sinaju. The man thought that the main character was probably on a secret mission at that time. He thought that today he would turn this simple guess into an indisputable fact, even if he has to scare the guy a little. At that moment, a notification arrived on the guy's bracelets and everyone immediately became serious. The main character approached and grabbed the man. James asked how to even understand this. At this moment, James's guards took out their weapons, but Kuro used telekinesis and took it apart. Li Han said that from now on, they will be under their supervision. James angrily asked why this was even apropos. He said that the guy has no authority. But the main character said that they received an order and asked not to resist. At that moment, everything began to shake. The main character said that this was an enemy attack. The message said that they were attacked and the guys should detain and protect the inspectors if they are near them. James couldn't believe it. He didn't understand whether there was a traitor among the inspectors. Li Han told the guys that the inspector will be with Jose, and Kidjo and the whip must bring a firearm. Kuro asked who attacked. He asked if it was Ella. But the main character replied that these were most likely people. Afterwards, the guys brought weapons and the inspector sat tied up. Li Han asked the heads of the other squads how many people from their squads were responsible for defense. James realized that the leaders of other detachments listened very calmly and understood the instructions of the Khan as if he were in charge. But he thought that there was nothing to be surprised about, because his experience and achievements speak for themselves. The main character understood that there was a place where the environment would only play into their hands. He told the entire squad to gather at the 4th combat area. He told them to take with them all the weapons they find. After the 13th detachment moved out, Li Han asked James if he knew anything about the attackers. The main character explained that when they saw the message, it seemed to him that he knew something. He told the man that he didn't think he was the traitor. James exhaled and said that these were purists. He said that's what they call themselves. This is a group of radicals whose members do not consider people like the members of ARG. The man said that they want to exterminate all such people. They are driven by religious beliefs, as well as fear of a new species of people with unexplained powers. Knut was surprised and said that in 3 years they would be attacked by dragons. He asked if they really wanted to help him. But James told the guy that they believe that dragons will come because of superhumans. Therefore, their logic is simple. No telepaths, no invasion. Knut said that this was nonsense. He said that people with superpowers appeared only after the gates were opened. One of the pitchers leaned out into the plane. At that moment, he saw the guys and said that he had found them. Then the struggle began. The arc gun fired at the plane with the attackers. The main character came with the team to the place. He thought that everything would begin soon. That's when a helicopter fell near them. The main character told the guys that an enemy helicopter crashed not far from them. He said that there was a high probability that the enemy survived. He asked if the guys had seen how many of them were on board. Knut replied that there were about 4 people. Li Han wanted to go through the 4th battle area because there was a place to hide. He would like to avoid a direct confrontation. At this moment, the main character told the guys to get ready because what they were going to do was called murder. The ARC representatives and the attackers were exchanging fire. One purist shot a military man. He said that the land belongs to the people, and there is no place for freaks like them here. James understood that most of the guys would be of little use now. He thought that perhaps only one would be useful. At this moment, the main character ordered the whip for them to go. James understood that these guys were much stronger than the purists, because the purists did not have such training. But there is one important difference. For a purist, killing people is much more common. The main character asked the whip if he could handle it. He said that he would pretend to be hunting a deer. He said that here either they will kill them or them. Unpleasant memories began to emerge in the main character's head. Republic of Korea, Seoul. A man was chasing after Lee Khan. The main character was holding a bag of groceries in his hands. When the main character stood on the rails, the man grabbed him. Lee Han pushed away from the man with his foot. He managed to survive but saw the man's corpse. The guys stopped in front of the building where the plane fell. Then a cloak flew into the building. One of the attackers immediately shot him. There was already a whip behind the attacker. The whip then shot the man in the back. Another attacker saw this and already wanted to shoot, but the main character shot him in the head. The whip began to tremble. He understood that he had to make sure. Knut understood that you shouldn't close your eyes when you shoot. Then he killed the attacker. Afterwards, the main character turned to the guy, whip, and said he was fine. James looked at Kuro, who was shaking. The man realized that the guy would not be able to attack. He decided that it was better for him not to be distracted. At this moment, Kuro said that they were close if they did not open fire. At that moment, the guy shouted for everyone to lie down. Then a striker came out from around the corner and killed James. At that moment, another attacker appeared at James's side, and Kuro noticed him. Kuro used telekinesis and protected James with a board. James asked the guy if it was the last striker. Kuro said yes. James told the guy that he couldn't seem to shoot, but he was good with telekinesis. At this moment, the main character came running with a whip and asked what happened and if everything was okay. James gave the weapon to Kuro. James told the main character that he is a smart person and probably already understood everything. Lee-hun agreed and said it was time to leave. The purists blew up the entrance to the bunker. Their leader said that the rats had left their hole. He told the attackers not to leave anyone behind and to kill them all. He started shouting that Ark was deceiving everyone and there would be no dragon attack. He said that they all disappeared 10 years ago, and an army of telepaths is needed not to save the world, but to take it over. The man said that these children will grow up, develop abilities, and enslave everyone. He said that they were starting a cleanup in the name of humanity. Training battlefield number 4. All the sophomores were present. At this moment, one of the inspectors began to shout, asking if the children knew who the inspectors were. He asked if they really thought that they could get away with treating them like this. At that moment, Simon grabbed the man and told him to shut up or he would kill him. He asked whether men really didn't understand why they were doing this. Simon got angry and said that among them there is a traitor who built all this. He said that because of him, he had to kill a man. Simon said that he had never felt such self-loathing. At this moment, Lee-han asked Simon to stop. He said that they must not only find the traitor, but also protect ordinary inspectors. Jose was surprised that Simon listened to the main character so easily. First-year weapons training center, Wei Chen fought the attackers. It was at this moment that he turned to the main character through the bracelet. A group of sophomores raced. The main character learned that the attackers were heading towards the freshmen. Before this, Wei Chen handed over a bracelet to Li Kan that the enemy was coming to the shelter. He said that judging by the map, they are the only ones who are nearby and can stop. He said he was counting on him. The main character understood that in addition to the inspectors, they needed to ensure the safety of the freshmen. He knew that if they were even a minute late, there would be no one to save. The attackers killed the ARC members one by one. At this moment, one of the attackers said that this maze infuriates him. At that moment, he radioed that they had found the door. He asked the Deltas and Alphas what they had there. Delta replied that the search was continuing. Alpha said that the enemy was hiding in the rear when they entered the shelter. He said that they attacked them. Lee-han shouted to his guys that they should attack them earlier. The main character told Simon that none of them had serious weapons and asked if he could block. But Simon said that he would show him something else. He told them to attack on his command. Simon ran forward and Lee-han told the remaining guys to follow the guy. Simon was shot at, but he made a shield out of energy. Then he stopped and ordered his guys to shoot. Among the corpses of the attackers lay one who barely survived. With the last of his strength, he said that the guys were monsters and it was time to wipe them off the face of the earth. But at that moment, the whip finished off the man and said that there were no monsters here except them. At this moment, the main character calmed the guy down and said that that's not all. Others are inside the shelter. At this moment, Lee-han turned to the remaining guys in the group. He said that he gathered them into a group because he saw that they had similar characters. So he asked me to remember what he would say. Does Khan still feel guilty for showing emotion and causing the sergeant to suffer? He decided that this would not happen again. With a blank look, the main character said that from now on, they must keep all their feelings under control. He said that even if one does not improve, everyone will be in danger. Before the sortie, the main character told the plan. He said that they know this territory much better than them. He said that even if they take this position, there should be no problems. He said that the leaders should go with their troops to the points. When everyone separated, Dmitri approached the Li Khan. He said that for now, his deputy is in charge of everything instead of him. He said he wanted to do something very risky. He said that he wanted to believe one thought. When Dmitri came to the psychiatry, he saw the corpses of the workers. Dmitri turned to 01 and asked what he was doing here. Dmitri said that one of the ARC workers was in his hands and told him to wake up. 01 asked one of ours. He asked Dmitri if he really thought that ARC was on their side. 01 told Dmitri that he doesn't know if he knows this, but when he is transferred to the 3rd year, he is sent into real battle. He said that on one of his missions, he was completely consumed by fear and helplessness. He said that he felt like his instincts and intuition were screaming at him that they would never defeat this. Dmitri realized that this was the fear of the dragon. 01 told the guy that Ark also orders them to fight something similar. He said that they are just consumables, cannon fodder. He said that it was used, and it broke. He said that they just didn't throw it away. He asked Dmitri why he thought. The guy said that they would rework him. He said that they wanted to introduce substances into his body that allow him to control brain activity in order to pacify him. 01 asked Dmitri what he thinks Ark is and the only ones who do this. He said that their country, purists, they are all the same. He said that everyone wants to either use them or kill them. He said that humanity is not worth protecting. Dmitri laughed and said that he himself was not happy with Ark, but he had a family at home. He said that first on the tree to this dragon, and then to the childbirth, that they were treated this way. The attackers realized that the group that was standing outside had been destroyed. One of the attackers took a grenade launcher and said that with this thing they would kill everyone at once. Li Han said that to think that Ark had such a place all this time. One of the guys said that it was strange that the purists knew about him, but they didn't. The main character replied that this leads them to the fact that someone is helping the enemy behind their back. At that moment, the main character ordered everyone to stop because he saw the tripwire. He thought that maybe he should have taken Kuro with him. The attackers opened the door and the head said what they found. He ordered his subordinates to get rid of the children. One of the attackers said that these were just children, but he asked to spare him his pity. He said that in the future their mothers will try to rule over their descendants. The man said it was just madness and a massacre, but the head shot him in the head and said that the correctness of their actions would be judged by the next generations. They must act. When the main character and his team were moving along the corridor, the whip was shot in the leg. Li Han and Simon came out to shoot, but then the main character saw a grenade launcher in the hands of one attacker. Simon realized that he did not have time to put up a shield. Li Han understood that Simon's barrier would not save him from the grenade. He understood that he just needed to imagine that he was grabbing a grenade with his hand and then throwing it back. The attackers then exploded with their weapons. The main character and a number of people stood above a friend. At that moment, a voice in the attacker's bracelet said that the center was clear. 01 fought with Dmitri. 01 hit the guy and pushed him against the wall. 01 asked if it really hadn't dawned on him yet, even after his explanations. He said that there is an enemy whom they cannot defeat, no matter how much they wish. After 01 hit with a stick, but it bent. Dmitri said that it would be very strange if he lost to such a coward like him. Knut was sitting with his leg bandaged, leaning against the wall. He was ashamed for not being able to do anything. Li Han apologized to the guy and said that they could not send anyone to him and asked him to wait for them here. After which the rest of the squad ran away. Training battlefield number 4. Shootout with squads. Afterwards, they didn't realize that their weapons were useless. One of the attackers asked if there was still no air support. He said that you have almost no name left. He understood that their guys were about to be killed, and soon the rest of the Ark members will arrive here. He said that they would destroy everyone at once if they could attack them from the air. The guys from the squads understood that the main character was right. They understood that they did not need to try to shoot the bandits. They can only wait for reinforcements and hold their position, preventing the enemy from moving further. At this moment, one of the attackers said there was an alarm. He said that while the enemy was approaching them on the road, he said that it seems like the Delta got it. The head said that even though the guys are children, their bodies are developed at the level of adults, and their strength makes them better than any person. He said that he thought that they think at their age. He said he thought they weren't affected by what the Delta did to the center. Enemies, easy squad. Is it Khan's squad? The main character told the guys to listen to him carefully. The bomber broke through Ark's defenses and headed towards training field number 4. The main character told his squad that he would climb into the ventilation. He said that she would lead him to his destination. The main character said that he would get there before they even had time to open the doors and would come behind them. Simon told the guy that they didn't know how well the metal ventilation lining protected against bullets. He said that even if the guy managed to sneak in and distract them, the risk was too great. After all, he could die. The main character told Simon that they don't have time. At that moment, the whip appeared and said that although he had heard everything, he thought he could help. Simon was surprised and asked the guy how his legs were. Someone said that it's already better. Simon asked this and is the power of regeneration. He said that she suits the guy well. Knut said he would take it as a compliment. Afterwards, I crawled through the ventilation. Li Han said that he and Simon would go first. He said that the whip would distract the van, and as soon as this happened, they would all attack together. But at this point the purists began to shoot at the ventilation. The leader of the attackers said that there was something above them and ordered to shoot. The main character realized that the situation was bad and ordered to move forward. Lee-han and Simon began to shoot enemies. After the ventilation exploded and the whip fell to the ground, the bandits managed to open the doors and the leader ordered everyone to run inside. The main character shouted to the guys not to let them go inside. He told them to move faster. But at that moment the whip stood up and asked where they were going. Kuro asked if he really thought it was that simple. He asked if they had any idea about them, but how difficult it was to get them at the most crucial moment and leave theirs. But he said that now it was like a mountain had fallen for him. Knut said it was an amazing feeling. He said that thanks to regeneration, he feels limitless power. Training field number 4. Kuro saw a bomb being dropped on them. He thought it was good that there was no main issue here. People realized that bombs were flying at them. All the inspectors were horrified. Kuro understood that life in the arches was hard, but he didn't want to go back to the life he had when he got here. Kuro thanked the main character for saving him, and he was glad that he was not with them now. Kuro thought that the main character should not die like that. He thought that if Khan had been here, he would not have given up. Kuro also decided not to give up. Kuro created a huge hand that stopped the bomb. James said that he had never seen someone use telekinesis like that and in such a size. The traitor inspector thought that it was really better for these freaks not to live on their planet. He thought that if he could get rid of at least this, he would do it. The inspector pointed the gun at Kuro's back. Lee-han woke up the whip. He asked if the guy could hear him and asked him to tell him his name, but the whip sat down and said that he was fine. The main character said that in general everything ended well, but the massacre was bloody. He told the guy that he didn't even have time to understand his strength and was already in battle. Knut said that as soon as he was told that he was fine, the main character began to lecture him. The main character said that they were leaving. He said that the freshman area is now clear. The first course evacuation zone is clear. Zone A, everything is clean. Zone B, everything is clear. Dmitri defeated 0-1 and carried it on his shoulders. 3 days later, James came to the main character and asked how he was doing. The main character said that it was normal, even if for the first 2 days he could not sleep without medication. He said that some are still in serious condition. He said that they break objects and break windows for no reason. The main character said that it is too hard to suppress the desire to kill, the desire to destroy. He said that during the mission they noticed countless corpses in the first-year area. He said that the freshmen didn't even have the strength to fight like they did a couple of months ago. Lee-han said that the purists treated them like monsters and killed them for no reason. He just asked which of them is the real monster. He said that they were afraid that they would destroy all of humanity. He asked if it occurred to anyone that this situation would be the reason. Lee-han calmed down and said that he did not want to become a monster like them. He said that people should not get used to killing their own kind. He said that the only desire should be the desire to save life. James said that he doesn't even know if the child is in front of him now or not. James said that he was horrified when he saw what Kuro was capable of, but the main character scares him in a completely different way. At this moment, Lee-han thanked the man for saving Kuro. James told the main character that there really was a traitor among the inspectors. James said that he carried out so many hijackings precisely at a time when the fewest soldiers were on duty. James told the main character that now the top can't even present anything to ARC. James said that he understands that the main character does not like adults who only care about profit and reporting, but he said that the guy probably thinks that what is the point of all this? If suddenly they lose to the dragons, everything will go to hell. James said that people don't always behave wisely and logically. He said that they are stepping on the same rake. He said that from time to time, even when they know that it will hurt. But ask Lee Khan what he thinks, where they would point their weapons if they didn't need dragons. He said it was about a friend. James told the main character that he too wants to ensure a future for his country. He said he knows it's hard, but the guy will understand someday. But Lee Khan got angry and asked what kind of childish excuse was that. He said that if they know that this is a mistake, then they should not repeat it. James told the guy that he was really scary. The 2 tragedies that followed the incident near the spatial crack left a scar on Ark's body. Most of the course was lost. Many left the center. Surviving sophomores received mental health care on a regular basis, and Lee Han was the only one who transferred to the 3rd year. Silence looked at the main character, and Lee Khan asked if something was wrong. At this moment, the silence indicated that the guy had grown up. The main character was surprised and asked, wondering when he would grow up again. It was at this moment that the silence turned around and began to go away. The main character asked him to wait. 3rd year building a 8. An unknown man told the main character that here they do not divide telekinetics into the 1st and 2nd generations and treat everyone the same. The man said his name was Johnny Schwartz and asked the guy his name. The main character introduced himself and the man asked Richan. The main characters repeated his name again, but the man said that he was glad to meet you. It was at this moment that Johnny told the main eye that his elder was already waiting for him. He said that he would see you soon and wished him good luck. Afterwards, Han came to his room and realized that it was huge. It was twice the size of the previous one. Silence wrote for the main character to leave his things, and they went to breakfast. In the dining room, the main character was surprised by the variety of food. Silence wrote that there is any food here for the guy's taste and said choose. He asked the main character if he was Japanese or Chinese, but he said that everything is there. Lee Han said that he is Korean. He said he was a little shocked at how different it was from the second year. He said that everything there was under very strict control. Tashina said that he didn't know if there was Korean cuisine here, but he asked the guy if rice would suit him. Lee Han said that he does not miss his native cuisine. He said that he hardly ever managed to eat normally. It was at this moment that he asked the Silence if he was going overboard with sweets. Silence replied that they need to consume a lot of sugar because telekinesis requires serious brain activity. He said the guy's strength works the same way. Dishes with rice reminded the main character of bygone times. At this moment, Lee Han noticed how Silence was looking at him in amazement. The main character asked why he looked like that. Silence replied that the guy knows how to use chopsticks. He said that the wand is a mystery to the Western world. He said that they can even catch flies. Silence said that in the film The Dragon Ornament, the hero catches a fly with chopsticks. He said that he watched this film about 10 times. Lee Han asked the Silence if his mask was also from this film. Silence answered yes. He said that this is the face of a cyborg model with 3 from the film The Chainsaw Killer Machine. He said that this face was specially ordered for him. Later, when the main character left the restaurant, a man approached him and asked if he was the newcomer who was transferred to them. This man's name is Lao Cha. He said that he was glad to meet. The main character saluted and said that he was pleased to meet you and introduced himself. Lao told the guy that he was very attentive and noticed that he had a rank. At that moment, Lao asked the main character if it was because of him that the sergeant was left without a leg. Lee Han replied that he would feel better if he remained without a leg. Lao told the guy that he is not a cute kitten, but a frisky tiger cub. He asked Lee Han, he doesn't have any classes right now. He suggested that he go to the training center. Lee Han realized that the man was offering him sparring. The main character realized that this man, Dimitri, and the instructor Chen had something in common. He thought that apparently the corporal was strong. Later, before the fight, Lao told the main character that they would see what he was capable of. The main character told the man that he would be responsible for it himself. At this moment, everyone began to wish good luck to the main character. Lee Han understood that everyone supported him and not Lao. He realized that they thought he would lose. At that moment, Lao came here and told the main character not to sleep. The main character and the man began to exchange blows. Lao thought that the guy was using a standard combination. He understood that she was reliable and strong. He understood what it means that a guy trains not only technique, but also strength. At that moment, he struck the main character right in the face and said that his artificially enhanced body had one weakness. Lee Han understood that he could not hit the man. He felt like he had to kick his ass. Lee Han rushed at the man and he told him that it was a good try, but he lost. After that, the man threw the main character into a dumbbell rack. Lao understood that if the main character were a simple person, he would have already been seriously injured. Lao stood over Lee Han and asked if he was okay. The main character rushed at the man with an iron stick. Lao was wondering what it meant, and how it would all end. At this moment, the main character apologized. Lao said everything is fine. He said it was good to have such a fighting spirit. He told the main character that maybe he didn't understand this when he fought with peers, but an artificially enhanced body also has one weakness. He asked the guy if he understood what he was talking about. Lee Han asked the man if he really meant that because of the muscle mass, the body became heavier and slower. The man replied that everything was exactly like that. He said that their bodies would now be made of iron so that they could fight well, but they would also weigh more. He said that the main character acted but how she used all her strength to capture. But the man asked if the main character knew that he was stronger, he would have used a different grip, wouldn't he? He told the main character that the whole problem is experience, and he has a lot to learn. He said that was all for today, and they would see each other at this place tomorrow at the same time. The next day, Lao greeted the main character. He said that this man was Johnny Schwartz. He said that he is a first-generation telekineticist, a melee specialist. He said what he thought, and his size hints at it. He said that this man participated in 2 battles against dragons, and once he even killed a werewolf with his bare hands. Lao told the main character to fight him. Lee Han understood that he would not have told him to fight him without a reason and agreed. The main character approached Johnny and said that he wanted to challenge him to a duel. Johnny asked because he was the newbie. He asked if there was any experience with telekinesis. The main character understood that his trump card was physical strength. The main character said that she could do without him. After this, the battle began. But Johnny immediately threw the main character to the ground and told Lao that it was too early for the guy to compete with him. Li Han began to stand up and asked to fight again. Lao told Johnny to give the guy his own personal hell so that he would understand everything. Johnny reluctantly agreed. Later at night, the main character sat with a serious face and Lao asked him if he was upset because he lost. Li Han said no, because he would have lost anyway. Lao, why is this so? Because he has no experience in fist fighting. He said that he doesn't use weapons well, and there's no point in fighting like crazy. He said that he didn't think that the main character would be able to use the Boston Crab against the dragon. The main character remembered how he asked Dimitri if he could defeat the dragon using techniques in Sambo. Lao asked the guy what it is, but Li Han said that it was nothing. At this moment, the main character asked the man. He himself said that he didn't need a fist fight. He asked why he said to fight with the Schwartz. Lao told him to think for himself. He asked what he would do if he asked to fight Johnny again. Li Han replied that he would attack him with weapons. Lao said that this is correct because they are not MMA fighters. He said that the guy must defeat the enemy, and for this he needs to use the method that he knows. Li Han said that he understood. He realized that the Lao taught him a lot, and his comrades treated him like a younger brother. A few days later, the main character, along with Lao Cha and friends of the show. The main character asked if Lao really wanted to say that the film was based on real events. The guys said that it was so. They said that Lao actually killed 20 people with just urine. They said that he is the national hero of Thailand. That's why they made a movie out of it. Lao asked the main character that he looks even cooler now. The main character agreed and said that the only actor chosen for the film was a handsome one. Is he really up to making jokes now? He said that he is the most popular actor in Thailand. Lao to the main character that it's too early to return. He asked how about we all have a drink together. But Lee Khan apologized. I said that he doesn't drink. When Khan entered the room, he was met with silence. The main character asked the silence if he had really returned from a mission. He said that it had already been 3 days. Silence asked the main character what he was doing and why he returned so late. Li Han said that he went to the movies to see Lao Cha Jungle Hunter. The main character said that he ended up watching the movie and learned the story of Lao Cha. Silence wrote that if it's a movie, he can show it to the guy. But at that moment, he deleted the message, which surprised the main character. Silence wished the heroes good night and left. At first, the silence turned out to be very dangerous and strong for the main character. But now does Khan see that he is just as much a teenager? After some time, the main character asked Johnny for revenge, but this time, they will have weapons. Lao understood that only 3 days had passed. He wondered if he really thought he was ready to defeat Johnny. Johnny looks like a huge grizzly bear, and with weapons it seems much more dangerous. At this moment, Johnny told the main character that he was attacking. For the past 3 days, Li Han has been studying Johnny Schwartz's technique, so now he can predict his every move, as if he can look into the future. After this, the main character struck Johnny 3 times with a spear directly in the body. Johnny didn't understand whether this was exactly the newcomer who had come to his 3rd year recently. Li Han realized that it seemed like everything would end now. He hit Johnny right in the face, but Johnny defended himself from the punch. The main character said that he lost. Johnny didn't understand if the main character was wrong. He understood that the boy should not hesitate at the last moment. He said that he was strong, and that was quite good. Johnny told Khan to come with him because he wants to introduce him to his friends. At this moment, Lao approached the main character and said that he was great. He said that only victory is not always important. He told the main character that he should understand this. He said that he saved Johnny's dignity and got a chance to make a friend. The main character asked the man if he really wanted to say that it is not necessary to win to prove your strength. He said that, to be honest, he learned a lot from Johnny. After some time, the main character came to Siegfried with silence. Siegfried shook hands with the Khan and said that he would introduce himself again, since he was already a 3rd-year student. He said his name was Siegfried Schumacher, chief engineer of the 3rd group. The main character introduced himself in response and said that it seemed that Octo was just a nickname. Siegfried said it was because he worked so fast. It was as if he had 8 arms. Silence wrote to the main character that he thinks so. Siegfried told the main character that he does not have outstanding strength. His physical development is 3+, and at best, he is a weak 4. He said that the main character was the first to reach the tele armor with such abilities. Li Han looked in amazement. Siegfried told him to take a good look, because this is a veteran who took part in the last war. Li Han said that judging by the appearance, it seems that only the frame remains. The engineer explained that this was Oldman 3. He said that he remade the 1st-generation sample for training. He said that the main character will train every day. When they put the Khan in the armor, he said that he thought it was impossible to put on the armor on his own. The engineer replied that this is why engineers and machines are needed. He told the main character not to move or else he would get a hole in his shoulder. Li Han asked what if he wants to go to the toilet. Siegfried asked how you can think about this when someone's life is at stake. He said that he couldn't make the telearmor without throwing away some of the conveniences. The main character said that it means the hero will have wet pants and said that it's cute. Siegfried told the protagonist that when the assembly is completed, they will open the targets and the protagonist will come into contact with the dragon component. He said that it would feel like he had a dragon weapon in his hands. He said that the main character will feel the body absorbing the component. He said that today they will find out how long he can last in telearmor. After that, they started. A plane was flying in the middle of the sea. Destination Telekinesis Research Laboratory, southern region of Qinghai Province, China. Johnny told his partner that the region was paralyzed by Ella's attack. He said that the Chinese authorities have officially asked for help. The partner asked Johnny what the number of the enemy was. Johnny said there was only one. He said that's what the authorities told them. Johnny said that he was a monster, but extremely dangerous. He said that 2 groups of special importance were sent, and all died. Well, another man asked, don't they need reinforcements? He said the situation was much worse than he thought. He said that there is a high probability that the monster will use a shield. He said that ordinary soldiers could not cope if the enemy did it in a narrow space. But Johnny said that they were not ordinary soldiers. He said that they could make a hole in the shield. Johnny asked the main character if he was speaking correctly. A month has passed since the main character was transferred to the 3rd year. This is his first mission, and bad memories immediately surface. After some time, the plane landed. The main character asked if this was the same laboratory. Johnny said that it looked like an ordinary desert. He explained that many countries are actively conducting research in the field of telekinesis, but most of them hide this fact. He said it was because if their research centers were found, they might be attacked by purists. Johnny noticed that the main character became sad and thought that he had touched him alive. Johnny turned to the main character and said that they usually don't kill anyone. He said that what happened in Ark was terrible. He said that they could not do anything about it and there was no other choice. He told the main character not to get used to killing people. At that moment, cars began to approach the landing site of the plane. Afterwards, the researchers came up and thanked the guys for coming such a long way. The main character realized that these were researchers from the Telekinesis Center in China. Those standing behind them with weapons are soldiers. At this moment, the soldiers saluted and said that they were saluting the heroes of China. Johnny told the main character that he and Zai would talk to them and asked him to wait here. At that moment, a researcher from China approached the main character and asked if he was a soldier. But the main character grabbed his hand and asked him not to touch him. The researcher began to walk away. He said that he was still in pain and called the main character a bastard. But the guys didn't understand what he wanted. A little later, the entrance appeared in front of the guys. They were told that this was an elevator that would only take them to the 1st floor, and all other passages are closed to them. While they were riding in the elevator, Johnny said that there were 3 floors in total. He told everyone to check the building plan and travel routes. He said they have 2 goals. The first is to obtain research data, the second is to find survivors. Johnny told the guys not to rush in. He said that if they did not meet the enemy, they would continue to work quietly. He said that after completing the mission, no one is stopping them from returning and blowing everything to hell. Johnny said that was all. Li Han asked if there was anything known about the data that needed to be obtained, but Johnny said no, because the researchers didn't talk much. Zai said that this is why the soldiers were not very happy. He said that they said that their partners died just like that. At this moment, Johnny told the main character not to forget that even if 3 of them die today, he should not think about the place, but should return immediately. Johnny said that his 2nd-generation genes are an extremely valuable resource and he cannot die. Li Han said that he would say so. He said that if he was weak enough to die on a nonsense mission, maybe he should go first. After the victory squad began the mission, the detachment gradually advanced. The 1st floor was completely clean, and they decided to go down to the 2nd one. The main character thought that something was wrong. He realized that he had missed something important. Johnny stood in front of the closed door. He said he smelled blood. At this moment, the main character realized something. He realized that everything fits together. At this moment, the main character told the guys from his squad that from the 1st to the 2nd floor there were signs of struggle everywhere. He said it looked like the lab was under attack from the inside. Johnny told the guy that he understood his point. He said that he was worried about a lot on the way here. For example, why is there no direct elevator to the 3rd floor? He said they just needed to maintain control on it. Johnny said that they were returning because there was no point in continuing the mission. He said the researchers gave them the wrong information, and it will be necessary to hint to them that they will have to answer for this. At this moment, the electricity turned off. Johnny said it was like they were bugging them. The main character remembered how the researcher touched him. At this moment, he began to feel his shoulder. They asked him what it was. The main character replied that bugs were hung on them. Johnny said that he understood and knew it. Afterwards, everyone threw off the bugs. Johnny said what that means. Now all they have to do is continue to work. Johnny looked at the bracelet and said that the connection had broken down. He said that if they couldn't get out, they would have to find an emergency power supply room and turn on the power supply themselves. Afterwards, when the squad entered the room, they saw hanging corpses. Johnny said it was very mean. He said that they deliberately left it for everyone to see. At that moment, they noticed that something was wrong with the main character. Lee Han himself did not understand what was wrong with him. Later, he was asked if he had woken up. The main character said yes and apologized. The man told him not to apologize because they too were seeing such horror for the first time. He said it was amazing that he didn't faint. He said that he was the same age as his younger brother. The main character said that he also has several. The man replied that he had two. He said that his entire family died in an ambush by Ella's minions. He said that he rushed at one of them, sobbing. He said that he knew there was no point in it because he just wanted to die. But the man said that apparently he couldn't just die, even if he really wanted to. He said that after that he became a soldier and rushed into every battle as if it was his last battle in his life. But he said that no matter how death provoked him, he did not die. He said his reputation as an excellent fighter only grew. The main character was surprised. He thought that just to think that something like this could happen to Corporal Harold. Lee Khan wondered how he would feel if he lost his brothers. But he thought that he didn't want to think about it. Johnny told the team that the second floor was clear. He said there was no sign of surveillance or that damn bastard. He said they were heading to the third floor. When the squad went down to the third floor, they realized that it stank very much. Johnny said that this floor is the only entrance in the entire center with an electronic lock. The main character said that if the building is de-energized, then the lock is locked. But Johnny said that he didn't care and asked him to just wait. He used body enhancement. The main character understood the bonus of physical strengthening. When Johnny opened the doors, he saw a monster. He thought it was a soldier. Johnny shouted for everyone to take cover. The monster started shooting. Johnny then jumped on him. The monster used a grenade to blow up Johnny. Afterwards, Johnny realized that the monster had disappeared somewhere. The squad didn't understand if it was Ella. They did not understand how a monster could use human objects. After all, this has never happened before. The main character said that moreover, he lured one of the group only in order to brutally kill him. He said that the monster fights just like a man. Johnny got angry and said that at first he wanted to go to the room with the generator, but now he wants to figure out what happened here. The main character understood that Ella had met someone who was not afraid of a gunshot attack, which means she would not attack like that again. But he didn't understand where Ella's henchman had gone if it wasn't herself. The monster is on the second floor. He didn't understand what happened to that big guy because the shots didn't hurt him. He thought that he should become stronger. He wanted to gut the corpses, tear every single one of them to pieces. Afterwards, the monster began to absorb energy from the corpses. After this, the squad launched emergency power. Johnny said they were moving on. Johnny said that, as expected, not a single place was marked on the map. He said that they would see what was there. He said it doesn't matter whether it's information or survivors. He said that before this, they had always been lied to. He said that they tried to hide the truth after they dealt with Ella. The main character asked there, after all, another one captured by Ella is true. Johnny said they were probably going to make him a soldier. He said what it means. They were doing this behind the backs of Ark and the entire top. At this moment, the group reached a fork. Johnny asked if they would split up, but the man told him no. He said there was a landmark here. He said it must be a research team. He said she died during the escape. Afterwards, the squad came to the laboratory. Johnny said he knew it. He said that after capturing the controlled Ella, they tried to research and modernize it, but only made it uncontrollably strong. Johnny said that ARC member countries are responsible to others and must report to senior management about all experiments carried out related to telekinesis. But he said that this was just a formality, and other countries have similar sins. He said that simply no one would catch them by the hand. The main character realized that everything was turning into a battle of people again. He's tired of it. Johnny said he was sure the guys upstairs weren't planning on letting them go so easily. He found the documents, but everything was in Chinese. He said that they copy everything they need and leave. At this moment, the main character shouted to the team that there was an enemy at 6 o'clock. They started shooting, but the monster used a shield. The main character understood that if he wanted to break through the shield, he needed to use a spear. At that moment, Johnny told the guy to step back because it was his turn. Johnny said that it seems that the monster is not going to escape this time. Johnny jumped on the monster and told him to cut it in half this time. After this happened, Johnny cut the monster. But this turned out to be just an illusion. The monster was behind Harold. Harold told the others it was the monster's forge. He told them to attack quickly. The main character knew that this was the right decision, but he simply could not attack his own. Afterwards, Zai began to shoot at the monster and hit him in the face. The monster in gold and Johnny told the main character to get ready. At this moment, the main character noticed a crystal on the monster's forehead. The wounded monster began to run away. Johnny asked how Harold was, but Zai shook his head disappointingly. The main character said that they must catch up with the monster and finish him on the spot. Johnny asked if he was trying to get revenge, but Lee Han said that now is the best time to pursue. He said that the monster was badly injured and had lost most of its telepathic power. Johnny said that he agreed and suggested starting the hunt. Johnny asked the main character if he learned anything from this situation. Lee Han said that the monster cannot disappear several times in a row, or use both a shield and teleportation at the same time. The main character said that this is why the monster covered himself with Harold. He said it was risky, but it worked. He said that fortunately, they managed to wound the monster. The main character said that, as Johnny said, this may be their only opportunity. At this moment, they reached a fork. Johnny said that they should split up here. He said that one of them would meet the monster and ordered the guys not to die. When the main character walked along the corridor, he saw many corpses. He started having a seizure. But the guy calmed himself down and said that everything was fine. But when the main character passed the corpses, a monster crawled out from behind him. The main character understood that, judging by his experience in the gorge, this exhibition did not carry the intention of intimidating and tormenting the enemy. Lee Han understood that this was how the monster charged the crystal. In order to gain the power of telekinesis, mental strength, the creature remembers all the hatred that she felt when people tortured and injured him, and all the experienced pleasure from the sight of a tied enemy. This is how it increases its energy supply. And the main character was sure that the creature was somewhere here. At this moment, the main character dodged the monster's attack but was hit. Lee Han turned around and started shooting at the monster. Then he took the spear and headed towards the monster. He understood that he could not be allowed to leave. But as soon as the main character struck, the monster teleported. But Lee Khan threw his spear forward right at the monster's head. Then the monster fell to the ground. The party later stuffed the corpse into a bag. The main character said that it shouldn't be like this. Johnny said that they wouldn't have died if the higher-ups had handled the situation more intelligently. He said that the management doesn't care if there are a couple more dead soldiers. Johnny said that the Grey Eminences control the lives of hundreds of people with just one word or movement of a hand, and they would not be able to do what they do and would experience responsibility for the lives of each of them. Johnny told the main character that eventually his senses become dull, and you get used to it. The main character asked if he was joking. Johnny said it was sad but true. He said it's human nature. He said that this could even become routine. Johnny told the main character that if his heart became so numb that he would not feel it in his own chest, he should at least remember that every life has a price. Lee Han said that he has not forgotten anyone who died next to him and does not plan to forget in the future. Afterwards, the squad left the laboratory along with the corpse. Johnny held a metal shield. He asked if they would be vaccinated or what, but Zai asked him to let him try to talk to them. Johnny asked him if he is sure it will work out, but Zai said that he doubted that they would order the killing of unarmed people with so many witnesses. At this moment, Zai turned to the soldiers as a comrade. He said that the research center deceived the military. He said that the Sadid experience did not create a monster, and in order to hide this, they killed all the soldiers in the center. At this moment, one of the researchers asked what kind of idiot nonsense this was. He told the soldiers to kill him quickly, but the military commander told him to shut up because Zai Jun was speaking. Tell the military that they are not slaves. He said that they came and took up arms voluntarily, but he asked if they didn't feel it was aimed at the wrong person. One of the military men realized that the order seemed meaningless from the very beginning. He didn't understand why they would open fire on the ARC soldiers when they had just left the laboratory. Zai shouted that soldiers are an invaluable source of the nation's military power, and so they can question and challenge unreasonable orders. At this moment, one of the soldiers raised his weapon. The rest repeated after him, which greatly frightened the researcher. The commander of the troops understood that this was a natural outcome, and there was nothing to be surprised about. Zai Zheng is a national hero of China who made the greatest personal contribution to the front of the First War. Most of the soldiers went to serve, seeing in him an example for themselves. At that moment, the researcher took the commander by the collar and asked what he was doing. He said that this was treason and told the man to order the soldiers to shoot now. He said that if they don't kill the Archivites now, it will kill not only him, but his entire family. After these words, the man killed the researcher. Later, Zai asked the man if everything was okay. The commander replied that they should be prepared to face punishment for disobeying the order. He said that now it's only a matter of time before the entire leadership finds out what was going on in the research center. He said that if they want to prevent the escalation of conflict throughout Northeast Asia, the lab rats must be held accountable. Zai thanked the man for listening to him and obeying him, but the man replied that everything was thanks to his brave subordinates. The commander said that even if they punish him with it, he most likely simply will not be able to get the next position. He said that the real heroes here are the Zais because they gave up everything to join ARC. Later on the plane, the main character fell asleep. Johnny was surprised and said that it was the first time he had seen a guy sleep. Zai said that this is not surprising because they have experienced a lot today. The soldiers saluted their fallen comrades. Later, the main character said that when he entered into negotiations, he was pretty scared. He said something. He was such an important person for them. They would all have been shot before they spoke. Zai told the guy that all ordinary soldiers in the Arch, including Harold and Lau, are considered heroes in their homeland. He said that he's really not that special. He said that his achievements were embellished to impress and gain more recruits. At that moment, Johnny came up and said that there was no need to be modest. He said that the man would have earned the title of hero from the moment ARC entered. Johnny told the main character that he was going with him because he was called. Afterwards, he brought him to the room and told the main character to wait here because they would come to him soon. At that moment, the main character noticed on the TV that there was a battle going on. He realized that apparently the second year had started competing again, and it became interesting who their opponent was. Canute and Jose fought with Simon. The main character realized that Simon had become incredibly strong. He understood that it was necessary to avoid close combat. He thought, what if Jose came face to face with Simon? At this moment, Han wondered where Kuro was. At that moment, Alexander appeared. He told the main character that he called him about Kuro. The man introduced himself and said that he was the chief of staff of ARC. Li Han understood what it means after him only the commander-in-chief. He thought that the man was probably one of those who really had authority in ARC. Alexander offered to sit down and asked the main character if he liked red tea. Over tea, Alexander said that he was trying to understand whether Kuro should be considered not incompetent. He said that given everything that happened, the main character seems to be the only one who can figure it out. From an ambush by the purists, Kuro awakened his SI-rank abilities. But then something happened that became torment for him. Kuro flew the plane straight at the purist squad and killed them. Kuro is completely convinced that he committed murder using his powers and refuses to train. The main character was asked to convince him that it was necessary to continue his studies. After all, they couldn't just let go of a telekinetics with such a level of skills. Afterwards, the main character was brought into the room where Kuro was sitting and told to come in. When the main character entered, Kuro said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked if everything was okay with him. During the conversation, the main character told the guy that it was not his mistake. He said that the circumstances just happened that way. Kuro told the guy that he spoke as if he had seen everything himself. He said that maybe he really subconsciously wished them death. Li Han said that even if it was true, he was protecting his friends. He said that no one blames him for this. But Kuro said that everyone says that. He apologized but said she didn't think she could continue. He said he thought it was the end for him. Li Han once again thought that Kuro was very kind, so kind that he doesn't understand him. Sympathy for the enemy in his life is a luxury. This is the difference from other children who had their own motives. He simply followed the main character. Li Han understood that if this continued, he would lose another close friend. But he didn't want to face this pain again. Li Han told the guy to give up then. He said that he was clearly not the one who should be on the battlefield. The main character said that giving up would be absolutely normal for him. The main character said that if Kuro were in danger and surrounded by enemies, he would kill them all without hesitation to protect him. But he couldn't do it. The main character told Kuro to give up. He said that he was sure that he would find use for his abilities in another matter. The men who were watching the conversation behind the glass realized that the main character was telling Kuro to give up and that they needed to get him out. But Li Khan threw the table towards the door to lock it. He told the men to be quiet because he was talking. The main character told Kuro that at first he tried to convince him to do as they said, but now. He said that even if the guy survived this war, this time would remain with him forever. Kuro told the main character that he would be punished for what he was saying now. But the main character said that who knows, because he is a soldier whom they can send to the battlefield at any moment. He said that the maximum he could face was a reprimand. Kuro smiled and said that the main character is smart, so he can calculate all the consequences. At that moment, the doors were broken down with a battering ram. Li Khan was grabbed and laid on the ground. Kuro said that they should not dare to hurt the main character. He used abilities and told them to stop. After the main character was released, Alexander approached him. He said everything was planned. He said that even he believed it at first. He told the main character that he should have told him right away. The men who grabbed the main character then thought that something was wrapped around their neck, but they realized that it was fear. Even in his current state, Kuro was more than willing to kill all the people in that room. Kuro said that the main character convinced him and he will continue to train and then move on to the 3rd year. He asked to release the main character. Kuro understood that even such a strong person as Lee Han can sometimes be weak. Kuro understood that now he had the power to help him, and even though it was he who always protected him, from now on, everything will be different. Kuro thought that now he would be on an equal footing with him. Alexander told Instructor John that, as he said, the guy has natural charisma, and that's what scares him. The main character trained all day, and then went home in silence. He told the silence that he shouldn't have told the men that he wanted to learn to fight like them. He said that to think that these two have fun every time they humiliate him. Lee Han asked the silence if he saw their faces. At this moment, Silence asked the main character why he was studying martial arts because he wouldn't even need them. The hero asked who knows. He said that you must always be prepared. He said that this way he could win in any situation. At this moment, Silence remembered John's words that the main character should cool down. He said that this doesn't happen every day. He said that the usually calm boy was now in complete disarray. The main character was walking home holding his back, and the Silence asked if it could carry him through. But the main character said that he was completely fine. After some time, John burst into the training room and said that he was in the building. Johnny told him that he saw he had new shoes. John asked if he also wanted new ones. The main character asked the man if he would continue to perform his duties. John said that he would be the interim coach for the freshmen. He said that we need to recruit more guys for the 2nd year. In addition, he needs time to recover. John told the main character that he had heard that he had done well in his mission as a 3rd-year student. He said that he looked mature. He said that his shoulders were right at the level of his head. Later on the street, John lit a cigarette and the main character asked if he still didn't care about smoking zones. But John told him to shut up and asked where in ARC they could even smoke. He said that at every meeting he raises this topic and they should at least give a damn. John asked the main character if he remembers that Ella magician who was not caught. Lee Han said that of course and asked if they had managed to get something out of him. John said yes, straight from his head. He said that in 3 years, there will be no war. Ella's magician said that this would be an attack by the main detachment. The vanguard, in turn, had almost completed all preparations. John said that the prophecy that the Earth would be attacked again in 10 years was true. But he said that if there is a vanguard, then the war will begin much faster than they thought. Later, Johnny brought the main character a flash drive. He said it was a gift. He said that it contained recordings of yesterday's competition among sophomores. He said that as he remembers the main character was the leader of the 13th squad. At that moment, Johnny asked the guy why he was sitting in the room on weekends. He asked the guy if he didn't like hanging out with old people. Lee Han said that usually they just throw mud at someone. He said that he did not know that a woman could be called such a wide range of profanities. Johnny asked what he wanted because there were only men here. Johnny said that he would go and said that the guy enjoyed the video. He told him to stop thinking about all the useless stuff in his room all day long. Afterwards, the main character turned on the recording of the battle. The 13th squad again fought the 3rd. The main character realized that most likely this was due to the fact that after the attack, they did not have many 2nd-year students. At that moment, the main character realized that Kidjo had become deputy head. He was surprised that the whip and Jose gave in to him so easily. Lee Han thought that maybe his character was not so pleasant, but he's quite smart. Later in the evening, the main character watched the recording and was surprised. Thanks to Kidjo, the 13th detachment was victorious. The main character could not believe that Kidjo cut Simon off from everyone and harassed him until the sun set. Before going to bed, the main character lay and thought. He was sure that soon someone would be transferred to the next course. He wondered who Simon, Dmitri, or Knut. The main character wondered if he was lonely. In that battle, Kidjo told Jose and the whip that he would deal with Simon. Jose asked the guy if he wasn't the one who said last time that if they put him against Simon, it would be better to shoot him right away. Kidjo said that this was because Jose was planning a direct attack that time. He said that if one of them attacked him head-on, they would be instantly devoured. Kidjo revealed that he has no plans to go head-to-head with Simon. He said that Simon is bad at teamwork. He said that maybe he had become better, but if only once, then his self-esteem would not allow him to give in. Jose was surprised and told the guy that he didn't want to face him one-on-one. Kidjo said that this is true. He explained that he would just pretend. He said he would distract him while they dealt with the others. Kidjo told Simon that he was the attacker. He said he would face him. Kidjo stood at what he thought was a safe distance from Simon. At that moment, Simon turned around and began to run away. Kidjo didn't want to do this at all. He realized that apparently he would have to be the bad guy. At this moment, Kidjo shouted to Simon that he was a fake. He said that the main character is much better in combat, and Kuro is better in telekinesis. He said that the main character is also taller than him, and they say that he is now about 80 meters. After these words, Simon rushed at the guy, and Kidjo began to run away. Their battle was the longest in the history of Ark. 7 years ago. John looked at the man. The man told him that he seemed to be telling him not to follow him. But John answered him that he knew perfectly well what it was, his mission to take the man to Ark. The man replied that he understood perfectly well, but he said that he wanted to give a shit about his circle of telepaths. He said that given the fact that children there are literally taught to kill, as a child this man was handed over to this organization at the whim of his father, who was a fanatic. This was what everyone called the peace mission, and it was one of the 1,000 cults founded during the war. The guy was raised to be one of the best members of the organization, and trained in countless ways every damn day. He started with small animals, then he switched to dogs, cats, monkeys, finally got to the people. He committed his first murder very quickly. The man told John that he couldn't let other children go through what he had to. He said that if a man understands this, then he should just get out. John said that if they lose in the coming war, then humanity will end. He said that they would argue about human rights when they survived. John told the man that he would not order him to kill anyone. He asked him to at least accept the role of instructor. The man was surprised and asked if he had listened to him at all. He said that he did not want to participate in this. John asked what would happen to him then. He said that he had to bring it, but he refused. John asked if he could just knock him out and bring him to the base. But the man told him that now he could easily shorten his life. At that moment, John attacked the man with a knife. The man knocked the knife out of John's hand and took it himself and then hit him. In a split second, he cut John's neck. The man said that he could beat him right now and said that he hoped he was satisfied. But John hit the man with his head. John told the man that he really should have finished him off. Afterwards, the men began hand-to-hand combat. A man of successful and playful John. The man told John to stop because he couldn't defeat him. But John told the man that if he wants to stop everything, then he should take a knife and finish him off. This moment, John said that it seemed to hurt his pride. He asked if he was so proud of his martial arts skills. The man replied that he finished John off with his bare hands. John said that he would not die so easily. He looked at the man's hands, and John thought that they looked much more dangerous than a knife. The man then attacked John and wounded him in the eye. But John grabbed his face and used fire. After some time, Johnny came to them and asked what it meant. He asked who killed whom or whether they both died. At that moment, John began to get up and said that the man had passed out. He said that he used Piragus and strangled him. Johnny was surprised and asked if it was the telekinesis with which he lights cigarettes. John apologized for the sting and said that it was all thanks to the crystal that Zeke lent him. He said that the stone increases the strength of his ability, and so he can better control his pyrokinesis. John asked Johnny, he couldn't ask the man's face right. Johnny said that he fights very strangely. John said that's enough talking and don't take the man away. Johnny handed over to the bracelet that this was a delta and the object was ready for transportation. Johnny said the mission was accomplished. At one point he asked what the man's name was. His name was Richun. Johnny offered the main character a drink, but he refused. Johnny said the situation was a little strange, but he told the main character that he has the body of an adult inside. He is still a child. Johnny told the main character to live. He said that the guy should not dare die during these 2 years because then they would drink beer together. Johnny told the guy not to think about dying because he must drink before dying. Lehan asked if it's really not people who will continue to talk about alcohol. Johnny told the boss that Max had 2 more years and he would become a better fighter than him. Johnny understood that by that time even Ark would not be able to control these guys. He understood that if full-fledged soldiers, former students of Ark, turned on him. Johnny told the guy that if they go against Ark, humanity will end. He asked the guy not to turn into a monster. The main character trained in telearmor. Cost efficiency is a magic term for engineers. Siegfried realized that the main character is damn effective. As far as they know, the main character has the lowest telekinetic abilities in the history of the organization. But the same applies to its minimum power. Siegfried understood that this was good because there would be no unnecessary costs, which allowed for increased control. If someone is able to divide their power into 10 parts, the main character divides it into 20. Siegfried realized that this was a treasure. He understood that if the guy continued in the same spirit, he would achieve incredible results. After this, the training ended. Siegfried told Pan that the activity period was 25 minutes, and it was better than last time and congratulated the guy. Lehan said that a real fight is still far away for him, But the engineer told him that they had just started, so the guy should not rush. Li Han told the man that he had no strength. Siegfried apologized and said that he would now remove the armor. Afterwards, he asked the main character how he was feeling. Li Han said that all the muscles would be twisted. Siegfried said that's understandable, told the guy that he would use his muscles and telekinesis until he fainted. He said that he would soon get used to it, and besides, the second-generation body assembly will be much more convenient. Free said that we need to call it something. He said that, however, they cannot create only 80 sets. He explained that they have very little dragon component. Li Han said that he believes it is already known who will get the armor. He said that since there are now 50 people in the third year, they plan to recruit 30 more. Siegfried would tell Vanya. He said that he was just an employee of the technology department. He said that he was not particularly interested in the processes of learning and training. When the main character was returning from training, he met John. He asked if he was returning from the third-year building. John greeted the guys and said that he had just seen Silence. The main character was happy and said that apparently he had completed the task. John told the guy that he thought he would be glad to see him. Li Han said that he is his only peer. He admitted that when the guy is not around, he gets bored. John told the guy that the Silence spoke to him too. He said that they became friends alike. Li Han said that Silence takes time to type something, but he is already used to it. He said that all the guys in ARC treat him well. But John understood that this was not so. John understood that the main character was always very kind and caring despite his age. John told the guy that feigned concern is always easy to spot. He said that Silence is not a fool and can increase falsehood, so he should talk less to most guys. John asked the main character if he would like to be treated like a patient. At this moment, Li Han asked why Silence always wears a mask. John was surprised and asked her if the guy didn't know. The main character said that otherwise he would not have asked. He said that it had nothing to do with his central nervous system. John exhaled and told the guy that she was just for beauty. In a few days, Johnny greeted the newcomer and introduced himself. He said that he is a first-generation teleki. He said that now she would give him a tour of local attractions, so he has to follow him. This newcomer was Simon. At that moment, Johnny asked Simon if he was the genius everyone was talking about. He said that he had big plans for his partner. Simon remembered how adults called him a genius because he possessed telekinesis at a high level at an early age. They said that a wonderful future awaited him, and he would be the best even when he entered ARC. When Simon arrived on the island, he saw a lot of guys and thought that they all had telekinesis. But even despite this, he decided that he would be number one. At that moment, Simon noticed Kuro, who was crying, and thought that this fool had no place here. The guy pissed him off. And yet there was something that Simon could not accept. Kuro's telekinesis skills were better than his. C-rankers are different from everyone else. Their level cannot be achieved through training. Simon didn't understand what the guy did. He thought that he was always constantly well. He thought that all this time he had been training and doing his best to maintain the title of genius. The main character was called to an unscheduled meeting and was wondering what was going on. Silence said that who knows because they were both called and this could be a joint mission. At that moment, the hare entered the room. He got into a fight with the main character. Li Khan was told that he would become the deputy leader of the squad. Why is this so? He said that they don't have a lot of crazy first-generation fighters, so they don't have much of a leader. He asked the guy he knows the spatial crack in Tirana. Tirana is the capital of Albania, and the place where the second spatial crack opened during the First War. At that time, people were not able to stop the enemy army, so the Balkan Peninsula, including Albania and Greece, became a wasteland. The main character said that the enemy is probably trying to open a crack again. Zai told the guy to believe that everything was much more serious. He said that all the united troops defending the crack were destroyed. The man said that a second wave of attack would be announced soon. He said that all the forces of ARC should be ready to join the fight. The main character asked if he really wanted to say that our enemy is so strong. Zai said that some Ella magicians are capable of opening warp tunnels. Therefore, enemy forces can move in large groups. The men said that their number is growing. He said that perhaps this time they could even open an interdimensional portal. Li Han understood that things were getting worse. He understood that this time there was only one hole, and they could really invade their world in full force. Valia moment, Johnny entered the room with Simon and said that he was a little late. He said that the last member of the squad had arrived. Johnny said what he thinks. They already know each other. After all, they still participated in their operations. Simon thought that the main character always stood in his way as if he were better than him. Simon thought that if it weren't for him, the main character would have already been kicked out. He thought that he would become better than him no matter what. After everyone sat down, Johnny began to speak. He said that he would briefly go over the main points. The goal is to stop the opening of a spatial crack. Members of the first generation of psycho fighters will help them. Each fighter will be wearing body armor. Johnny said that however they could only offer 3 air support units. That's all they had. Johnny said that if they fail and dragons break out into their world, they will have to fight them face to face. The main character thought that he was ready because this is exactly what they were prepared for. He asked when they would leave. Johnny, what now? Avonpost Tirana. The interspatial crack is 20 kilometers away. The man showed the guys a satellite image of the crack. He said that several television boards were seen in this area. The man said that the ceremony for summoning dragons probably comes from here, so the areas are closed. However, they cannot guess which one. The machine said that it would seem that it would be possible to arrange an aerial bombardment in this area. But he said that such shields cannot be destroyed even by nuclear warheads. But he said that especially since they have an urban landscape and monsters can dig tunnels, so an airstrike will not help them in any way. He said he was saying this from personal experience. Afterwards, the guys gathered in a group. Lee Han said that they would go over the details of the operation. The main character said that while the United troops are fighting the enemy army, each of the troops is looking for a shield and destroying Ella's magicians. Lee Han told the guy that as they know, there are 7 fighters in the air. He said that they could ask 3 of them to back them up. But Lee Han said that this is only as a last resort. He said that they must hold out as long as they can, despite the potential casualties. He said that in the end, these freaks want to seize resources and deal with their main weapon, that is, tele-armor. Sometime later, the battle began. Grants do not pose too much of a threat, considering modern weapons. But what you should be afraid of is their collective sleepwalking. They completely focus on the enemy in front of them and attack, sacrificing themselves. Growling, grinding teeth, and other sounds of their brothers only help them go into sleepwalking. 30-40 such colossus will gladly throw itself under the tracks of a tank just to destroy it. If it weren't for them, they would have died out as a species. The main character told his partners that you are right ahead. These were 4 Grants. Well, at that moment he appeared. The main character told silence and for them to deal with the Grants. Lee Han told Simon that they would kill the ogre. After this, the battle began. Lee Han told Simon that he was going after his head and asked him to clear the way for him. After the main characters panned the eye of the ogre with a spear. He jumped and threw a grenade at the monster right into his mouth. Simon used a shield on the main character to protect him from the explosion. Zai understood that this was the man he had seen before. The man even then thought that the main character stood out. But now, even taking into account the fact that he spent most of his life on the battlefield, it seemed to him that they were being led by a reliable commander. The guys moved on. In the gateway, they saw a corpse. When Khan touched the blood, he realized that they had died recently and reported this. At that moment, Simon told the main character that there was a werewolf hair here. He said that he was sure that there were Ella hunters here. The main character told Simon and Silence to keep a melee weapon on hand just in case. The main character understood that if there were werewolves here, it would be more convenient to kill them with your hands than to shoot them. Lee Han threw a grenade at the werewolves and jumped around the corner. After this, the squad finished off the stunned monsters. At that moment, Lee Khan noticed Ella's hunter and said that everyone was hiding in cover. Simon used the soldier's corpse for protection. Simon noticed how the Exosa was looking at him in silence and asked what was wrong with that, because their lives were more important. The main character took a grenade and said that we need to stop this bastard. Zai understood that this was too far. He thought that the monster would have time to return or simply would not be affected. But did Khan Kilgore, so she flew next to the monster, and then it exploded and killed him. The silence showed the guy that he was cool. Zai said that he knows very little about telekinesis, but it seems to him that now the main character has done something very cool. Simon understood that this was a complex technique. He knew that it was like shooting a point guard from the middle of the court, and even with his back to the basket. The main character and his squad got to the account and reported that a shield had been found in Sector 9 and needed to be eliminated. He said that the Easy Squad was heading to a given point. He said that there was about a kilometer left and they would get there in 5 minutes. Before leaving, the main characters told Zai to connect the guy wire and stretch it out, and added a couple more grenades. The main character said that the enemy will immediately come running here when they hear shooting, and they will prepare a gift for them. Zai understood that the main character becomes a real soldier faster than anyone else. But deep down, it hurt him. After all, he understood that the main character was still a child who was barely 10 years old. Lee Han told his squad that all but Silence would clear the way to the shield. He said that they would provide a corridor for escape. Silence would pass through the defenses and kill Ella's magician. The main character told the Silence that they were counting on him. The unknown girl was looking at the TV. She inserted a cassette called The Samurai Who Cut the Moon and started watching. Silence said that he is heir. After that, he made an interdimensional leap and cut off the magician's head. At that moment, monsters began to surround him. Silence cut them off one by one. Then he jumped up and threw grenades at the monsters. Li Han reported that Yi's detachment destroyed Point 9. He said that they could return earlier. At this moment, the plane was stripped of one of its telearmors. Li Han told the guys that they were sent one armor for support. He said that we need to hurry. At this moment, Alpha Squad alone approached Easy Squad. The main character realized that if Alpha is alone, then the leader is in touch. He said he could hear them. The leader of the Delta Squad asked the main character if they were heading to Point 8. Yes. He said that they were nearby and could join. The main character asked if they had already become more frequent with monsters, but I thought they were smart guys. The leader of Delta Squad said yes. He said it was good that they made it in time, but there was a small problem. He said that they had just dealt with Ella's magicians, neglected the rest, and simply ran away. So now they have a small crowd on their tail. Tomorrow, a huge crowd of monsters was running next to the Alpha. The main character found information that the leader of the Alpha 1 squad was named Derek. He owns electricity. Li Khan wondered if there was an area where he could use his ability to the maximum. The main character asked Alpha Squad 1 how they could hear him. Derek said great. He said that they asked to wait but fell silent, so he assumed they had abandoned them. At that moment, the main character told the guy that if after 500 m they turn right and run, they will still see a large outdoor swimming pool. The main character said that there is probably a lot of water there. He said that the water supply in the city was turned off, but there had been rains recently. The main character asked the man if he understood what he was talking about. But Derek couldn't believe that in such a short time, the main character had developed a strategy that would use his power. Derek told the main character that if they survive and return to Ark, they will become good friends. But when the protagonist's squad came to the pool, it was empty. Li Han realized that he had miscalculated and set everyone up. At that moment, Zai told him to calm down because everything was fine and no one had died yet. Li Han said that the enemy was approaching and everyone should be ready. The main character ordered his guys to cover the Alpha Squad. The main character shouted that the enemy had entered the rear and said to kill only those who were too close. Zai told the guy that they would not be able to hold them back for long and said that they needed to use telearmor. The main character understood that such a decision cannot be understood against the backdrop of emotions. He understood that the lives of all the fighters depended on him. He thought that as Corporal Zai said, if they ask for armor, then I will win this battle, but still they only have 2 armor. If they request it now, then the other squad will only have 1 opportunity to ask for help. The main character understood that they must cope with this situation themselves. At this moment, Li Han saw a water tank. He was surprised that he was there at all and wondered how he had not noticed him before. The main character told Silence and Simon to run to the other side of the pool. The main character said that they would lure all the creatures into the pool. He told the Silence that there was a tank of water behind the pool and ordered to cut off the top part and check it. He said that judging by the size of the tank, even if there is only half of the water in there, there will be enough for them. Li Han told Simon to be ready to blow up the support. After the main characters received a signal from the Silence that everything was fine, Li Han ordered the squad to retreat. He told the Alpha to get ready. Then the water tank fell and flooded the entire pool full of monsters with water. Derek said that it seems like it's time to prove himself. He said that now the main dish of the evening, an electric charge, will come. After that, he electrocuted all the monsters. After the victory, he stood near the winner and rejoiced. But then he fell and the main character grabbed him. Derek apologized and said that he had no strength left. We heroes ordered him to take care of the Alpha alone. Li Han told Derek that he knows it's hard for him, but he needs to move. After that, 2 telearmors fell on the place where Point 8 was located. Li Han was told that they were using all air support. The main character told the guys that they would defeat this pack. He said that there was only one last item left. The guys didn't understand whether they could get rid of all the monsters, and it seemed to him that there were too many of them. This was their last push. Li Han ordered the Silence to break through the shield. After this, the shield was broken and the squad began to go inside. But suddenly everyone stopped. They didn't understand what was happening. All the monsters crowded into a circle and stood. Li Han said that there was no time to think, and they must defeat the magician of Ella. Afterwards, the main character killed the monster. But it was already too late. An interdimensional portal began to open. A monster's huge paw began to emerge from behind this portal. The main character did not understand what kind of monster it was. Only the front paws are visible, but it's clear from them too. Compared to the dragons they studied in Ark, this one is at least twice as big. At this moment, Silence rushed towards the main character. Before the battle, Silence wrote to the main character so that he would not decide to die. He said that courage is not denying fear, but overcoming it. But Li Han said that he had no intention of dying, but I asked where this phrase came from. This is from the movie Moon about a samurai. Silence grabbed the main character. He decided that when they returned to Ark, they would watch it together. Then a dragon's mouth appeared from the portal, in which Grants began to jump. The main character began to shake with fear. He realized that all their fighters felt the same. A dragon began to emerge from the interdimensional crack. Li-Han understood that the crack was small, so that only the head and front paws were visible. He thought that he should request telearmor right now. It was at this moment that the dragon began to roar. Everyone was paralyzed by fear. People thought that they would all die. The dragon conveyed into the thoughts of every person that they were pathetic little people. He said that when there are more cracks, he will kill them all. Simon with a crazy look told him to get out of his head. The dragon said that first he would get rid of all the ugliness that they had made from their blood and flesh. The main character realized that the dragon wanted to shoot down the plane. He understood that he had to stop him. But at that moment he lowered his head as if he had been electrocuted. The dragon began to gather energy, aiming at the plane. Simon was terrified. He said that they would all die. Li-Han understood that death awaited them if he did not act. After this, the main character rushed to the spear. But when he took it, he again felt incredible pain. The dragon told people to die. Simon didn't understand what to do. He didn't understand how the only main character managed to maintain his sanity. Johnny gave the documents to John and said that this is what he asked for. John asked, and what should they do with the prisoners for promotion? Johnny said that the protagonist's squad will not be sent alone to the operation in Tirana. Johnny showed Dimitri's profile and said that he liked him. He said that they have something in common. Afterwards, John and Johnny began to discuss who was better. John pointed to Simon's profile and said that he was the best. He said that he is not a perico and follows orders. And he stands up peacefully without reminders. John said that if he himself is the main character, it will be an ass, but that's not why the mission will fail. But she said that he doesn't like losing, and maybe that's what drives him. At this point, Simon began to use his abilities. He thought that if the main character could do it, then so could he. Using telekinesis, Simon threw the main character right into the dragon's face. Simon fell, unable to resist. The main character began to attack the dragon. He didn't think it could hurt him in any way. The main thing he understood was that if only he could change the trajectory of his attack. At that moment, the dragon fired and almost missed the helicopter. Dracona told the protagonist that it was a worthless attempt. He said that pathetic people are not capable of anything. The main character began to get up and realized that they could feel their left arm and leg. The dragon told the main character that it seems that he is the only one who has not lost hope in this world. He said that he didn't like this look and let the guy prepare for death. It was at this moment that the dragon's paw began to approach the main character. The dragon stopped and asked the main character why he was not doing anything. At this moment, the dragon began to be pulled back. He realized that the crack was closing. The dragon told the main character that he would pay for what he had done. At that moment, the paw almost grabbed the guy. The main character understood that he couldn't even get up. Well, at that moment, the telearmor landed and protected the Khan. The main character was surprised that someone jumped into the thick of it without additional protection. He understood that only one person could do this. The unknown person said that it seemed he had time. He said it looked like no one else had survived, so that the main character does not dare to die. At that moment, Joni was grabbed by the dragon and dragged away. Warhamut codename of the 8th dragon that appeared during the operation in the Tyrant. Alexander said that she gave an interesting name. Sasha told the man that this dragon was different from all the dragons that had appeared before. He is much stronger and bigger. It took 4 Oni. The commander said that even if the entire budget was spent on this matter, success cannot be guaranteed. But he said that fortunately most countries supported Ark in the fight against the dragon. Alexander understood that even if there were purists among them, their position should worsen with the advent of Warhamut. At this point, Alexander asked to pause the video. He asked if someone had injured the dragon's eyes. Johnny told the main character that sometimes he looks like a person who simply lacks emotions. He said that this may be the rationale behind his actions. Johnny said that even if this path leads to death, and the guy thinks that this is the only right path, he still chooses it. Johnny told the main character not to dare to die. I will definitely survive. When Li-Han woke up, John was standing next to him. The main character asked how long he had been here. John said that it has been 2 days already. John told the main character that Johnny went missing along with that creature. He said that he was considered missing, not dead. At this moment, the main character told the man that he needed to be alone for a little while. When John came out, he saw that Wei Chenzai and Lao were standing in front of the door. Well, I asked why they all came in a bunch. John told the men that the main character had just touched and said that he wanted to be alone. At the meeting, it was reported that in all countries there is almost no data on the movement of the enemy. This means that most of them died under the Tyrant. Alexander took off his glasses and said that it was good and he could breathe out. He said that they would probably finish for today. At this point, Siegfried said that there was one problem that was worth considering. He said that the second-generation prototypes entrusted to the first group should be entrusted to the third. Another engineer asked him what kind of nonsense this was. But Siegfried said prototypes could be launched right now. The men asked him what else Zappu means. He said they could barely be made to move. He said that the dragon material ratio is too high. But Siegfried said that if you trust the weapon to the team, then at least it's normal. He said that they should have been disassembled and sent to the factory anyway. The man told Siegfried that he would not give them to him because the witch was planning to do so. But Siegfried said that there was only one talent that was ideal for the prototype and asked the boss to trust him. Alexander asked Siegfried to explain his plan because their screams did not add understanding. 3 days later, the main character was walking along the line and met Simon. As they walked past each other, Li Han thanked Simon for helping with the dragon. But Simon told the guy that he had stopped talking nonsense. Simon said that he has been the head of the squad so many times, the main character continues to make fun of him. Simon told him not to compare him to his squad mates. Li Han asked Simon how many times he had beaten them. I asked if it was long ago that he blew Kijo. Simon suggested that the main character go to the gym and said that then he would have 2 broken ones. After classes, we went to the gym. The main character thought that Simon looked upset and maybe he was pushing in vain. Simon thought that he shouldn't have shown his insecurity like that. He didn't know what to do with the main character. Besides, the guys couldn't seem weak in each other's eyes. At this moment, the main character and Simon were called out by Demet and the Whip. They are also third-year students now. Li Han told Simon that they both needed to calm down. Simon asked the main character not to come into his sight again. After all, suddenly the arm breaks on its own. The protagonist's dining room was praised by his comrades. Knut asked if the Khan was in the mood for their hero, but the main character said that it was not funny. At that moment, an unknown guy came up and said that it's easier for everyone to while away the time with such conversations. He asked the Khan if he remembered him. He said that they promised each other to communicate in Ark if you live. The main character remembered him and called his name. Derek said it was amazing that the guy knew his name. He said that he was pleased to meet you. At that moment, all the guys in the cafeteria started looking in the same direction. Derek told the main character that it was already starting. At this moment, there was silence with a full tray of food. Derek told the main character that they say that somehow there is silence, and there is something to think about. He can sit for an eternity, staring at the wall, and still not drink a drop of water. Silence said that he was practicing fighting the wall. Derek said that it is very interesting to watch him when he finishes his meditations. Lee is quiet and usually eats quite a lot. Knut asked how so much could fit in it. After silence, he threw his food on the table to the main character. Li Han told the guy that he had a new mask. Silence explained that he simply forgot to charge the old one. Li Han realized that if there was silence, then he simply wouldn't be able to eat. He asked why he was practicing wall fighting. Silence explained that this was because he was captured by memories. He said he couldn't stop remembering the day he watched him fight alone. Silence asked the main character who was with him. Li Han said that it was a whip and they somehow met. It was at this moment that the whip came out from behind the food and greeted the silence. At that moment, a strange feeling pierced the whip. He didn't understand what was wrong with him. Knut couldn't believe that there was a girl in Ark. He didn't understand what if it wasn't true that he liked the guy. But you decided that in order to get rid of this stress, he had no choice but to check it personally. The guy decided that he was Knut Meyer, a product of the Northern Sea of Norway, and he does not run away from problems but faces them head-on. Knut decided that now was the perfect time. After all, an automatic mask would not allow him to find out the truth. Although I didn't know that people say that the face of silence is completely covered with scars. So he decided that if it was true, he would have to apologize. But when the whip jerked, the silence simply disappeared. Silence told the guy that he needs to grow eyes in the back of his head. He said that his soldiers could not live without this rule. When the silence went away, the whip shouted to him that they would look at it later. Li Han told Knut Yu that he didn't think he should repeat this. But the whip told the guy that they were different. He said he couldn't resist what he was interested in. Derek told the guy that he was a brat. He said he understood him. Derek told Knut that he came to the hostel cache today at lunch. He said they would discuss the details there. After this, the guys agreed on whether Han had a misunderstanding. Later on the roof, Drick told the whip that they would now introduce themselves. He said that they call themselves Rediscovery, or Masks of Silence, abbreviated as PMT. He said that they all have the same goal of finding out who is under this mask. Told the guy that they were glad to welcome him and gave him a brooch. At that moment, the guys noticed the whip's dissatisfied face and asked if there was something they didn't like. Knut said that the brooch was made so-so and looks like garbage. He said that with such a symbol, the organization itself might look like a garbage dump. But Derek said that this is what they strive for. He said that one of the details that their organizations keep secret. The guy says that silence cannot be overcome alone, but if he joins now, there will be 4 of them. He asked what the minimum number of participants ARC could have in an operation. Knut said 4. Derek said that's it. He said that they will completely cope when there are 4 of them. He said it was ideal for PMT. Knut agreed, but asked what kind of operation it was. Derek told the guy that in 20 minutes at 7 o'clock silence, a training session on interdimensional movement was scheduled. He said that after some time after practice, the silence will become exhausting, and then they will attack her. Knut was surprised and asked if this was not mean, but the guy told him that he really didn't know anything about silence. He suggested watching it first, and then he would understand everything himself. Silence began its tinting in 6 passes of 35 m each, as usual. The latter, by all rules, are vertical. Silence moved very quickly but wanted even faster. Acceleration is not reduced when using the roar. When falling, kinetic energy is also added. Then silence landed on the airbag. Derek asked the whip if he saw this. He said that during the Ribka time it would not be possible to catch it. He said that he would go through 2 sites like this. He said that they could go down and get ready. The guy said that today they will finally reveal ARC's biggest secret. The main character was still completely bewildered after the guys fraternized. The main character hoped that everything would be okay with them. Later, silence surrounded the guys. But they didn't succeed. Knut asked her why they were so weak. Derek said that the silence is too strong. Moreover, his skills do not work on him. He said that this cannot continue and they need a commander, the one who will develop the strategy and coordinate. Afterwards, the guys came to Lee Khan. The main character told them that he does not like to do things that others might not like. Knut asked him if he wasn't interested in knowing what silence really looked like, but the main character answered without hesitation that no. Knut said that he understood. He said that he remembered the good old days of their 13th squad. Knut asked the main character if he remembered this. He said that he was so cool with us that he himself assembled a detachment. Knut stood up and said goodbye to the main character, saying that it was time for them. At this moment, the main character told the whip that this is the first and last time he helps them. But in return, he asked a promise that if nothing worked out this time, he would quit this business. The main character developed a plan and said that traps were placed throughout the building. He marked the places and showed them to the guys. Lee said that there was little time left, so let the guys try to figure it out as quickly as possible. The entire team was surprised at how detailed the plan was. It was even written what type of trap it was. Lee Han said it's clear that they should try to walk in pairs, but that doesn't concern him. He said that they should not dare to come closer than 20 meters to the silence. He said that there is a high probability that he will catch them. He said that if the silence suddenly disappears, they need to run as fast as they can, because then maybe they will have a chance to carry it to the fullest. The main character said that everyone should move forward in their position. The main character told the team that the target would soon appear near the first team. He told fighter number 2 to enter targets for fighter number 1. At this moment, the whip began to run after the silence. Then Derek jumped out at him. But silence deftly evaded capture. After silence, I entered the building. The main character told fighters 1 and 2 to return, and they would meet on the roof. Soldiers 304, get ready. The silence in the building came across a trap, and a can flew into it. Silence was surprised that the guys became more organized than before. He understood that it was unlikely that they would have a brain in their heads so quickly. He realized that apparently someone smart had joined them. At this moment, the main character was informed that the target had accelerated. The guy said they didn't do anything other than throw a can at him. Lee Han said that apparently he will not attack. He said that the guy just didn't forget the traps. Silence of suspicion of the protagonist. But he thought that the main character would never get involved in this. But the guy understood that something was still wrong here. He understood that someone was definitely in charge of these guys. When the silence broke through the roof, he raised the fact that this was still the main character. At this moment, Silence rushed to the Lee Khan and ran past the first trap. Lee Han thought that the Silence must be thinking that as soon as he crosses the second trap, he will go past the main character with the help of flickering. But at that moment, the second trap was caught in Silence. Silence was surprised because he didn't touch anything. Tomorrow, the main character will answer the second trap. Lee Han thought that Silence could not use its abilities. At that moment, Silence jumped out of the trap, but the main character put a bucket on Dima's head and apologized. At this moment, all the guys asked for silence because I didn't think that we should hesitate. In fact, the main characters had only seen such techniques in movies, but he always wondered if anyone could do something similar in real life. As it turned out, Silence can. His abilities simply amazed the main character. Silence lifted the bucket with its head and told the main character that he was just a goner. Lee Han thought that apparently the guy was offended. That's when the whip asked him, since he was able to put the bucket on his head, why didn't he take off his mask? He said that they agreed, and he did nothing. But the main character said that he is no longer on their team. The main character stood in front of the doors of silence. At one point he turned to her and said that I had come to apologize. He said that he was sorry that this happened. At that moment, the guy received a notification. Silence asked the guy why he was doing this to him. The main character said that he simply could not refuse the no. He said that at one time he did a lot for him. But at that moment, the main character said that he was just an idiot. He said that, to be honest, he was also interested in learning something. Silence asked, so what? The main character said that he wanted to check if he could catch her with his power. He said that besides that, he was also very interested in what she looked like. It was at this moment that Silence opened the doors. The main character said that apparently she had recharged herself enough. Silence asked the main character not to do this again. Lee Han realized that apparently the Silence had personal reasons for hiding his face. He thought that he had no right to insist. The guy asked Silence if she wanted him to talk to the whip. He said that he could call him to change. Silence said that everything was fine and he wanted to hear changes from him. The main character was about to leave, but the Silence stopped him. Zai and Lao stood and talked. Lao said that today is finally the day they will catch them. Zai asked how it turned out where the headquarters was located. Lao, I said that it was all thanks to that dragon. Lao said that due to the fact that Julia's sworn hurricane was avoiding, it seemed that some of the leaders would still have to surrender for their own safety. Zai said that this is unpleasant, but still in the name of humanity or future generations. The main character and the whip were talking while jogging. Lee asked the whip if he apologized for the silence. Knut said yes. He said that he hadn't been there recently and that the silence didn't seem to make him angry. He said that she said that the Narits, she liked to rub them all on the ass. The main character said that he hopes and will no longer look for adventures. Knut agreed and said that they had agreed. At that moment, Dmitri shouted to the guys to disperse. Lee Han asked the whip if he wanted to watch a movie tonight. He said that Silence gave him a flash drive yesterday. Silence dragged the main character into his room. He asked if he remembered that he wanted her to show him the film. Silence asked the main character to wait. Apparently, he needed to find a file. When Lee Han looked around the room of Silence, he was surprised at how many movie posts she had. Lee Han told Silence that apparently she really loves movies. The girl explained that for her, this is the only way to see the outside world. The main character remembered that there was Silence, as you said, that he had been in ARC for a very long time. The main character thought that the Silence probably got here when she was 7 or 8 years old. The main character thought that apparently her life consists only of studying at ARC and films. Silence handed the flash drive to the main character and said that she knows that the film is very different from reality. But she said that the films still fascinate her. After jogging, the main character looked around and realized that there were quite a few of them. He understood that there were only third-year students here. He wondered where the rest of the guys had gone. At this point, a man approached the main character and said that the matter was urgent. He told the guy to change his clothes as soon as possible and go out. The main character got on the motorcycle and the man told him not to ask questions along the way. Lee Han didn't understand what had happened that Mine arrived all the way on a motorcycle and took an ordinary soldier with him. The ARC division is also called a gift. This is a popular joke among fighters. Well, this is not at all like what the main character imagined. Alexander told the main character that he would go with him. Alexander passed the identity check and was allowed entry. On the way, Khan asked Alexander why he called him. He said that as far as he knew, he shouldn't be here. Alexander said yes, but despite this, some people would like to see him. Although this is against the rules, Alexander told the main character to understand that he does not have much time. Afterwards, Alexander told the main character that they were there. She said that the second commander of the ARC unit wanted to meet with him. When the guys entered the room, Jurgen greeted them and asked if this was the same Khan. He told the main character to come closer and not be shy. Eugene told the main character not to worry because he has nothing to be afraid of. But when the main character held the man's hand, a net covered them. Jurgen told the guy that this was his backside, his true form. The yogi told the guy that he quickly relaxed. He said that everything was happening exactly as he heard. The man said that the guy is incredibly developed for his age. He asked who made him like this, the environment he lived in. Jurgen asked if the main character would allow him to watch. But the main character let go of the man's hand and jumped away. He asked what they were doing. Alexander asked the guy if he even understood who he was talking to. But Jurgen said everything was fine. He said that the guy is a child, and children tend to react this way. The yogi told the main character that he is very sensitive but has limited his consciousness well. After all, even he could not see anything. The hero told the man that, as far as he knows, he was interrogating Hello Macy. She said that in addition, he is the only person in the entire headquarters who has telepathy. Jurgen said that now, having met the guy in person, he no longer has any doubts. He said that he can definitely be trusted with second-generation telearmor. At that moment, Georg said that he was tired and asked to be left alone. After they left, Khan asked if Commander Jurgen had any mental problems. Told the guy it was none of his business. He said that no one should know about their meeting. Li Han said that he understands this. He said that he wanted to check if he was wrong in his assumptions. He said marks on the man's wrists indicated he had been tied up. So, and also that protective device that closes from the outside. The main character said that it seems that Jurga has a limited amount of time when he can remain sane with me. The main character said that he spends most of his time handcuffed, but Alexander told the guy to stop. He asked what he was trying to achieve. He asked if he really wanted to be praised. At this moment, Alexander calmed down and told the guy that he was not mistaken. She said that it was because he worked a lot and hard. He explained that the time he can be himself is limited. Most often, at such moments, he deals with paperwork and resolves matters related to the headquarters. Alexander told the main character that this man spent precious time on him. He asked, "Do you understand what this means?" Alexander said that a soldier in second-generation telearmor is capable of fighting a dragon on equal terms. That is, if the fighter does not match the level, the telearmor will turn into the same threat to humanity as a dragon. The main character realized that Jurgen was coming out and wanted to check whether he would become a threat on a global scale. Alexander told the main character to remember that it was a difficult decision. Li Han said that of course it is difficult. After all, they will have to entrust everything to a 10-year-old child. Alexander told the guy that he doesn't mince words. He said that even he is the chief of staff. Sometimes he forgets about their real age. He said that it is cruel and shameful to entrust the salvation of humanity to such young children. But Alexander thought that perhaps the main character was the child they had been looking for all along. A superior person who does not experience pangs of conscience, even if he carries a heavy burden. Later in the desert, Knut said that he was very hot. He said that even in the shadows it's like hell. I got angry with him and told the guy to stop whining and sit quietly. But the whip said that it's boring to just sit like that. He himself said that then he would fly off the cliff. Now the guys are in the middle of the desert in northern Africa. In the past, this is where the fourth dragon appeared. He was incredibly strong. Shot beams that could destroy anything. Alexander told the guy that as a result of this, a deep dilation was formed. He said that the locals called it Dragon's Gorge. And recently they found something like fossils there that strongly resemble the remains of a dragon. Alexander said that according to radiocarbon dating, they are older than humanity. Knut asked Silence whether its brains were still fried because it was unbearably hot outside and he was wearing a mask. But Silence said that the guy shouldn't worry because back in Ark, he asked the development department to attach a portable air conditioner to his helmet. At that moment, the whip began to rush towards Silence and asked to give the helmet here. But the Silence pushed him away. The main character wanted to go to Ark as soon as possible. At this moment, one of the researchers said that it was very hot. She invited the guys to go with them to look at the remains of the dragon. The main character stood up and reluctantly agreed. That moment, the Silence said that he wanted it too. He said that there should always be two in a group, plus the heat doesn't bother him. Afterwards, the group went downstairs in the elevator. Afterwards, the detachment came to the remains of the dragon. Li Han said that he must have been of the same class as Warhamut. At this moment, the researcher asked the main character to scan the remains. The main character presented his hand to the remains and began to pour energy into it. Afterwards, all the researchers were amazed. The dragon's paw glowed with energy, and this meant that these were real remains. At this moment, Silence tore off the hand of the main character of the remains. Li Han thanked him. One of the researchers said that she couldn't believe her eyes. She said that these were indeed the remains of the dragon. She said that it was time to get started, and the guy had done a good job and could go and rest. The main character realized that since this is really a dragon, it means that they really existed long before humanity. At that moment, one of the researchers stepped on something. Afterwards, the main character with Silence heard a piercing scream. An unknown creature began to absorb the researcher's hand. He asked someone to unhook him from him. At this moment, the creature began to rise higher, absorbing more and more of the guy's hand. When the military started shooting, it was already too late because the creature completely swallowed the researcher. The main character shouted to everyone to run into the elevator. The researchers began running towards the elevator. One of the men shouted that this monster was a worm of death. The main character remembered this monster. He remembers how they were told about him during classes at Ark. Very soon he should turn into a cocoon to give himself a new look. All the people were in panic because the elevator did not want to move. The main character tried to contact someone, but nothing worked. He told everyone to get ready for battle. He said that their enemy is that worm. Silence said that it looks like he will soon move to the second stage. At that moment, the monster hatched from the cocoon. He started running towards the elevator. Afterwards, the elevator began to rise along with the monster. The monster almost destroyed the walls of the elevator. The main character told everyone to calm down because they were almost up. At that moment, he said into the bracelet to listen to him carefully. He said that they need to catch this monster, immobilize it, and cut off its head. He said that the guys would remember that he should not eat anyone. After all, this only makes him stronger. The main character said that the target was approaching the site and ordered everyone to take position. After the worm came out, they started shooting at him. Simon realized that Putin was not working for the monster and threw away his weapon. He rushed towards the monster and it hit him. Knut said that he was in pain and ordered Dmitri to grab his tail. After that, the guys immobilized the monsters. After that, Derek jumped on him with a spear and pierced his back. Knut shouted to the main character that everything was ready. Li-Han ordered the silence to end the monster. After that, the main character threw a grenade into the monster's mouth and ordered the whip to move away. After that, the monster's head was torn off. Silence used flickering at high speed, and then she cut off the monster's head. The main character told the guys that the monster's body was looking for its head. He said that they could not be allowed to connect. An unknown man driving a car told the main character to leave it to him. He said that he would push the monster into a cliff. After this, the worm's body fell down. At that moment, this man walked up to the head of the monster and said that he was disgusting. Li-Han shouted at the man not to come close. But the man was too confident in himself and said that everything was fine and he could handle it. Well, after the monster's head, she devoured him and became a cocoon again. Simon said they were amateurs because they were told not to get too close. Li-Han said that the monster is entering the third stage. He told Simon and Silence to prepare for aerial combat, but the monster just started running away. The main character understood that he couldn't be allowed to leave because people might get hurt. He told Simon to launch the drones. After that, the main character got hooked on the monster. Khan told him that maybe he forgot to replace the Zhukov on Earth. After this, the main character pierced the monster and killed it. The guys began to run to the landing site, fearing for the main character. Kuro was examined in the laboratory. One of the researchers said that this is an amazing result even for the A-class. She said that of course it was simply amazing, but asked if it seemed a little difficult to show off the class on your own. Another man told him that he thought there must be some external stimuli for this to happen. He said that first of all, this means that he is now in the potential class phase. After this escape was completed, the girl told Kuro that he did a great job. She asked if he wanted to eat. Kuro refused and said that he would just like to rest. The girl said that's how it is here and told the lady that he could return to the hostel. Kuro understood that this kindness was pure window dressing. He thought that as soon as he stopped being useful to them, they would stop being kind. On the way, the woman told the guy that there wasn't much testing left and they would soon finish. She said that in the near future, he will be transferred to the third year. Kuro thought that now he would definitely protect the guy. Now he has the strength to beat him. When the main character landed, he realized that Simon had saved him. The guys ran to the guy and asked if he was safe. The main character said that everything is fine. Li-Han thanked Simon. Simon turned around and said that he wouldn't leave it like that. He asked, and how dare the soldiers let themselves be eaten? Knut asked why the guy was always angry, but the Silence said that he simply had a difficult character. A report was being conducted on the recently discovered Kronos dragon fossils. He said that they appeared around the Cretaceous period, thereby refuting many theories about the origin of the dragon. He said that they can believe that this is the true theory of their appearance. At this point, Alexander said that they would engage in such research after they stopped the invasion. He said that what matters most to them is that they are able to produce even more equipment and telearmor using dragon cells. Alexander said that now they will talk to the Oracle. He said that their plans are to motivate him. At this point, John stood up and objected. He asked if the commander had ordered this. He asked if they thought it was too early. Other men stopped John and tried to subdue him, but John told them to shut up. He said that they don't even have medicine. After this, John used pyrokinesis to drive the guys away from him. Then Alexander came up and hit John. He said that John came to his senses. He asked if he really thought that his emotions were more important than his moral duty. Alexander said that recent events are changing their picture of the world. He asked what if the dragon invasion happened much faster. He asked how it would be for them then. John calmed down and said that he was ready and told him to take him to the punishment cell. Alexander told him to calm down. He told John to believe that he, like no one else, understands what he is experiencing now. A few days later, everyone in the dining room was talking about the Oracle. Knut said that everyone has been talking about him lately. He said that there was talk that he had awakened. Dee asked if he was the one who predicted the next dragon attack. He said that this was true, and now he seemed to have woken up. Silence was asked if he had seen him, but he said no. Then the oracle entered the room. Knut became curious about the noise and turned around. The oracle asked the men why they were staring at her. She asked if this was the first time they had seen people. Knut said that apparently this is the same oracle. He was surprised that it was a girl. Derek said that starting from his generation of psychos, the fighters were mostly guys. The main character was surprised. He didn't understand how such a young girl could be a first-generation telekineticist. He thought that she looked about 20 years old, no more. He wondered how old she was at the beginning of the war. Silence hated this girl. At that moment, John approached the girl and asked what she was doing here. The oracle asked what business he had. She said that she was allowed to leave, but John replied that she was allowed to take a short walk. At that moment, John snatched the cigarette from her and asked if it had not yet come out and was already smoking. He said she was completely crazy. He asked if she had decided to move her horses straight away. John grabbed the girl's hand and said that she would go with him. The oracle was shaking for John to let him go. She asked who he even was to tell her. Knut said they both scared the crap out of him. He wondered why the oracle hated John so much. But the main character understood that there was something else here. John was looking for Catherine and didn't understand where she could have gone. Siegfried asked the main character if he was ready. He said that then they begin. He said that this would become one of the most legendary trainings. Tele-armor is the strength that speed will become the strength of Lee Khan. Catherine said that without John she can even breathe easier. The main character's training is over. Siegfried told the guy that for the first time he moved quite well. He said that it was not in vain that he chose him. Siegfried said that he is sure that at this rate the main character will cope with the test perfectly. Lee Han asked with what bills. Siegfried told the guy that very soon he would have to go and be tested in front of the main ones, but he said that his abilities were easy to cope with. Lee Han asked Siegfried if he knew John. He asked if he knew something about the oracle. He said that they talked and she recently woke up. He asked why she was sleeping due to injury or something like that. Siegfried said that this is a cryogenic dream. He said that even though it cost them a pretty penny, it costs about the same to create Tele-armor. But her abilities are worth it. The main character was asked why they froze the girl. Siegfried said that she has mental problems. He said that some of the first TV sets could not withstand the pressure and began to have problems with their heads. Siegfried said that these people are like Kaid, which leads to death. He said that the girl had very little left, and no one would be surprised when she simply died. At that moment, Kat asked Siegfried why it was so interesting, and they didn't say. Siegfried was surprised and asked what she was doing here. The girl said that she just wanted to ask him for something. She asked him if he still had those portable consoles. She asked me to give her one because she was very bored. Siegfried asked where he could find them for her. The girl said that he is an engineer, so he should know, or I have to do it myself. After that, Catherine turned her attention to the main character. She asked if he was from the second generation. She said that he had amazing muscles, and she was literally on fire. She said it was a pity that he was a schoolboy. She said that his thoughts are just different, and it's incredible. She told the guy to admit if he really was eating steroids and sleeping in the gym. Catherine suggested that the guy go where no one would disturb them. She said that they would chat and all that. At that moment, Siegfried began to push the guys and said that the training was over, so let the girl take him. Siegfried told the main character to take the girl away from here. He said she was very annoying. When leaving, Catherine told the engineer to take care of her console. Later, on the street, the main character asked the girl what she would like to talk about. Catherine asked the guy Siegfried told her about her condition. Kat said that she didn't have much time left. She said that even her hair was originally different. She told the main character that she would like to spend her last days happy. She asked if he wanted to go far, far away with her. But Lee Khan turned around and said that if that's all, then he left. Catherine said that the guy doesn't understand jokes at all. She said that's what John said. The main character replied that he sees that she knows him. Catherine said that otherwise she would not have invited her with her. She said it was important to show him something. Catherine told the main character that if he wants to survive, then he should no longer dare to appear on the battlefield. She said that John was worried about him, and he should know that. Lee Han asked if she had seen his future. Catherine said exactly what she didn't see. That's why he warns. She said that if the future is not visible, then the person will most likely die. She said that she thinks that the guy understands this himself. Lee Han said that she said that most likely. She said that it turns out that there are cases when people survive. The main character began to leave and thanked the girl for warning him. He said that he really appreciates it, but his life is walking on a razor's edge. He said that no matter what, the chances of dying are always high. I remembered John and got angry. She told the pony to continue living like this so that he would eventually die like a dog. A month later, John reported that their troops had returned to Ark. John reported that during one of the carts, Corporal Lao Cha was killed. The main character and Silence stood in incomprehension. It was hard for them to understand. At this moment, the Silence turned around and began to leave. The main character wanted to stop him, but John said not to touch him. He said that he needed to be alone. He said that even veterans have a hard time losing comrades. The main character still couldn't believe that Lao was no more. He had the feeling that he was just somewhere far, far away. Li Han asked if it was normal for him to react this way. Well, he said whatever you say. During the day he feels less and less sad. John told the guy that from the very beginning he was not like everyone else. But he said that if the main character had been normal, he would hardly have survived. He said that he was not hardened by the difficult circumstances or environment in which he lived. He survived only thanks to his own strength. John turned around and said that it was time for them to go. He said that important things and challenges await the main character. The main character remembered Johnny's words that even though he has opened up walls in his heart and feels nothing at all, he must not forget that he did it himself. And someone else did it for him. Before the test began, the main character was rescued to see if he was ready. Siegfried told him to imagine that this was just a training session. He said the main thing was to relax. He told the boss not to make anyone nervous because there is plenty of time, and asked to be careful. Li Han said that he was calm. He said that it bothers him that they are in a hurry. Zeke knew that another engineer was watching him. He hoped he wouldn't embarrass himself. Smith told Alexander that during all this time no one could cope with the telearmor on their own. He said that this little guy was unlikely to cope. Smith thought that the main character was just a pathetic puppy who just wanted to show off. But he wanted the main character to know that this did not mean that he would get the prototype. After the test it started, the main character said that everything would work out. Li Han thought that from the outside it would seem as if he had forced them to give him the project. But he wanted to show that he was worthy. The test itself is quite simple, although the basic operations should be more complex. First, normal walking, running, and jumping. But in reality, you don't have to be some kind of athlete to do all this. Just moving is enough. But Li Han still finds it difficult to make even such simple movements. Everyone watched the training and thought it was amazing. Li Han understood that so far everything was going well and there was only one last push left. You just need to attack a stationary target. But at that moment, the cannon that was behind the target began to fire. No one understood why the cannon suddenly started firing. The main character was asked how he was. Li Han said that he was fine and the armor held up. But he said that as far as he remembers, this should not have been in the test. Siegfried told the guy to check that he would never do such a thing. Siegfried realized that this was 100% done by Smith. He told the main character to break the cannon. Li Han dodged more shots as the guns approached. At that moment he jumped onto the ceiling, and then he smashed the cannon with all his might. Siegfried praised the main character and said that he did a good job. At the meeting, Alexander told Siegfried that they had exceeded their expectations. He said that the work was done well and they would try to provide additional budget. Sounds from the game could be heard in the background of the meeting. Siegfried thought that the prototype was now his. Alexander asked John if he could deal with the girl before he got a migraine. It was at that moment that John snatched the console from Catherine. He broke it and said that they were having a meeting. Catherine got angry and asked what else she should do. She said that she didn't care about their tele-armor. Alexander stopped her and said that they would clarify something and she could go. Alexander said that Warham had appeared unexpectedly and no one expected it. He said that something like this should not happen again. He said that he hoped the girl could still predict the future. Catherine said that another vanguard of dragons should appear. She said that she saw the city burning and the death of many people. All the people at the meeting were afraid. Alexander asked the girl where and when this would happen. Catherine said that in 10 days in Paris. She said that the Eiffel Tower was in charge. John got angry and asked why she came here now. At this moment, Alexander announced that he needed to act now. Catherine asked John to let her go. She said that she was in pain. But John threw her into the room and went in himself. He asked what her problem was. John said she didn't lie to him. He said that she obviously saw the dragon attack not today. He asked why she didn't tell him about this before. Catherine asked if he was kidding. She said that because she no longer cares about what will happen to the world. John told her to stop acting like a child. He told her not to think that she was the only one who had to make sacrifices. He asked if she even knew how old these kids from the second generation were. He said that they were only 13, or even 12 years old. John said that even as children, they sometimes sacrifice their lives. Catherine asked, and so what? She asked if he said he was a victim. She said it was a good word. She said that her soul felt warm. Catherine asked what she should sacrifice. She said that she would die before the dragons attacked a second time. Catherine cried and said that other people will plan their lives. She said that it is in that world where the dragons are defeated that all the saints believe that one day they will truly be able to live in peace. Catherine asked what she should do. She said that the only thing she could do was to look at the future, where she would not have a place. She said that she had no hope, only stupid abilities. John told her to know that she is a good person. The main character and his friends arrived in Paris. Knut said it was amazing that the city looked absolutely calm, but he said that he still somehow felt uneasy. Knut said that now that all the people have left, Paris has become like a ghost town. Dmitri asked if in a week the city would turn into Lewin. Simon replied that most likely. According to the Oracle's prediction, an interdimensional gate should appear in Paris in 7 days. Most often, these gates and dragons appear in new areas. They are where fissures used to open, so elite troops and units from all over the world gather here. While walking, Khan and his friends met guys from another detachment. One of the guys said that he understands that they are psycho fighters because of Ark. He asked if they could let them through, but Dmitri told the guy that the road was wide, so he would go around. The guy said with a grin that they seemed to be wizards there, so let them just take it and fly over them. Dmitri got angry, but the main character stopped him and told him not to succumb to their provocations. The main character asked them who they were. He said that if he understands correctly, they are US soldiers. But the guy replied that they are not just soldiers. They are the most elite unit in America, Hellboys. Li Han had heard about them. These are their peers. Although they do not have psychic abilities, as far as the main character knows, these soldiers underwent many operations to improve their physical characteristics. It is said that their standards regarding physique are much higher than those of Ark. The main character thought that probably because of this, they are all many times larger than the same Dmitri. The guy mocked the protagonist's squad. He said that if they were not psychics, with their muscles, the same orcs would have made sandwiches out of them long ago. The main character walked past the guys and said that the joke was funny, but it's time for them to go. The guy laughed at the main character and wished him a good journey. When Dmitri walked past the guy, he said that he wasn't worried because they would meet again. After the guys arrived at the place where they will live, Knut said that this is what he understands about Chrome. He never saw anything like this. Knut jumped on the bed and said that it was very soft. Li Han said that he had never seen anything like this either. After touching the fabric, he realized that it was silk. He said that now he understands what it means to live in luxury. Knut climbed into the refrigerator and told the main character to look here. He said that they had a lot of different drinks in the refrigerator and offered to drink a can, but the main character refused. Afterwards, Knut found cookies and said that they melted in her mouth. He asked what was written there because he didn't know anything about French, but Li Khan asked how he knew. Knut stood up and said that he needed to go. The main character asked where he was going. Knut said that he would search other rooms to get more of this garbage. He said that the rest of the fighters are unlikely to want to eat it anyway. The main character told the guy not to wander around, because besides them, there are also plenty of other soldiers here. But the whip was already leaving and said that she didn't remember that the main character was our commander at the beginning. The main character approached the city map. He decided that while he had some time, he would inspect the new building nearby. But he understood that without preparation, they would definitely win it. The main character remembered the words of Lao Cha. Lao asked the main character if he knew the saying about the samurai. He said that even if he needs a sword once in his life, he must always wear it. Li Han decided that he would remember this forever. At that moment, Catherine entered the room. Silence stood near the main character's room. He heard Khan talking to someone. Silence did not understand what was happening at all. But after that, he saw Catherine with the main character. Afterwards, the silence left, not understanding what Catherine was doing to the main character. Dmitri met with the guys he met this morning. He told the guy that apparently he was afraid to come alone. Otherwise, he doesn't understand why he brought these big guys with him. But the guy told Dmitri not to worry, because only he would fight. And they came just to watch. He said that if Dmitri tries to escape, then everything could change. Dmitri said that then they cannot relax. He said that he was not going to use the magical powers that they were so afraid of against them. Silence thought that he was somehow hot and needed to go get some air. Knut saw the silence as he entered the elevator and did not understand where he was going. When Dmitri fought with the guy, he realized that the guy was quite strong, and he didn't miss a single hit. At that moment, the guy struck Dmitri in the head. Dmitri thought that the guy was holding up well. After that, Dmitri made a grab. He said that you guy better give up if he doesn't want him to break his arm. But then the guy simply waved his hand with all his might and threw Dmitri off. The guy wanted to step on him, but Dmitri jumped away in time. Dmitri said that from that moment on, the jokes were over. At this moment, silence fell on the roof. The guy told the silence to get out, otherwise he would accidentally get caught. The silence was infuriating. He thought that she would break something or someone ahead of schedule. At that moment, Silence broke the guy's finger using telekinesis. The guy got angry and attacked the Silence. He asked if the guy had completely lost his fear. But Silence easily deflected the blow, and then dealt a crushing blow. The rest of the guys ran to grab the Silence. The whip came up and said Dmitri that the point was not that the guy was weak, but that the Silence was amazing how strong. He said that he had no chance against Silence. When Catherine came to the main character, she said that she was ready to tell the head that if he joins this operation, he will die. She said that one word from her and the guys would be sent to a safe place. The main character replied that it seemed to him that the topic was closed. Catherine started screaming that she saw that he would appear like that, and then the guy would die. She said that he was still very young. But at that moment, she began to have an attack. The main character said that we urgently need to call a doctor, but Catherine said she was fine. She said she just needed a rest. The main character did not understand whether these were the same mental problems that Siegfried spoke about. He thought that those who acquire telekinetics upon death. The military surrounded the building. But suddenly a girl leaned out of the window. John saw her and ordered his partner not to shoot. He said that there was a survivor in the building. At that moment, Catherine woke up in the protagonist's room. She realized that it was a dream. Catherine thought that the main character was very stubborn. She understood that John and Lee Han were similar. At this moment, Han Yali, that the girl woke up. He asked if she was okay and she was feeling better. Catherine was surprised and said yes. But after that, the main character pushed her out the door and said that bye then. Told the girl not to come again. He said she was in the way. Catherine asked John if he really wanted to take the tele-armor. She asked if he was completely crazy. She asked him if there were 2 lives or something. She told John to look at his feet, but John asked the girl to shut up. He said that now because of this he is setting it up. He said that there were a few fighters left, but another team can be formed with him. At this moment, Siegfried began to show something to John. Catherine explained that he was telling John to calm her down and get her out of here. She suggested that John go somewhere. At the bar, John handed Catherine a glass of juice. John said that if Catherine is worried, she can look into his future and see whether he will die or survive. Catherine replied that she didn't care about his future, he just looked pathetic from the outside. She also said that the guy gave her something stronger because she was not a child to drink juice. John said it was unhealthy. Catherine asked if it was too late to worry about her health. Well, John said that he already said that they are still trying to find cures. He said that because of this, the girl was locked in the laboratory, so that she can wait for it to be done. Catherine told John that he himself knows perfectly well that when I make it, she will already be feeding the worms. John wondered if the girl knew how much he didn't want to be woken up. John suggested ending this today. He said that if she wanted to press so hard, then let her. Catherine said that John also drank. Later, when they were both dating, Catherine patted John on the head. Afterward, she told John that he was even more handsome this way. The next day, Catherine woke up in John's room. Looking around, she realized that apparently John was sleeping in another place. John told his partner not to shoot because it really was an SOS signal. He thought it was amazing that anyone could survive. But at that moment, the girl jumped down. John rushed to catch her and managed to do so. When the girl woke up in his arms, he asked if she was the one who gave the SOS signal. He asked why the hell then jumped. But the girl laughed and said that she saw that he would catch her. Catherine stood in the shower. At that moment, she found John's stash of cigarettes. She thought that he was some kind of woodpecker, but she thought that they were still similar to him. Later, she stood on the balcony holding a cigarette in her teeth. She remembered her words yesterday and didn't understand whether she was completely crazy to say such things. Catherine was upset that there wasn't even a lighter in John's room. Afterwards, when she came out, she was met with silence. She asked, "Is there silence?" As far as silence was remembered, the girl left John's room. Silence looked sternly at the girl. Catherine tried to explain something, but the silence called her cheap. Then he started to leave. Catherine tried to say that it must not have been a misunderstanding. Catherine didn't know what happened to the guy, but she realized that he clearly didn't like her. Siegfried told the heroes that he built his costume with several gadgets. Siegfried asked if the main character had never watched Spider-Man. He said that when he does something like this, he crawls out of his hand. But the main character said that he doesn't know this. Siegfried said that somehow now his left hand is equipped with equipment to replace the hook gun. He said that in addition, it is removable, so if you don't need it, the guy can just take it off. The man said that he also added a backpack, but he told the main character to be careful. He said to make sure that no one gets hit on the back, otherwise it will hurt. At that moment, the rest of the workers laughed and said that if the boss says that it will hurt, consider yourself dead. He said, "Boca, really be careful." Li-Han understood that it didn't take a genius to understand that if this thing exploded, it would be bad. Z-Fred told the guy that very soon what they predicted would begin. He told the guy that he probably himself knows that he is the main fighter for them. He said that first 4 soldiers of the first generation would face the dragons. The man said that, of course, it would be perfect if they could defeat the dragon only with their help. The man said that this was all he could cook. He said that in just 10 years, the world of humanity has become too carefree. He said that if they couldn't stop the dragons today, they would be finished. But Li Khan said that he would allow this. He said that this time he would fight not for the sake of humanity, but for the sake of his brothers and comrades. An interdimensional gate was about to appear. Alexander said that if nothing has changed and the gates remain the same, then very soon the earth should split and monsters will appear. All soldiers arrived at the place where, according to the data, the gates will open. Knut looked up and said that he felt uneasy. Lightning began to converge in one place, right above the supposed place. Alexander said that this was wonderful and ordered the soldiers to prepare for battle. Simon realized that something was wrong. Hellboy's unit didn't understand why nothing was happening. One of the guys asked if the monsters had drifted off. At that moment, Simon shouted for everyone to look up. An interdimensional gate opened in the sky, and monsters began to fall out of them. An interdimensional gate opened in the sky, and monsters began to fall out of them. The soldiers did not understand what to do. They didn't understand what was going on here at all. The main character did not understand why the gate opened in the sky. He understood that they could only watch. He knew what must happen. The command is now also in shock. After all, they deliberately placed troops and guns this way because they thought that they would fight on the ground. Gradually, surviving monsters began to appear. Those that died in the fall serve as cushions for a soft landing. After all, the monsters shoot at night. Hellboy said it's more like a game, but he said that caviar is only at the easy level. Simon thought that these guys were completely out of touch. He thought that of course it would be wonderful if it did end. Dmitri said that the monster is just a pack of climbers. He asked if they really hoped that they would run out of ammunition. At that moment, Simon noticed that other monsters flew out of his brother. He told everyone to get ready. Then the guns are activated. But the monsters blew themselves up. There was a real carnage taking place. There were too many monsters. At this moment, Alexander ordered everyone to retreat because the first sector would be blown up about them. Knut asked everyone heard that they had to leave. But at that moment, the monster flew right in front of the guy. And then there was an explosion. Simon protected himself from the monster with a barrier and told the others not to stop and leave. Afterwards, it was announced that preparations for the explosion of the first sector were completed. Alexandra suggested waiting a little longer. The first guy brought in his wounded friend. He told him to hold on a little longer because they had to get out of here. He said that soon there will be ruins from her. A wounded friend told him to leave him because at least he should survive. The guy got angry with his friend and said that if we tried it on together, he asked who they were. The guy started repeating that they are war and hell. At that moment, the couple noticed a monster flying straight at them. The guy told his wounded friend that he would meet her in hell. Dmitri protected the guys with his body. He told them that they had some kind of Odessa slogan. But he said that he likes that the guys don't give up theirs. Knut survived the monster's explosion and his body began to recover. But when the guy turned around, he saw that all the military men who were next to him had died. He took the spear and rushed forward. Knut said that he would kill all the creatures. Alexander was informed that there were still troops on the battlefield and asked if he wanted to wait longer, but Alexander refused and said it was time. Then there was a huge explosion. Siegfried watched the explosion. He said that the last hour for Paris had come. He said that even such a city for Ark is just a tool for fighting enemies. He said that if they win, there will still be nothing left of Paris. Li Han understood that this was a huge explosion. He wondered if everyone had time to evacuate. The military owes Alexander that most of the monsters have been destroyed, and besides, there will be no new ones. She said that they were the last ones to come out of the gate. Alexander said that then let the stormtroopers destroy the remaining monsters. He said that at the same time they should prepare first-generation tele-armor. He said that the dragon was about to appear, and judging by these incomprehensible, vague outlines, John asked everyone if they heard. He said that this battle ends on their line. Then the blue team began the battle. John said that they would work according to plan. He said that this dragon is not very different from the one they dealt with in the first war. Plus, it's much smaller. But he said that even though it's not Warhammer, you still have to be extremely careful. He ordered the soldiers to aim for the wings. Dragons keep themselves in the air with the help of psychic energy, but remaining without wings, they lose the ability to fly. In this case, the wings are just a tool, and everything is tied to psycho-energy, but without this tool, the energy is useless. John said that we need to block the dragon's view. He said he would try to come from behind. John then blinded the dragon with his fire. John told the guys that they were going to cut off the dragon's wings and ordered them to prepare for a ground battle. At this moment, the dragon used a surge of energy. One of the warriors broke the dragon's wing. But then he himself fell down. John said that this is commendable, but the dragon is trying in vain. He said that he still didn't have much time left. John told his partner not to slow down because they had to go down and finish off the dragon. On Earth, John did not understand what the dragon was doing. At that moment, he realized that the dragon was changing its shape. He said that they had never seen anything like this before, and their usual scheme would not work with him. But John said they couldn't just stand by. He said that if they fight on the ground, they still have a chance to win. John ordered his partner to turn on maximum power in the jetpack and follow him. He said that they would attack one by one. John said that he would jump first and cause an electric shock. John said that if he was lucky, he would have time to finish off the dragon before it incinerated him. John said now is not the time to doubt. At this moment, the dragon used telekinesis. The dragon killed John's partner and ate him. John said he had never seen anything like this. He asked what they feed the monster like that. John thought that he needed to stay alive as long as possible. He thought that he would die only when he recognized at least one of the monster's other abilities. At this moment, the main character was ordered to join the battle. John didn't understand what Alexander had just said. He understood that the command would never do such a thing. John told the main character not to interfere. Catherine asked Alexander if they would just leave John to die. At that moment, a military man approached her and said that it was impossible, but the girl knocked his hand away and told him not to touch her. Alexandra ordered her to be released. He asked the girl if she understood how serious everything was. Alexander said that the dragon that has appeared now is a new species. Nobody knows but what he is capable of. If they lose their only normal second-generation fighter due to unforeseen circumstances, then this could mean the end for all of humanity. The girl said that then they wouldn't know that if John died, she also had no reason to live anymore. She said that if he dies, she will die too. Catherine turned to the main character. She apologized. Catherine said that she understands how contradictory her actions look now. She understands that she told the guy that if he wants to stay alive, then it's better not to rock the boat again. She said that the guy might hate her, but she asked to save John. Lee Han said to get ready. He told the girl that he was going to follow him anyway. He said that he also didn't want John to just die like that. John asked the main character what he is doing here. Lee Han asked him if he could set fire to the dragon's face again like that time. John said no, but he would try to lure him in, and that was not discussed. Lee Han said that then he would definitely quit skating, but John told the guy to shut up and do as he was told. But the main character said that he does not fight to protect humanity. He said he fought because he didn't want to watch his comrades die. Lee Han successfully dodged the monster's attacks. John told the main character to be careful because the dragon uses telekinesis. The main character told John to block the monster's view with fire, and he will shoot her in the face. John wanted to say that it is impossible, but he told the main character to do what he wants. Lee Han understood that he needed to wrap the laser wire faster. At the same time, increase the power of the jetpack to the maximum. Lee Han decided that he would finish off the dragon. John became interested in what the guy was up to now. Lee Han thought that the monster knew how to deal with such a surge of electricity. Before entering the battlefield, Siegfried told the guy to increase the mental discharge for a moment, but to the maximum. He said that of course the guy always does things his own way, but he won't let him just die. He said that if he suddenly found himself in danger due to the dragon's psychosis, then he should increase his psychopower to the maximum. Due to the high proportion of draconic materials in the body of the second-generation armor, when a psychic force is released, it is suppressed by the same force. Afterwards, the main character stood in front of the defeated monster. John thought that he probably didn't know, but the guy he once fought with looked like he had just saved the world. The main character woke up in the forest. When he came out of the forest, he saw many pillars. At that moment, he saw a dragon. The dragon took off and told the main character that he would try to do everything possible to convince him of his good intentions. At this moment, Lee Han woke up in the hospital. Panut apologized and said that the guy had finally woken up. The main character asked how long he slept. Canute said that it was 3 days. Lee Han asked the guy why he was wearing hospital clothes. Canute said that he underwent a psychological examination, but was told that he would have to remain under the supervision of doctors for some time. Then 3 days ago, the whip was killing monsters madly. At that moment, one of the monsters cut off the guy's leg, but the whip healed her. The guy fell into a state of madness. And then there was an explosion. Canute asked the main character if he remembered that he said that he would fight for the sake of the people dear to him. He said that now he too will fight to protect his loved ones. He said that he would kill anyone who dared to harm his comrade, even if it meant going to the depths of hell. At this moment, 2 rooms opened. Canute said that he thought it was time, and said that they would talk later. Catherine asked the main character how he was feeling. Lee Han said that everything is fine because he is recovering quickly. He said that apparently the girl decided to take it seriously. Catherine told the guy that she shouldn't have gotten him involved. She said that there should be a framework for everything. Catherine said that humanity has gone crazy since it decided to subject ordinary 10-year-old children to such training, who later become the same soldiers as those who recently died during the battle in Paris. She said that she despised them. She said that especially since she was very arrogant to ask the guy to save John. But when he came out, she felt much better. Kat cried and said that she was no different from them. The girl apologized and said that she came to thank the guy, and in the end I burst into tears. Li-han realized that she was, after all, a girl, fragile and vulnerable. At this moment, a notification arrived on the girl's bracelet. She stood up and said that she had to go because there would be a funeral soon. She told the guy to take care of himself. But at that moment, Li-han stood up and said that she had no need to apologize because it was his duty. He said that apparently before the war this would have seemed crazy, but now it's not. He said that he would continue to fight to protect the people dear to him, and destroy all dragons. Catherine said everything was clear. Kuro met with Simon. Kuro, thank you, Simon. Why is he here and where is the main character or whip? Simon said that they were both in the hospital. He asked the guy if he really thought that he himself wanted to come here. Kuro began to worry and asked if Senna's boys were injured, but Simon told him to go and find out himself since it was so interesting. Simon asked Kuro why he was standing. He told the guy not to lag behind because he wasn't going to wait for him. Kuro thought that Simon still didn't hate him. Kuro pissed Simon off. He thought that the guy came to his senses only when his partner was killed. He thought that if only he could give him a nice rap. 3 days later, Alexander told the main character that he was glad that he was in service again. He told him to drink the tea before it got cold. The main character put the cup down and said it was delicious. Alexander said that he also thinks so. He said that now add sugar and it will become even tastier. Li-han told the man that he didn't call him because he wanted to treat him. He said that he understood it had something to do with Kuro. Alexander told the guy that he was right. He said that he would like Kuro to take part in a real battle under the command of the main character. He said that he too would have to fight using second-generation tele-armor. Alexander said that they decided to release 11 new suits. At the same time, they planned to start forming 3 teams of 4 people, and one of them would be led by the main character. Alexander said that now all the dragons have been killed except Warhamut. He said that of course, if they had a team of 4 first-generation soldiers, they could easily deal with him. But he said that now a new type of creature has appeared that even veterans cannot cope with. He said that these degenerates develop like them. He said that now their future really depends on the second-generation tele-armor. The commander told the main character everything. At the moment, is Han the only one who can handle the existing prototype, so having Kurara nearby will be very useful. Lee understood that Ark needed him now. The balance of power is tilting in his favor. Simon came to Kuro and said that all fighters with levels A+ were ordered to gather in the laboratory. He said that they were already late, so they needed to go faster. Kuro understood that he promised that he would not become weak. Although he had to make the decision alone, since Li Khan was not around, it seemed to him that he was becoming his old self again. Lab Simon asked what it was. The guy told him that this was some kind of new device, and it would be able to measure their strength. One of the scientists said that this device collects information about psychic abilities and the numerical values of their expression, and then produces statistical data. He said that all they have to do is put on a helmet, sit in a chair, and use their psychic powers to the maximum. Simon began to walk towards the machine and asked to disperse. He sat down in a chair and the measurement began. All the guys were interested to know how much the guy would have. Simon had 10,000 pp. All the guys shouted that this was a better result, because before that the maximum was 8 or 9,000. Afterwards, Simon suggested that Kuro try it too, but Kuro refused and said that she had already measured it before switching to another course. Simons asked the employee how much the guy had. At that moment, Sasha came out and said that it was 12,000, but at the same time, he did not give his all. Simon thought it was unfair. The girl tried to say something to Sasha, but Sasha said that the guy was still a child, so he wouldn't leave until he found out. Kuro told the main character that PP is an indicator of psycho strength. He said that its numerical value is like in video games. Li Han said that he has never played them, but he understands what he means. Li knew that Ark wouldn't do anything like that without a good reason. He understood what had to happen, and they didn't want to somehow use it in battle. Knut asked the main character what their mission was. The girl invited the guy to fight. She said that's the only way she breaks him. The guy grinned and asked why he should fight. The girl said that he writes his name the same way as hers and it infuriates her. She asked yes for a good enough reason. The guy said that he agreed and named the girl Lev. Silence didn't understand what kind of memories these were. He assumed that they had worn off after the injury. Wousteau is a small town in the Pyrenees. Knut asked if they really wanted to say that the monsters came here from Paris. He said that looking at their habits and abilities, they would never have done that. Lee said that they must have a commander, Ella for example. He said that we need to explore the city. The main character found a corpse. He said that given the local climate and the condition of the corpse, about 2 days had passed. But this is the only body. But he asked if the rest was still alive. This whip told the guy that someone was coming. At that moment, a farmer appeared on the road with a cart. Lee Han asked him to name the rank and branch of the army. The man was surprised and asked if they were from Ark. He said that as they can see, he is an ordinary farmer. But the main character noticed a tattoo on the man's hand and said that he had a tattoo of a diving helmet with a skull. He said that this is what Marines or sailors do. The main character said that if a man does not want to admit it himself, then they have a way to find out who he is. The man sighed and said that they could call him Jacques. Lee asked what his full name was, but the man said that it was ugly and he was asking like that. The main character said that it was better this way than to pass by potential danger. The man's name is Jacques de Gaulle. The main character found out that this man has been retired for 6 years, and before that he was a member of a number of psycho fighters in the Ark. The man said that he admitted that he had been hiding for quite a long time and did not at all expect to meet them here. Lee Hana told the man that he was not a deserter and asked what he was so afraid of. The man said that even after resignation they were followed and there was no freedom. He said that the management was worried that they were using their abilities for bone purposes. Jacques asked the guys if they would help him. He said that he could not bury people, but would like to pay tribute to them. Later, all the guys stood near the fire. Jacques said that although he originally settled here to get rid of surveillance, he liked living in this place. He said that he even planned to meet his old age here. He said that the guys must be trying to track down those creatures. He asked if they minded him joining them. The man said that he was just watching people die one after another. He said that thanks to his peculiarity, he could survive, but he did not stop being a coward. The main character realized that a man's ability is not an appearance. He understood that he did not yet know his abilities as a fighter, but with such skills, he could well help them in reconnaissance. The main character told the man his name and said that they would temporarily take him into the squad. Later, the main character noticed that it was difficult for the man to walk. He said that they would arrange a halt. They will go on patrol one by one, except for Jacques. Jacques asked the guys not exactly people. He said that he would not say that they were completely rusty, but their endurance can only be envied. The man said that he would never have thought that without any equipment, he would not be able to keep up with the fighters in uniform. Li Han said that they are fighters who underwent several operations to improve their abilities. Jacques was surprised and asked the guys if they were from the second generation. He asked if this project was still being carried out in Ark. Although Jacques saw in the guy's eyes that he was still very young, he thought that the guy, don't be afraid, was 13 or 14 years old, but no more. He understood that they were much stronger than the first generation, but he was still too young. Li Han asked the man why he left Ark. Jacques said that this is because he hates Ark as well as dragons and monsters. Silence remembered that 6 years ago there was an incident. At this moment, the Silence began to remember. The guy she was fighting with was holding a gun and invited the girl to go with him. He said that they were not born to be raised like cattle. He said that all people except them are enemies. He invited the girl to go together. Catherine was walking somewhere with John. They approached the door and Catherine asked John why he got up. She told him to open the door. John opened the door and said that probably all the records had already been digitized, but Catherine told him not to be so naive. She said she had been out for about 10 years, and some of the recordings from 6 years ago had been erased. She said that we need to find out what happened this time. The main character asked Jacques that he hated Ark because they take children like them and train them. Jacques told the guy that if he were him, he wouldn't trust them so much. He said that once in the Ark they already deal with guys like him. At that moment, the bracelet told the main character that they had found a grunt in Zone 2. Knut reported that the monster could not move due to severe wounds. He said that he seemed to have gotten away from the group. The main character began to get up and said that they needed to go. But at that moment he noticed that something was wrong with the Silence. Li Han ordered Kuro to deal with the monster. He said he relies on the guy. I understood that all this was started so that Kuro would find himself in a real battle. I understood that a guy should get used to killing all sorts of creatures. Knut began to leave and told Kuro to come when he dealt with the monster. Kuro pointed the weapon at the monster and said that he would kill him. Otherwise, in the place of the corpses they saw today, his friends will be, and it's all because of them. The main character tried to bring the Silence to life. Silence understood that she needed to calm down. She said that there was no malicious intent in her actions. She thought that if anyone was wrong, It was this fucking world. At that moment, the silence came to its senses. She said it's okay. Knut returned with Kuro and told the main character that now it was his turn to be on duty. Li Han approached Kuro and said that he was great. Jacques did not understand whether these children were really second-generation fighters. He thought that they were not at all like you, whom he knew. He thought that they were like mature guys without genetic interference. Catherine was angry because she couldn't find anything in the documents. She asked John to tell her. He knew that there was nothing in these documents, but he just continued to look silently. Jones asked what was the point of holding her back. Catherine said that she would not leave here until she found out what happened. She told John to admit why they erased the records. John said that between the psycho fighters of the first and second generation, there were another 50 people, and each had a high indicator of psychic abilities. But he said that the children began to behave strangely, and everything got out of control. He said the plan failed. John then gave the document to Catherine. The guys in the forest finally found the monsters. Li Han asked Jacques if he could go on reconnaissance. He said that we need to find out how many enemies there are, and in what condition they are. Jacques agreed without any problem. Afterwards, the man walked past the monsters. He counted 17 monsters in total. He thought that these guys could definitely handle them, but the man was worried that he could not find the leader of the pack. I didn't wonder where he was, because he definitely had to be here somewhere. Li Han told the man to come back because too much time had already passed. He said that if there is an Ella magician there, they will definitely notice them. But the man wanted to walk a little more. He thought that everything was fine because there were only grunts here. At that moment, one of the monsters turned to Jacques. The main character told the guys that Jacques was not getting in touch. He said that he would have to follow him. He said that first they must ensure his safety, and the detachment decided to split up. When the whip walked alone during the day, traces of it began to appear. 6 years ago. Jacques asked the other military men whether he was not serious. He asked if they really wanted to kill innocent children. But the man told him that no one was going to kill them. He said that they simply scare them and some may die, but this is a statistical error. Jacques said that this cannot be done. He said that they are not people if they are ready to carry out such orders. Jacques said he's had enough. He said that he was not going to shed the blood of innocent children. At this moment, Jacques presented a knife to the throat of the whip. Then he cut the guy's throat in one motion. Silence calmly summoned the monsters one by one. Li Han told Kuro that they should go too. He said that the guy was belaying him using telekinesis. Kuro decided that he could handle it and would offend the main character. After Kuro easily fell apart with the monsters alone, the main character thought that such power could only be of high rank. Now he understood why Ark was clinging to the guy with all his might. Li Han told the guy that it was cool, but he asked to lie down by force because grunts are not so dangerous. At that moment, the whip contacted the group via the bracelet. He said that he didn't know what happened to the man, but now he was their enemy. Knut said that he has no idea what's in the guy's head, but if you fight, it's on equal terms. Li Han told the third group that he was moving towards them. A battle began between the whip and the woman, but Jacques easily cut the whip. Jacques wanted to stab the guy in the head with a knife, but at that moment the whip moved and dodged the blow. He took the weapon and apologized to the man. Afterwards, Jacques, wounded in the leg, fell to the ground. KL that even though a man can be healed, he will still be in a lot of pain. At that moment, the main character ran by and asked what happened. Knut said that the man attacked him for no reason. He said that judging by his eyes, someone was controlling him. He said that until the guys ran towards him, he was too dangerous. But the main character said that if they don't do anything, Jacques will die. At this moment, energy began to emanate from Jacques. The main character did not understand what the hell was going on. An unknown spirit emerged from Jacques. Kuro asked if it was a ghost. But the main character said that no, because psycho-energy emanates from him, capable of moving. Knut asked if someone could control it. The main character said that as far as he knows, something like this can be done using dragon weapons. At this moment, the whip suggested an attack on the spot, but Li Khan said that he was his. The main character asked what if a spirit could enter someone's mind. He said that it was impossible for Kuro or Silence to suffer from this. He said that it would be better for him to take possession of it. Li Han asked the others to take care of Jacques. Afterwards, the main character began a battle with the spirit. Li Khan did nothing but evade. But then he hit, but it didn't help. The main character shouted for the guys to immediately run to Jacques. At this moment, the spirit began to take over the main character. Li Han shouted to the guys not to dare to approach. The main character understood that he needed to get rid of the weapon and threw his spear away. This moment captured the mind of the main character. The guys held him with all their might. What should Kuro do at this rate? But the whip interrupted the guys and said that an order had been received to return. He said that he didn't even know how they would return the main character like this. Knut asked Kuro if he could do something with his abilities. Kuro was surprised and asked if he really thought he could do it, and the whip said that now we need to do everything possible. There was a confrontation inside the main character. The main character realized that this was the place of his subconscious. He realized that he seemed deeper now than last time. The spirit did not understand how the protagonist's ego still remained. He had never encountered anything like this. At this moment, the main character was presented with his adult image with a weapon. The monster said it was time to get rid of the guy. Li-Han said that he wanted to do the same. Knut asked Kuro what he saw. Kuro said that it looks like Han is now fighting with someone. He said that if he could push it out of his head, perhaps he could catch the monster with his powers. But he didn't want to promise anything. Knut began shouting that the main character must win. The monster stood with his foot on the guy's neck. He said that that's all he would die. But the monster told the main character not to worry, because sooner or later, the people he loves so much will be next to him. The monster told the main character that he had already done a lot and could be proud. The monster said that the main character is the only person who could hold out that long. But at that moment, the monster's arms and legs were cut off. The monster didn't understand how the boy did it. He asked how it reflected his energy. Li-Han remembered Sasha's words that this was the first time that someone, because of the psycho fighters, was able to reflect the energy. Li-Han said that maybe it was an accident. He grabbed the monster by the collar and raised his fist over it. He said that all the games were over.